What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome to the Nooner and welcome to Monday on a holiday, but not to worry, everything is just as you know it here when it comes to the Dream Stream. 6 Madden simulations over the course of the next 11 plus hours. Great to be with you to start things off. He is Christian DeAndrea. I'm Adam Kaufman, and lineups locking in a matter of moments for this first sim of the day. How are you, bud?
I am intrigued. I had no idea it was President's Day until today. This is a great day to go out and buy a car.
To watch the Dream Stream?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, this is really, I expect our numbers to rise and just become a tidal wave of people realizing they have the day off and realizing there's nothing else to do. It's frigid outside. Cough, -8.
Think of all those people that are going to be working from home.
Yeah, and here we are working from home right with them, about to get on this Dream Stream, about to start the week off right with the little Washington football team. This actually feels a little bit like a punishment, but hey, Washington football team, a lot more fun to watch here in Simland than the real world. Dwayne Haskins hasn't yet dug his own grave. We don't get the comeback story of an Alex Smith, but we also get passes further than 5 yards downfield. We live in a world where Jeremy Sprinkle is not only viable, but occasionally a superhero. So, Koff, where did you go with your lineup for the eye opener, the week starter, the Cards by a Billion free roll?
I'm so glad you asked, and I'm glad that you said it the way you did too, because I was trying to remember. We were on a sim yesterday or the day before, and I couldn't for the life of me. I kept calling it the Nooner, and Kenny, as Kenny does, Kenny's a little confrontational. Kenny kept coming at me saying that we are just totally disregarding, so there's a clear East Coast bias. We are disregarding the West Coast. And I said, well, Christian calls it something else, and I can't remember what the heck it is. So the eye opener for the first sim, Kenny was suggesting, or someone suggested in the chat, West Coast breakfast, another option. I mean, call it whatever you will. It's the first sim of the day. We know this much. There's
no wrong time for brunch.
No, it's very true. So what it is I've called it in our free roll, the Nooner, the Cards by a Billion free roll, so you can see which way I think this is going to go. I went with, and this is very anti-Madden 2020 days, I went with Kenyon Drake in the captain spot, which is not usually how I roll. And then Kyler Murray, J.D. McKissick, Jeremy Sprinkle, who you mentioned, Max Williams, and I got a kicker in there as well, Dustin Hopkins. How about you?
I shared your sentiment about the Cards winning by a billion. For me in this one, though, it meant captaining Kenyon Drake, like you mentioned before, and then getting Nuke Hopkins in there, because I feel like he's due. I mean, they had that ferocious front four in Washington, but the secondary, no great shakes there. Larry Fitz fit in because he was cheap. Max Williams was cheap, so he got the nod as well. And then my token football teamer, Dontrell Inman, who's been on a heater lately, no longer the absolute bargain he used to be, but still pretty solid addition to any lineup out there. Let's take a look at his last 4 games: 13-3, 7, 10-4, 8, 20, 12, 13. Dude has been on fire lately, and he's not going to be seeing Patrick Peterson or Budda Baker. He's going to have some pretty favorable matchups, just like that guy right there, J.D. McKissick. A true RB1 here in the Simverse, and a guy that you actually would rely on quite a bit in full season leagues, especially if they were PPR. Dude gets a ton of looks out of the backfield, especially Alex Smith as his quarterback. It'd be very interesting to see what happens with that Washington quarterback situation and how that affects their backfield going forward.
Minute gone by, no score. Washington ball, and it's a completion. Haskins into the hands of McKissick, off to the left side, out to the 33, a 4th and 2. We'll see if the AI is aggressive or if we wind up getting a kick here. Kyler Murray, top-owned player in the larger free roll at about 80%, just a hair below that. Kenyon Drake, 67.5. J.D. McKissick, 61. Then it's Terry McLaurin at 40. Jeremy Sprinkle, 39. DeAndre Hopkins at about 35. It is going to be a punt. So Arizona will be getting the ball here at its virtual home momentarily. Going to be in safe territory, though. Heck of a punt down at the 5. Maybe we can get some unconventional points to start off this sim.
If we get a Kyler Murray safety first points of the week, I will lose my mind. I will be so happy. Instead, we're going to get Kenyon Drake smashed to pieces by the safety coming up and making the stop there. So only a gain of 1. Still in safety range, and that is Landon Collins, the highly paid box safety. Kind of a curious move from the football team. Yes, they did strike at a rival by luring him from the Giants, but a 6-year, $72 million contract, a big-time outlay for a guy whose skills are kind of limited in coverage. Collins is a very good come up and make a guy miss, hurt a guy as Christian Kirk on the board there with a big reception. Kyler Murray gets his team's first down in the game. Collins is definitely very useful against the run, but that limited center fielder ability of his makes it a curious expenditure for this Washington football team. But hey, not burying him just yet. They have quite a bit of cap space this offseason. They have a whole bunch of decisions to make.
1st and 10 from the 27, about 3 minutes gone by opening quarter. Kyler Murray taking off, fleet of foot out to the logo, lands on the bird and out to the 45, as our man must be in the chat, says Kaufman and CDA, my favorite two guys from Simland. Must be. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. Tom says that you need a karate headband, and you know what? I've never really agreed with anything more than that. I would love to see, you know, a Cobra Kai, or I mean, it could be Karate Kid, the old school. It could be
the tied back.
Yeah, man, with the, I don't know, a skull and crossbones logo right there on the top between the brows. I mean, let's get fancy.
Let's let people know what we're all about here on the Sim. And I think if you tune in and you see us, you with the DVD wall, me looking like an 80s villain in a very bad, low budget I think it would just work out great for all parties.
Look on his IMDb page, it just says uncredited. Karate sidekick. David says, I know it's not a Wild Weather Wednesday, however, I have a feeling it will be sprinkling in Simland today.
Dude, I will be furious. The sprinkler is my go-to guy, and I didn't roster him. He was a little bit too pricey for me. The returns have not been there. I instead went against my better judgment and went with Nuke, and we're going to see if that pays off. Nuke does have a catch there. We get Max Williams there. Didn't see of him really in the regular season.
So many X's.
Yeah. It was a really weird year for this Cardinals tight ends group. I thought they really would have been well served if they went out and got Evan Ingram, because the whole crux to that Cliff Kingsbury passing offense, the vertical routes, you're going to be chasing guys downfield all the time. Why not get a guy who can send that crossing route over the middle and take advantage of all the space created by DeAndre Hopkins, by Andy Isabella, by Keyshawn Johnson? And few guys in the league are better at those drag routes and then turning upfield, putting on the Jets and putting guys in his wake than Evan Ingram. Definitely should not have been a Pro Bowler, but definitely is Pro Bowl capable. Being wasted in New York a bit, I thought they should have traded him while they could have. Kyler puts
fumble inside the 5 by Kyler, and Washington's got it. Kerrigan with the pickup.
Wow. Made it too easy for that football team defense, and now Dwayne Haskins back into it. Got the ball at the 11, not quite safety range, but he does have that really bad awareness rating as we get a Terry McLaurin carried it.
Who's Kyler think he is, man? Lamar Jackson? Josh Allen? You got to protect that football.
Very, very sad to see there. A promising drive snuffed out. And instead, we're going to get a steady dose here. Maybe some Dontrell Inman, maybe some Terry McLaurin. You see him at the bottom of the screen with that superstar ability. But again, they got Dwayne Haskins throwing passes to him. Sim Dwayne, better than real world Dwayne. And it makes sense, Koff. He's a guy who has great traits, great raw talent, but really didn't put it together. Could be the QB of the future in Pittsburgh. I like him more than I like Mason Rudolph, certainly. But neither one of those guys. I mean, really, it's like you're choosing between McDonald's and Burger King when you're trying to get into a 5-star restaurant. If you got to go between those two guys.
1st and 10 from the 23. How dare you, by the way? Although I missed the old Burger King nuggets. I know they still have them, but they're somewhere along the line about a decade ago. They changed up the recipe, and for so long it was BK nuggets, it was McDonald's fries, and there was no debate. And then somewhere along the line, I don't know, BK just changed the approach, and now the nuggets are no longer what they once were. I mean, I used to go through the drive-thru, man, and I'd pick up like a 5-pack of 5 pieces. I would just crush BK nuggets like you read about.
Dude, they thinned him out, right? Like they pounded him out flat, and there's very little chicken in there. They're mostly boiling. That's how they do it, where you can get like 10 for $1 now. It's like a questionable price point, and then you see the actual nuggets you get, and you go, oh, okay, that's why. This is barely chicken. This is mostly breading and chemicals. And if we're talking the nugget game and fast food, how dare you exclude Wendy's from that list? Because throughout time, the Wendy's 5 nugget 99-cent deal, and now it's like 4 nuggets. It's not great. It's not ideal. As there are people literally walking outside on -8-degree day outside my window right now, Paul. They are the true heroes. Anyway.
2nd and 8, final 30 seconds of the opening quarter. Still scoreless.
Yeah, not a lot.
Carter says, Koff, now that it's the offseason, when do you think DraftKings will do a player update so the lineups are up to date? Carter, it's a great question, and one obviously that has been asked. I don't have a specific answer for you right now, other than to say that I suspect it is in the plans at some point. Now, whether that is a mid-off-season thing or maybe the crew waits until the start of the beginning of next season so that rosters are even more up to date after trades and free agency, that might make sense. So I don't have a specific answer for you in this moment, but stay tuned. I can promise you that when updates like that do come along, we will be the first ones to tell you. Told that the audio is a little bit choppy. See you guys in the chat. We're going to get that resolved, not to worry, as we've reached the end of one. No score still. So much for our cards by $1 billion. It's early.
It's still early. We still could have the first score of the week safety, but not a lot.
Still in play.
Yeah. 2 punts here from the Washington football team. One coming up. A nice sustained drive from the Cardinals. They have looked like the better team for sure, but Murray put it on the turf in the red zone. Very inopportune time to fumble.
Mm-hmm.
Gives the ball to the football team at their own 5-yard line. He's 3 for 3. He's completed every one of his passes for 61 yards. He's having actually a pretty efficient day through the air.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen him connect with Christian Kirk, with DeAndre Hopkins, with Max Williams. And then on the other side of the ball, through the air, it's been pretty much the J.D. McKissic show. True to life, the football team checking down quite a bit. No one really doing much on the ground, although Kyler Murray, 2 for 19, the only guy into double digits when it comes to carries or rushing yards, rather. So not a lot going on in this one so far. But if you had to lean one way, I would still, maybe not by $1 billion, but maybe $1 million. Cards by $1 million, yeah.
McKissic 3 for 17 in the air. He's your leading receiver in terms of volume, but it's 1 for 34 for Max Williams, 1 for 20 for Christian Kirk. Obviously, no touchdowns here in this one. Just to catch up with you guys in the DraftKings conference room, you got where is it? Nick said, hey man, on a college budget after baseball practice, 20 nuggets for $3, a banger of a deal. Takes better after eating ramen for breakfast and lunch. I am no, and this is not even me trying to like not alienate potential sponsors or anything like that. I am no fast food snob, man. I love me some McDonald's and Burger King or Sonic or, and any of those. I recognize it's not the healthiest food one can eat, but I'm here for it. I love that stuff. I'm all aboard.
Dude, Sonic was always like a special treat because there was never one nearby. As that Tressway punt, not as good as the last one, bounces into the end zone. But like Sonic was great because they would do the drink happy hour, like 2 to 4. So you get that giant 64-ounce cherry limeade for like
$1. Yeah.
And then you're like, okay, I'll get some tot. Like they had tater tots. That was wild. Like how many other fast food places can you think of that have tater tots, Goff?
It's a great point. I mean, Tater Hater in the chat doesn't like it, but I'm all about it. I'm in on tater tots. There is nothing. People have said this multiple times.
No,
I just don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the perfect intersection of potato and pillow. It's wonderful.
Someone says that Ray, I thought with the choppy audio, I thought a helicopter was landing in Koff's yard. LOL. The Koff compound does stay busy. I don't believe we have any scheduled landings here in the early part of the day. Try and time those around the nooner. If I'm on a sim, you don't want those intersecting with what we've got going on here. Smash that like button. Roughly 500 people watching with us here just on the YouTube. Hit the like. We appreciate you. And if you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings, give us a follow there. We are monitoring both chats as we do. And it's great to have you guys here with us for the start of your work week. Maybe even obviously on a holiday. I don't know that President's Day is a a holiday for everybody. I mean, obviously we are working, but we are happy to be here with you. I mean, it's hard to say that this necessarily feels like work. We just get to hang out and talk about fast food.
Yeah. And I mean, to be fair, that's what like 90% of these sims boil down to. Sometimes it's good, convivial, congenial discussion about food. Sometimes it's Kenny yelling about how Wendy's is trash and how he prefers his New York City food carts because he wants his food prepared next to the street with a hint of exhaust in it.
Jordan says that Wendy's is the only decent nugget. Now, I'm not going to go to that length. I agree Wendy's makes a fine nugget.
It's a superior nugget. It's the best in the widely available fast food game.
I agree. And what is it? It's basically a quarter a nugget, right? I think you get maybe 4 nuggets for $1, something along those lines.
It's a good deal.
It's a good deal.
I think you go in bulk too. I think you can get like 12 for like $2.25. If you buy bulk, they take a quarter off.
I'm all about bargain nugget shopping.
Yeah. Oh man, the
Twitch chat is find a better fry though than McDonald's. Go on. Sorry.
The McDonald's fry is great. I was actually a big fan of the Burger King fry redesign. I like that kind of like double fried, crispy outside. The Twitch chat is letting us know that Wendy's apparently has potato wedges, which in the fast food game was strictly a KFC thing for a long time.
Yeah, it's a game changer.
Yeah, but I guess you can only get it at in the morning.
Does it also come with a biscuit? Are they totally stealing the KFC recipe?
Ooh, they might. It might be. A good biscuit. That is like the one. That's a Hardee's game right there. Hardee's probably best fast food biscuit. Although Bojangles outstanding, Popeye's outstanding. Hardee's though has got some solid biscuits.
I used to back in college. Back at Syracuse, we had this. I'm trying to remember the name of the eatery on campus. I can't remember. It's been so long, but there were a whole bunch of smaller, fast food places in there. Like you had the main student dining area that was the, food was prepared there. That was, like by the, I don't know, it wasn't branded, if you will. Right. And then you had the other place that had like a Burger King, a KFC, other Subway, like chains, obviously fast food chains. Yeah. And man, the amount of KFC that I ate back at Syracuse, like I would love to just, get that chicken tender basket with the biscuit and the wedges. Man, I mean, I loved every second of it. I would get it multiple times a week and very inexpensive. And my parents paid for it. But that's neither here nor there.
Like $5 for that box, and you get so much. You get a cookie in there. Ooh, just outstanding. It's kind of going for it all, but throwing.
Touchdown!
My. The toe tap of Christian Kirk. Wow.
33-yarder.
Wow, I thought he was throwing that ball out of the dang stadium. Instead, Christian Kirk gets both feet down. We're gonna get an automatic review, and they decide, no, we're not gonna even buzz down. Don't stop things. We saw it in New York. It's a touchdown. Give Christian Kirk his money. He is a 2.3% out there, getting 1.5 times the points on that one. You got Christian Kirk in the captain spot. 28% owned there.
So 7-0 Arizona, we are off and running halfway through the second quarter. Offense has been a little slow to come by here. CDA, AK, we got producer Drew, Bry Guy in the 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s and 5s. Frangelico is just killing it for the game ops. Yeah, I mean, you got to love it. You got to sing it. And then, man, guys, I got to tell you, special treat today. Guess who's back? Undercover boss Tom is here to hang out and make sure everything goes right. What's that? Audio issues? There's a lag? Not anymore. Not while Tom's on the scene. We're going to get that all corrected for you because Tom's going to let us keep coming back. You got to love it.
I'm a little surprised we haven't gotten any of Tom's fast food theories in the chat. Maybe coming up later. Maybe he's saving them. Maybe he's just going to put those in his podcast.
So 7-0. See if Washington can get a tie before the break. Not with throws like that from Haskins. And I want to get back to some of what you were talking about with Dwayne Haskins in a moment. But first, here in the chat, what do we got? Kevin says Wendy's best barbecue sauce. Alana says secret guilty pleasure, BK spicy fish fillet.
Ooh, spicy fish fillet. That's a lot of words right there that I would never put together on my own. Oh no, Dwayne.
Jimmy B's only issue with the Chick-fil-A nuggets is their size. He says they're a little too small for him.
That's a good point. That's true. You never go with the 8 count when you're at Chick-fil-A. You always got to go with the full dozen. And even that is tough to fill up. Now they get the 30 count box, which is awesome. That is like a go-to now.
Steven says the KFC popcorn chicken honey mustard dip crushes any nugget.
Dude, the problem with the KFC popcorn chicken is you get so many like the tiny little breaded pieces. Like if they were in, like if you got a frozen bag of chicken, you wouldn't even bother. There's too much of the popcorn chicken. They're just like little balls of breading and no chicken. That's my issue there.
Damon says, my daughter is a car hop at Sonic's, her first job, and she did it after our initial quarantine. I'm proud of her, and she has worked in the heat and the ice and never complained. Love it.
Good for her. That's like brutal right now. That sounds awesome.
Depends where you are, obviously.
We do
Sprinkle.
Indeed. And just like that, the football team putting together a solid drive right into Dustin Hopkins' field goal range. It would be questionable for him at some places, but here we got the domed environment of Arizona, that dry air, that thickness pushing back against the ball. I feel like pretty safe bet that this Washington football team's coming away with at least 3 points here.
J.E. says, Kaufman, Christian, Sim family, what it do?
Woo. Oh, J.E.
Sean says his local Chick-fil-A is always wrapped around drive-through to the street. Probably especially right now while people aren't going inside places for the most part. Two-minute warning here. Still 7-0 Arizona, but Washington threatening to get on the board here, get a little bit.
Now we're into talking sauces. And like for me, because we were talking nuggets before, for me, it's the spicy Wendy's nugget dipped in the Wendy's honey mustard. Wendy's got a good honey mustard, solid honey mustard, dense honey mustard, which is what you want. You want that like mostly soybean oil honey mustard. Great chip block there from McKissick. Keeps the play alive. That looked like disaster. Haskins taking way too much time in the pocket. Instead of getting sacked and taken out of field goal range and setting up third and very long, McKissick, angling towards unsung hero of this game, gets the chop block just in time. Haskins gets the throw off, and now Washington with a chance to tie this up. 1st and 10 from inside the red zone. And, a very Dwayne Haskins throw on that one. Cool.
2nd and 10 on the way from the 16, and we have got about 90 seconds to go here in the opening half. Thank you all for hanging out here with us. Congo Cab says, this sim is moving. It is, but, part of that is a complete and total lack of offense.
Yeah. A lot of stopped runs, a lot of completed passes over the middle, and, not a lot of timeouts for touchdowns and reviews. This Sprinkler can't punch it in, so this might be McKissick territory. He may pay off. High salary for that guy at $9K in the flex, but worth it, typically giving you 15 points per game, and from the 4 could get the handoff out of the shotgun here.
1st and goal.
Instead, he's going to sneak out and
run play. Whoa! Haskins, how about some awareness, man? Snuck up right behind you and chloroformed you to the ground.
Yeah, he's been doing that all game. Just stand there, like not a care in the world, not realizing that Chandler Jones is waiting, just about to strike, feast. Washington does take a timeout there, so 2 timeouts left, under a minute to play. 2nd and goal from the 9, probably out of McKissick carry territory, but he's open over the middle.
Dwayne, run, Dwayne, run, Dwayne!
Dwayne!
Oh, completed it, and... Oh, did he?
Did not.
No, he dropped it. 3rd and goal from the 9.
So big 3rd down coming up now. The good news is the protection has been holding up. The bad news is these receivers not able to beat coverage, or if they have, Haskins has been unable to see them. Be a good time for the Cardinals to blitz because Haskins just seems to be a mess of a quarterback right now.
Thought about stepping into one there.
Again, shuffling backwards, gets rid of it, and nearly picked off. So this drive fixing to end in a Dustin Hopkins chippy. Let's see if they go for it here. Don't think they will. 4th and goal from the 9 is not a high probability scenario for Riverboat Ron.
Might be a good time to have Dustin Hopkins in your lineup. It's looking like it. This little chip shot here, obviously, south of 30. So kicks up, no problem. 7-3 game, and Arizona will get the ball back with less than a minute to go. Steven says, who has a higher awareness rating, Haskins or Emerson?
Listen, I don't know how they rate kickers for awareness, but what we saw on that snowy Sunday afternoon in suburban Massachusetts when Emerson, 6 degrees out, kicking in a t-shirt because he has to let us all know how strong he is, just dismantling glass with some of the ugliest field goals you'll ever see, Koff.
From what I understand, I mean, I watched the 2-minute highlight video, but obviously that did not fully encapsulate the entire afternoon. From what I understand, they each hit their first kick, and then it was like 45 minutes before either of them hit another one.
Yeah, and that highlight reel is the best they could do, and it was still bowling shoe ugly. It was just an ode to uncoordination.
I am certain I would not have been any better had I been out there.
Yeah, and they're going to blame it all on the icy conditions, and I get that, but you just, unless you're a kicker, you're always going to look like a goon trying to kick field goals. You are always going to have that one kick that gets like 4 feet above the ground, as Kyler Murray had a wide open lane if he cuts to his right, instead slides down, doesn't get the first. Clock is ticking here. Looks like the Cardinals can be happy to take a 7-3 lead into halftime, might get a Hail Mary here. And listen, they got a player on the roster who was formerly the greatest Hail Mary catcher of all time, might still be, in Larry Fitzgerald. Instead, it's going to be a quick dump over to the legend, the living legend, Larry Fitz, first ballot Hall of Famer for sure. Don't know what he's going to be doing after this offseason. If he wants to come back to Arizona, I'm sure the Cardinals would love to have him. He's not quite a true starter right now. In fact, he's probably below average among wide receivers, but what he means to the team, what he means to that locker room, and he does give you those great hands, even if he is a step slow. So Larry Fitz, whatever he wants to do, he'll either be a Cardinal for 1 year, or he's going to ride off into the sunset, wait his 5 years, and be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yeah, we know he's not playing anywhere else. He is loyal to Arizona. Kyler Murray, despite only 7 points, pacing for a bonus, has 160 in the air with a touchdown. He's rushed for 28. He is the leading rusher. In fact, nobody else even has 10 to this point in time. We will look at the pass catcher numbers as well. Murray did fumble that ball inside the 5, so, I mean, he could have a couple of touchdowns to his credit to this point. Hopkins, 4 for 48. Fitzgerald, 4 for 25. Kirk, 2 for 53, a touchdown. I'm kind of upset now that I didn't call this the All Hopkins Bowl with DeAndre and Dustin both involved in this game.
I mean, clearly, if you stacked up D-Hops, then you are having a good day. But if you are like Koff and I, and you made Kenyon Drake your captain,
woof.
9 total yards in the first half, and obviously there will be corrections made at halftime. But a rough day for the Drake train, and
our dude must be here says every time Tom Undercover Boss is here, we get these 40-minute sims. Boss man, go away. We need 3 OTs.
Incorrect. Let's go 40 minutes. Just get us out of here. Get some lunch. We've been talking too much about nuggets and sauces. And I didn't even get to my overall arching point, which is that if you're doing just sauces, Chick-fil-A is the king of the dipping sauce. Not just because they have a great barbecue with a little bit of pineapple in there. It's got a good sweetness. Not just because their buffalo sauce is on point, the right amount of heat to kind of vinegarness, but there is no better joy, no greater feeling in this world, Koff. And when you get one of those good waffle cut fries with a whole bunch of the skin on them, and you dip them into the Chick-fil-A sauce, perfect right out of the fryer, got a little bit of salt on it. You scoop up that thick, sweet Chick-fil-A sauce, and just it's a party in your mouth, and everyone is invited.
I feel like I'm getting trolled by this question in the chat, but Awake from 20-Year Coma says, the Boston Celtics look like the favorites to win the East. They have great leadership and chemistry. Wouldn't you agree with that, Kaufman?
Ooh. Go on.
I mean, they've lost 10 out of their last 15, and they're playing like junk, and at perhaps their worst game of the season last night, and just looked, I mean, lethargic would be a compliment.
The whole East right now is just a mess, and I guess we're going to blame it on the residual 2020 leaking into anything. But okay, the Sixers are the top team in the East. Does anyone trust the Sixers in the postseason?
Did you see the report earlier from both Shams Charania and Adrian Wojnarowski? It's looking like Andre Drummond is not only on the trade block, but he is not even going to play for Cleveland again until he is dealt. And Toronto right now is the team that the Cavaliers are engaged with at the moment. Now, and naturally, as Celtics fans so often do, I'll aboard social media, it's bring him to Boston. No, Andre Drummond is, and I'm taking my Celtics bias out of this. I'm just looking, and I don't care who you root for. Andre Drummond, he can't defend, he can't shoot, he can't space the floor. He is wildly overpaid. He is a dinosaur to today's NBA. The way that
he's a big man of a
you don't want him, folks. He's not. Yes, he can fall into a 20-20 game. He is he's a walking double-double. But for what his salary is, if you can get him on the buyout market versus trading for that salary, it's a different conversation. But if you're going to acquire that salary, you're going to take that contract on, even for the 1 year it has left. My goodness, no thank you.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot to deal with. Is Kyler going to pull this one down? Wrong with it. I mean, Andre Drummond has just leveled up Greg Monroe, and it's great. He's great if you need an inside presence, and he's going to get those rebounds. You want him on the court late in a game, but he clogs up the middle. He's not a shooter, like you said. He's not a floor spacer. He's a bit of a relic. He's still a very good relic. He can still create space for you as Kenyon Drake, going in the wrong direction. Down to 5 yards now. Oh, just an awful, awful day for him thus far. But the good news is these Cardinals are driving. They are on the happy side of the field. This defensive front, Landon Collins and former first-round pick Montez Sweat erasing him from the field on that one. 2nd and 14 coming up. It's going to be really interesting to see what the market's going to be for a guy like Drummond.
Well, he was traded 1 year ago for nothing. I mean, a couple players, John Henson, another guy you've never heard of, and a 2023 second-round pick. So he's going to command even less, I would think, this time around.
And it used to be if you had a big contract, a big expiring contract like that, and you could clear cap space, then that was an asset into itself. But it's not a similar boat. There's big 3rd down pickup to Nuke. Cardinals keep the drive alive, power their way into the red zone. Nuke 5 for 68, so approaching 12 points for him here halfway through the 3rd quarter. A touchdown would give him a real nice day and really set those D-Hop lineups above the fray.
You got J Barb saying Drummond's still a beast. Meek, no, y'all crazy. Drummond's a monster. Here's what you guys need to remember. Here's what you need to remember. And we all get lost in this, right? We all get lost in this. There is a difference between real-life basketball player and fantasy performer. Andre Drummond is a great fantasy performer. He is a guy you want to lock in more often than not. But as far as actually putting him on your basketball team, not a great move for most people.
You don't want him to be the focal point of your team. Look at his playoff resume. It's sad, man. He's played in 8 playoff games. The Pistons have lost every one. And this is with this guy going out there and putting up a double-double every night. Like you mentioned, Koff, he's getting you a ton of rebounds. He's blocking a shot plus per game. He is shooting like 50% from the field, which sounds good. Then you realize, oh no, he's taking all those shots like within 5 feet. How is he missing that? As Drake, getting some of his value back there.
Our captain getting it done. Kenyon Drake, captain at north of 20% in these contests. 2nd touchdown for Arizona, about to be 14-3.
Yeah, and this one looking grim for the football team. They did have that one nice sustained drive before they started marching backwards in the red zone. But other than that, Dwayne Haskins has looked very much like a guy the Washington football team would release and tell never to come back. We don't care about compensation, just get the hell out. So that has been the guy who's shown up today for Washington. A lot of bad passes, a lot of just lingering in the pocket, waiting for someone to sack him. Could be a good day for you if you rostered the Cardinals defense. So Washington going to have to throw the ball a lot here. Could be time for a pick. Could be time for a sack. Could be time for a strip sack.
J Barb says, Koff, I think any team would take a double-double every game from Drummond. But here's the thing. A lot of them wouldn't. Because you got to remember, a lot of these teams want to space the floor. They want a big man who can shoot from long range, who can defend on the inside. And just because, you got a few blocks, a few defensive rebounds, I mean, more than a few, obviously, in his case, you can steal every once in a while. That doesn't make you a good defender. The numbers go a lot deeper than the metrics in that sense. The Cavaliers this year, this is just a fact, are a better team when Andre Drummond is off the floor defensively than when he is on it. So most teams do not want to just take an Andre Drummond at that money. The money is very relevant. We would all view Andre Drummond much differently if Andre Drummond made $10 million a year or $12 or $15 million a year versus north of 20. I mean, I'm not going to say he's the same guy because he's not, but for the sake of comparison in the scope of this argument, think about Enes Kanter. Enes Kanter is a sieve defensively, but Enes Kanter will give you a double-double more often than not. Although Enes Kanter can actually shoot a little bit better than Andre Drummond. Not to say he's a good shooter, he's not, but for a big, he could shoot a little bit better. Yep. And that's not even me saying I'd rather have Enes Kanter than Andre Drummond, but I'd rather have Enes Kanter at the money he's paid than Andre Drummond at the money he's paid. And I think most teams believe that.
Yeah, it's just been so crazy to see the league go away from your throwback big man. You needed an inside-out presence. So you needed a point guard and you needed a big man to compete. Those were your two poles. Those were the tent poles, the foundation of a championship offense. And now it's just like, no, you just need an offense where everyone can shoot and some guys can play defense. And that's it. Terry McLaurin having himself quite a day. Haskins has been bad, but McLaurin has been his huckleberry, absolutely killing it. So if you have him, if you have J.D. McKissick, those are the two Washington football team guys you want to have on your roster. This drive nearing the red zone. Thought Washington might be cooked, but staying alive here, even if they have to settle for a field goal, they'll be able to cut this one to a one-possession game as McKissick doesn't get much.
People calling for TMC, for Sims. People want touchdowns here. Narrow the gap, make this game a little more interesting with a minute to go here in the third. And I will tell you where things stand in the Nooner Cards by a Billion free roll. JV. John is sitting in front by about 5 points with Hopkins in the captain spot, 5 for 68, quietly at that. Also has Murray, McLaurin, Kirk, Sprinkle, and Fitzgerald. I am 69. Nice. Where are you sitting right now?
I'm currently 36th. But that Sprinkle reception is probably going to push me down a little bit because I doubted the Sprinkler today. He's up to 3 catches, so not a great day, but trending towards maybe a double-digit performance. It's been a while for him. He is no longer the show-up, glow-up. You only spent $4K on me, and I gave you 17 points guy he once was. But, Scary Terry's he in? He is! A McLaurin touchdown. Haskins on the board. T-Mac on the board. We got our first football team touchdown of the day. And it goes to their star wideout, one of the best in the game, even though he is languishing with that terrible quarterback situation in Arizona, or in Washington, rather. Here comes the 2-point conversion.
And they get it from the 2. Final 7 seconds here of the third. It's a quick release and way off the mark by Haskins, unfortunately. So going to remain a 5-point game. So much for the field goal deficit.
Yeah. Sims was right there and just blink, blank. Sorry, bud. Not happening.
McLaurin owned in about 40% of lineups in the larger free roll, captained at 5+. Some people still talk, a lot of conversation still about Drummond in the chat. And yes, you do not want to play Andre Drummond in your fantasy lineups tonight. He's not going to play. Jared Allen season, folks. That's the guy that you want to try and get in there. We're making the push toward 100 likes, almost there. Smash that like button. Hit the subscribe button on the DK YouTube page as well. It is greatly appreciated with about 600 people watching along with us here on YouTube. Obviously, thousands more across all of our platforms. 14-9. Arizona is in front. Final seconds of this third quarter. Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman, Drew, Bry Guy, Tom, Frangelico. We're all here with you having ourselves a time. Let's circle back to Dwayne Haskins. I know obviously he doesn't have the ball anymore, but nice drive there just behind him. Ugly throw there out of Kyler Murray. Going back to what you were talking about early in the sim, you'd rather have him in Pittsburgh, not than Roethlisberger, but then other options that are available to them right now. A lot of people, I think prematurely, and I said it at the time of the release, even the benching, have given up on Dwayne Haskins. Just assume this guy is just a bust. There's no ceiling there. And I look back and look, sometimes guys are busts, obviously. That is a reality. Some guys just don't work out, even though they're picked in the first round. But I still look at him and I say, first round, 23, 24 years old, whatever he is, he wasn't in a good situation. He didn't have good leadership, didn't have great players around him. I'm not going to sit here and tell you like Dwayne Haskins a future Pro Bowler or something like that, or even definitively a future starter in the NFL. But to just assume that this guy is cooked, is washed, is done.
After 2 years in Washington.
It's just dumb to me. Like, I still have faith that Haskins is going to be a player.
And you take a look at what he did in college. He basically rewrote all the Ohio State record books. He was only there for 1 season. He has something like 6 of the top 10 biggest passing games in Buckeye history. Buckeye history is pretty prolific. Mm-hmm. He basically took a school that was so run first, so Big Ten, and single-handedly kind of dragged them into the 21st century. He deserves a better shot here. And yeah, he did underwhelm, but he definitely, absolutely 1000% deserves the chance to prove he can get something done on a team with good receivers. That's Pittsburgh. With good blocking. That's Pittsburgh. Give him a shot to succeed. Ben Roethlisberger up there. I don't think he can be. At worst, I think he's another Mason Rudolph, a guy who can stand in there and beat the Bengals, but who cares? And at best, he can be a guy who gives you like a 95 passer rating. You can win games around him, especially with that defense. So a great landing spot for him. Steelers are still kind of messed up because their cap is bad and they don't know what they're going to do with Big Ben. But if you enjoy takes like this, why don't you go ahead and subscribe to the post route?
There it is.
Yeah, the billboard. I paid a graphic designer a lot of money to come up with this, and it's somehow successful. If you have subscribed lately, we are so grateful to you. If you haven't, please do, because it's free and it goes right to your inbox. And I'm going to be talking about Sam Darnold this week. I got some beer reviews coming up. Going to be a lot of good stuff at the post route. We're also going to be talking about the lawsuit between the city of St. Louis and the Los Angeles Rams. Just a lot of ways to go. It's the off-season, sure. We're just going to be going hard into this one, and hopefully you will join us postroute.substack.com.
Producer Drew says, this is what I enjoy about the Kilgores. Back-to-back comments in the chat, totally independent of each other. Jared says, Andre Drummond's the 40th center in the NBA in RPM and behind Robert Williams at 39. Alana says, normally today I'd be at Walgreens buying some discounted Valentine's candy, but there's some sort of pandemic going on.
Oh, man. So what
when you guys are I want to wait, I'm sorry. When the Kilgores, because I love the Kilgores, people know this. When you guys are watching, are you watching together? I mean, I'm sure on Fridays, ladies' night, you probably are. You're probably in the same room. Light a candle, pour some drinks, watch a little Madden Sim. Why the heck wouldn't you? But on a Monday early on, like, is one of you in one room? Maybe Jared's in the garage, in the workshop or something like that. And Alana's working on lunch for the kids, or you could be doing anything. I have no idea right now. Are you together watching The Sims, or is this an independent venture at this point? Look at this. Big boy touchdown. DeAndre Hopkins. That's a nice, easy way to start off the fourth quarter. 42-yard score.
Wow. Is he into the bonus now? I think that might put him at 100 on the dot. He had 58 before. I believe 58 plus 42 equals 100, but I majored in words, not maths. So
I think he was even higher than that before, actually. So, yes, I believe
he was at 86 for 82 before that. So, yeah, he is well into bonus territory as just shunts aside a diving cornerback. Kyler Murray having himself a game. Nuke having himself a game. And this one looking more and more like it's going to be a Cardinals win. Maybe not by a billion, but, 6 minutes left. Again, not a math major. I still think they can get to a minute.
So 21-9. Alana says, right now we are together, but sometimes Jared hides in the basement man cave. Good to know. Jared also writes, now we're together, but now I have the second basement TV I occasionally watch down there.
Yeah, that sounds nice. The basement TV is so clutch.
Really,
the basement TV, the garage TV, if you are in a position like that, I have my old college 27-inch, full CRT, weighs about 600 pounds, but I got that out in the garage.
Nice.
I had all these designs, oh man, I'll put like a little like old couch out there, and I can watch TV when in the summer, and in the winter it'll stay warm enough. Like I can have a cigar if I want. No, none of that. In the summer it's sweltering. In the winter it's frigid. There's like a month span where it's comfortable to hang out in my garage. It's just a terrible idea, but I still respect the garage TV if you have one. We have a Dontrell Inman sighting. His first catch of the game goes for 34.
Mike said he's hearing the choppers again. Cough, choppers. I'm sorry. How did you guys know the kids were being picked up to go sledding? Off to the Himalayas. Only the most extravagant of sledding trips here when the helicopter has to come pick them up. Alana says, and by together, I mean we're sitting on the same couch, only communicating through this chat.
like a good couple does.
Well, I mean, even like last night after I'd had Sims, my wife and I would put the kids to bed, and we're sitting on the couch, and not even, like on opposite ends of the couch. I mean, we're sitting right next to each other, and just both on our phones. Like this is a romantic Valentine's Day. I'm sitting there like looking for updates on the NASCAR sweat for my fantasy lineups. She's on Facebook.
Yeah,
romance, I tell you.
Yeah, we watched 4 episodes of the Jersey Shore family vacation here, and so a very romantic Valentine's Day for us as well.
I did get her started on Ted Lasso last night, though. We watched the first couple episodes of that.
Yeah, very nice.
Very
delightful
nice.
show. Delightful. Great pandemic watching. It's like, oh man, everything. It's positive. Yeah, following your advice, after Ted Lasso, I went on to Mythic Quest, which I also
so much fun, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty good, pretty solid. Enjoyed that one. And then that's all I'm interested in on Apple TV. So thank you for the trial, the good people at Apple. But we're done here until the next season of Ted Lasso comes out.
You got the morning show too, if you haven't seen that.
I'm not that interested in it. It just doesn't appeal to me.
Sure.
Kind of thing. But yeah, I think it's one of those. Yeah, we were talking how we get screeners, so it's one of those for your consideration after award season it expires. So I'm good. I got my 20 episodes out of it. I got all those.
Apple says, "Cough. What do I have to do?"
To get Inman wide open, touchdown, football team.
All those people concerned about Inman living on the milk carton today. He's off. He's back. He's in. Dontrell Inman score. He's in about a third of your lineups.
Yeah. 1 drive, 3 catches into double digits. And that's something for a guy who came into the final 6 minutes of this game with 0 points. He's probably going to be a fixture in those leading lineups out there. And Inman, like I mentioned before, man, dude is so cheap and so good in these sims. Only 6,200 to flex. But lately, coming on strong, double digits, performing above and beyond. And pretty soon, Cough, he's going to flip the switch. He's going to go from underrated to overrated, just like the sprinkler did. People are out there going to be paying $8,800 for him in the flex for like a 3-point game.
Flashes half full. Says, Cough, what do I have to do to get a head-to-head NBA? Just send it over, man. DK-A Kaufman. Let's go. Let's party. Heads up, baby. (21-16) game. A little north of 4 minutes remaining here in regulation. CK, AK, Drew, Fry Guy, Frangelico, Tom just keeping us all in line.
Let's go, D.
Both teams loaded with timeouts. So the Cardinals have a chance to ice the game here. A touchdown means they're going to win in regulation. A field goal leaves the door open for a Washington touchdown, 2-point conversion to send us to the OT. All of you are so heartily craving. But a long sustained drive that doesn't even end in points could finish this one up. Although the football team does have all 3 timeouts, they can stop the clock at will here. They also have a 2-minute warning as we go into the final 4 minutes of regulation here. Drake first down there. So he is finally putting together a not bad game. Not a great game for him, but maybe pushing his way, bullying his way out of the babysitter Billy consideration.
1st and 10 from the 42. Meager says he took down my last-minute NBA contest last night. He did. Good lineup build there for Meager. Obi-Wan coming at me as Obi-Wan so often does. Obi-Wan was, we had a little thing going on yesterday in the chat. We had talked about Valentine's Day, obviously. Obi-Wan, I assume that you have been informed at this point in time that I didn't really buy Glash's girlfriend, Sarah, jewelry for Valentine's Day. This was just a shtick, a thing that we were doing, really not to try and fool the chat, but to fool him, which, by the way, hook, line, and sinker, done. He was rattled that guy's cage yesterday. I mean, I'm not going to say I wouldn't get Sarah like a fun little jokesy Valentine's Day gift just to get a rise out of Glash. But does anybody really believe, I mean, apparently, yes, him and some of you in the chat, that I would buy her jewelry? I mean, that's kind of next level, isn't it?
I mean, if we're going to do that to anyone, it's clearly going to be Kenny and his fiance.
Bright Guy says, ring pops? Well, all right, you got me there.
A joke and jewelry all in one. Yeah, good point. What can't ring pops do? Besides, leave your hands not sticky.
Candy necklace is true. That's another good point. Good for you guys. Obi-Wan says, rattled, please. I'm not saying you were rattled, Obi-Wan, but Glash apparently, I mean, based on text from Sarah, he was pacing around his place. He was all sorts of concerned that I had gotten her this really nice Valentine's Day gift.
Big 3rd down here. This is going to get stopped. And he goes out of bounds. What are you doing? That's 2 plays in a 3-play series that Murray targets Drake on the sideline. Drake goes out of bounds. That might even been an incompletion. I'm not even sure if that counts as a reception for the running back. It stops the clock. Washington going to get the ball back here. They're going to be deep in their own territory, although how deep we have yet to see. This could be one of those typical 24-yard punts, and it is 15 yards. They net 15 yards on that punt. Anyway, football team down 5, got all 3 timeouts left. He's going for it. He's got a guy wide open.
A little too far.
He had Steven Sims guaranteed 6 if he could have put it on target. What is the Cardinals secondary doing? Letting guys get behind them here, up by 5 with under 2 minutes to go. Oh, brutal. Brutal to watch. Second and 10, Dwayne Haskins got to overcome that overthrow, and he did not. 3rd and 10 coming up, so the Cardinals may escape their horrible punt here as Washington given a golden opportunity and doing everything they can to squander it.
Final 2 minutes here. You're not dead yet, Washington.
There,
ball's completed. The McKissick out to the 40.
Yeah, okay. Washington remains alive, does the football team, as McKissick puts the team on his back, gets his PPR point, adds about 30 to his total with that one. Very nice play there. And clock ticking, but Washington does still have all 3 timeouts. They should be able to get at least 5 more plays out of this possession. McKissick again getting the call. So if you have him captained, you are loving this late surge from the football team.
Must be says, at Tom Undercover Boss, how about some DK bobblehead swag for the announcers? Tom, can we make that happen? Can we get some announcer bobbleheads? Christian has to have a bandana or a headband. Not a bandana. I want to see the hair. A headband.
People would go wild, the DeAndrea bobblehead.
Because he's on it, guys.
With this dome here, you could just make it life size. True to form, true to scale, and it would still be a perfect bobblehead.
2nd and 10 from the 28. With 45 seconds left and threatening. Haskins.
No way.
Show him, man. Incomplete. At least he got rid of it.
Yeah, that could have been a disaster. So bang, bang. Gets rid of it. 3rd and long, but this is where Washington thrived earlier in the drive. Haskins hit McKissick for 29. 29 more here would mean a probable Washington win.
And the ball's completed. McKissick again. Can he get to the 20?
Wow.
No. Washington does have all 3 of its timeouts. Not using one yet. Because it's 4th and 2, so maybe you don't need to.
That looked like disaster. It looked like McKissick had one broken tackle away from a fresh set of downs. Washington, really curious clock management. Okay, they're gonna have some extra timeouts to bank for next week because 13 seconds left. Washington has all 3 timeouts remaining. They do have a first down. They did get the ball to the Sprinkler, who continues his okay but not great day. I mean, at the very least, they're going to stop the Cardinals from mounting any kind of comeback drive, but they only get maybe 2-3 shots at a touchdown here. And the first one gets swatted down in the end zone. 8 seconds left. All sorts of timeouts, but why wouldn't you just throw to the end zone here, throw to the end zone again? You got to go quick plays. Can't have Dwayne Haskins marching backward in the pocket. Big play coming up here. He throws short. He gets stopped in bound. He gets out of bounds. So the good news is we are somehow going to get through a sim cough. That is coming down to the final minute, and both teams are going to finish with all 3 of their timeouts.
Oh my goodness. It just doesn't make sense.
No, it's unpleasant. It's like watching a dog stand on his hind legs. It's amusing, but
Final
also
play, back of the end zone. Got it! Touchdown, Washington! Well,
wow!
What a company knew what they were doing all along.
Wow, and we could not have.
Wow.
Cardinals by a billion turns into Cardinals falling apart and losing by 1 on a last-second Jeremy Sprinkle touchdown. Are you kidding me? Turned out the clock management was absolutely perfect for Washington.
Dead on accurate.
And look at Dwayne Haskins. 317 and 3 touchdowns. You got to give it to him. That is your crusty cough player of the game. The maligned quarterback comes out, comes alive, puts the team on his back, and is responsible for every Washington football team touchdown to comeback win. Amazing.
That's unbelievable. Unbelievable. So Haskins, like you said, 317, 3 scores, 1 shy of a Bundy. Murray goes for 275 and 2. And obviously everything will be up to date statistically in a matter of moments. And we'll be able to take a look, perhaps anyway, at your leading lineup. The projected winning lineup, but I don't know that it's going to hold currently, has our guy JV, but Haskins is not part of that leading lineup, fascinatingly enough. And so could potentially be passed over by the Scourge. In fact, I think will be, because the Scourge has Haskins in the captain spot where he's got 40 plus before. Well, actually, maybe not. He's got 317 and 3 touchdowns. It's just the score that's not up to date. So maybe JV is going to hang on without Haskins even in the lineup, which is amazing. Hopkins in the captain spot with 40 plus. Murray, McLaurin, Kirk, Sprinkle, and Fitzgerald all double digits. McLaurin 30. I mean, 30 you could. I realize you've given the award to Haskins and deservedly so. 30% owned. You could certainly make a case for Terry McLaurin as well. 24% owned, 30 points.
Yeah, he was great too. And this is actually
honorable mention.
Yeah, a real tough one to come up with a Babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner. But it's going to have to go to Steven Sims, 12 points per game, cost you 8,400, only 2 catches from him. And, well, I mean, it worked out, but he was the open guy on that deep ball. That pass gets completed, then we don't have to worry about that. There's no walk-off Jeremy Smith. Maybe that was a good thing. I don't know. I am blown away by this sim. We had a great Washington Cardinals eye opener on a Monday. This is how you start off President's Day. It's like the game knew. It's like, this is for you, Abraham Lincoln and McKinley and Taft and Polk and all the forgotten presidents who aren't Abraham Lincoln or George Washington. This is for you. This is for the Teapot Dome scandal. This is for Reconstruction. This is for all the presidents we don't care about. Jeremy Sprinkle is doing it for all of you.
Oh, man. So how about the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award? Where's that going? Other than apparently to these forgotten presidents.
Steven Sims. Give that man.
All right. Steven Sims. What did he do today officially?
Like 2 for 44.
It was 2 for 28, even worse.
28, even worse. Get him out of here.
Where'd you finish? I 98 for me, barring any stat adjustments, which is not great. Basically lower third out of where we're at right now.
I was doing so well, and that last minute drive, I stacked so many Cardinals that it dropped me all the way to 30th. So, top 20%, and that's great. And then, but that's it. That's it for me. I you know what? I'll be back here in about an hour with Kenny Ducey for everyone's favorite announcer combo: the hair, the screaming. What do we have a Kenny Ducey nickname?
The hair and the glare.
Yeah, the hair and the the hair and the glare. We will be back for the 2 p.m. sim, the matinee, Bengals Giants. And you're looking at that game, it's like, oh my God, that sounds awful. But you know what? So did football team Cardinals. So more drama coming up. Looking forward to that one.
The hair and the scare. We could come up with a whole bunch probably. Meager says I subscribed on the Substack.
Oh yeah. Thank you, Meager. I really appreciate you guys and the DK Sim fam. You guys have really been coming out and showing up. And ever since I shelled out for this expensive billboard, graphic designer really went above and beyond on this one. But you guys have really been coming out to support me, and I really, really do appreciate it. That not only me, but Ryan Van Bibber, Sarah Hardy, the heart of the old SB Nation NFL team. We really could not do this without you. Not only here in the Sim fan, but over on the Substack. So thank you so much for subscribing, for reading, and thank you so much for putting up with my long asides about things that have nothing to do with the DK Sim universe.
Dude, I'm here for the long asides. I'm all about those, so don't you worry about me. Here's what we got coming up over the course of the rest of the day. Man, hour on the mark for the nooner, for the eye opener, for the West Coast brunch, whatever the case, to start us off. Thank you all for being with us. You've got Bengals Giants on the way. As Christian mentioned, he'll be back with Tweet, Kenny Ducey. And then 4 o'clock after the Madden Matinee, you will have the early bird special. Cowboys Saints, it'll be Emerson Latzia with Kenny. And then at 5 o'clock, little interlude, if you will, NBA pre-lock, getting you ready for tonight's busy slate, 7 games, and a lot of question marks as things stand right now. You've got Chirag Hira and Julian Edlow coming at you for some insights and analysis. And then right back to Simland, Niners, Seahawks, little happy hour action, Brendan Glasheen and Jason Rossi. I will come back at 8 primetime for Broncos Seahawks with Brandon Cristal, AK and BK. And I mean, if it's Denver, you got to have Cristal. So we'll have a lot to dive into there. And then Madden After Dark, Brandon sticks around. Brendan comes along. Brendan and Brandon, Glasheen and Cristal for Madden After Dark at 10 o'clock. So there we go. Yeah, just looking at all you guys in the chat. You guys are fun. Hit the like on your way out the door if you are taking off for a little while. We appreciate you. We want to thank everyone who was part of this thing. Producer Drew, Bry Guy on the 1s through 7s, our technical director, of course, Tom, undercover boss, letting us do our thing and, very rarely interjecting. And when he did, it was top notch, and appreciate you fixing the audio whenever we ran into a problem, Tom. We don't want to run into those issues. So you were here for us, man. Just blocking out the chopper sound and making sure everything was what had to be. And Frangelico running solo and game ops, you wouldn't know it, flying right through. Just the best, all you guys. And of course, this guy, Christian, the walking headband himself. Love you, buddy.
Right back at you, Cough. I will see you, I'm sure, later in the week. And Kenny and I will be back in about an hour. Hopefully, all the rest of you here in Sim Fan will join us. Looking forward to it. See you then.
Welcome. Kenny Ducey, Christian DeAndre here. Another edition of Madden on the Dream Stream. Welcome to our humble abode. That's Christian. I'm Kenny. We haven't seen each other for a little while. Christian, how are you doing? Are you excited to watch Joe Burrow go up against this porous Giants secondary?
I wasn't, but then the earlier sim today, Kenny, Cardinals Washington football team was an absolute banger, ended on a walk-off Jeremy Sprinkle touchdown at the end of regulation, 22-21 football team win. So that's giving me false hope for this game between two very, very bad, no good, awful teams. And I am stacking up the home team in this one, even though the Giants have that awful defense, and even though the Bengals defense on paper and therefore in Madden is a little bit more formidable than it was in the real world. I invested heavily in all those skill players in the New York lineup. My captain this one.
Really?
My captain this one, Darius Slayton. So I paid down, got Slayton.
Receiver 3.
Yeah. 23.4 points in his last sim. Hit the bonus that game, but been pretty inconsistent. If this is the start of a trend, I'll be in good shape. Otherwise, I am absolutely screwed. But I've also got that man right there, Saquon Barkley, in the lineup. Although this one is coming back due to a hold, more than likely. I've got Danny Dimes in my lineup, which is just asking for pain. I've got Golden Tate and Sterling Shepard. And my token Bengal, the guy I always pull out of the Cincinnati lineup. Okay, who's having a nice little regular season, although a very small sample size before being lost for the year with a leg injury. CJ Uzama as, oh my! This
big time run! Daniel Jones hooking up with Golden Tate. 40 yards after the catch. And the New York Football Giants are across midfield. Jones throwing that inside his 10. The Golden Tate, he gets out to the opposing 37. A big-time play there, Christian.
Yeah, you like to see it. You like Daniel Jones in that rhythm early, although you know he can just erase all this goodwill by hanging out in the pocket too long, taking a sack, losing the ball. It would be a very Danny Dimes thing to do. The man is a fumble machine. And actually, one of my favorite articles to write back at SB Nation was a comprehensive ranking of every one of his fumbles his rookie season, and that one turned out to be like a 3,000-word article because there were so damn many of them.
Well, I will say that I just had a listen to the YouTube stream, and my new microphone sounds absolutely amazing on there. So I hope that you can hear me more clearly. Hopefully it makes me more tolerable.
I'm getting your dulcet tones loud and clear. It's wonderful. It's wonderful.
Oh, I love it. And I also love the lineup that I put together that you so kindly didn't ask me about.
That's correct.
And you didn't ask me at all, but that's okay. I have plenty of talent in my lineup, which I am trying to find right now. But Saquon Barkley's in there. I also have Graham Gano for New York Giants. Yeah. And then that's pretty much it. And Sterling Shepard as well, because I feel like he always has good games when I do sims of the Giants. Gio Bernard, Joe Burrow, and Tyler Boyd is my captain, which should be interesting to say the least. Yeah, so I think that was Shepard right there with the catch, if I'm not mistaken. It was Darius Slayton. Congratulations.
Not going to goose egg me on this one. And now we're looking at first and almost goal, 1st and 10 from just outside the 10-yard line. So you can get the first down without getting a touchdown, but it's going to be real tough. And it's going to be Saquon here.
Saquon.
Not much going on that one. Seems like it'll be time for a little bit of passing magic with Daniel Jones. Could be a good time for Evan Ingram, the Pro Bowler, despite being not even one of the top 15 tight ends in the game this year. But he is a big target. He does have that speed. He can run that drag across the goal line if these Giants are so inclined. Instead of toss sweep, great block.
There we go. Saquon Barkley, touchdown, New York Giants. The first touchdown of the game comes in short order. Saquon with 4:38 to go in the first.
Yeah, a drive that started off going backwards with a holding penalty, then big strike to Tate, Then you get that man right there, Saquon Barkley, finishing it off. The toss sweep so rarely works in Simland, but Madden 21 made it viable again. And then this terrible Bengals defense just sat back and watched it happen to them. Logan Wilson, the rookie out of Wyoming, trying to figure out what the hell happened. He's getting the coaching instructions. He's getting dapped up right now. Hey, bud, what happened there? Well, what happened was we just forgot that Saquon Barkley is good. He's healthy in this game. He's still a beast and not the guy who averaged 1.8 yards per carry in the real world before getting hurt.
What would have to happen for us to call Saquon Barkley a bust? So I feel like, look, here's the thing, and I know that you're already offended because you're a big CFB guy, and I watch a lot of college football too. I love Saquon Barkley. He's very good, and he's very talented, but I think that the way that we measure busts is against draft stock, right? And the fact that he was taken number 2, what in the world does he have to do to make it worth taking him at number 2? I honestly don't think that there's anything that he can do to make it worth taking him at that position. No?
No, I think you're right. We know just how valuable running backs are. We know just how valuable the number 2 overall pick was. And you can even say, oh, okay, sure, Saquon was a generational talent, and if you trade back, he's not going to be there. Okay, that's fine. Do that instead. You had so many holes, and you had so many guys you could
still do.
I mean, trade back out of that spot. The Jets were willing to ship a ransom to the Colts for the right to pick up Sam Darnold. They would have given you that same package for number 2. You could have traded back, gotten all those second-round picks. The Colts have turned into a playoff roster.
Yep. Michael Pittman. All those defensive players, some great drafting from the Colts with those picks.
Yeah, and then the Giants obviously went screaming in the opposite direction. But yeah, they might not have gotten Saquon. Oh, as we get a big strike there, the sticks to John Ross, the fastest man in this game. All that speed and probably head towards free agency this season. Can't imagine.
Yeah, Madden hero.
Yeah, it definitely is. We'll see if he sticks anywhere after being done just dirty by the Bengals. He got hurt playing scout team defense this season. That's how little the Bengals cared for him. But aside, I mean, there's a chance the Giants trade down from 2 and they trade back from, again, when the Buffalo Bills, they wanted Josh Allen so badly, they traded up for him. They could have really hauled in a king's ransom for that number 2 spot if they were willing to do so. Instead, they get Saquon. They stick with Danny Dimes. It's all a mess. It's all a problem. That is a domino that leads to misery in New York. And as much as I like Saquon, and as great he was in his Rookie of the Year campaign, yeah, he's going to have to be special to avoid bust connotations here.
Well, everyone, we got 395 of you in the YouTube watching right now. Appreciate you. Feel free to hit that like button. Let's get it up to 200 by the time this sim's over. Maybe even 250 if we're lucky. This hard-hitting analysis here, all the way up to 400 now on YouTube. Of course, shout out Twitch fam. We got the people watching on Twitch as well. You might be watching on DraftKings.com. Wherever you're watching, we appreciate you being here with us. Christian, I was asked to write a little something this morning. Won't say where because it wasn't on DraftKings, but it was about the Colts quarterback situation, and I actually found it so interesting, that situation, that I wanted to ask your opinion. And I know that we're not talking about the Colts right now, but I don't know, AFC North, Bengals, maybe, right? What about Carson Wentz going to the Colts? It feels like the perfect match, right? Because if you think about the Colts, they're already a good team on both sides of the football. We just mentioned the Colts.
Yeah.
And you have Carson Wentz. He worked with Frank Reich, when he was the offensive coordinator in Philly. The other thing is we have precedent now with the Jared Goff deal where oh my goodness, what a sack. Jared Goff got all those picks attached to him, right, to send him to the Lions. So you could see a scenario, right? The Colts have the 3rd most cap space in the league. They've got potentially the system or the coaches to rebuild Carson Wentz. They have, and they have a good team around him. So you could potentially get Wentz and get multiple draft picks. So you don't even have to worry about the cap space situation, right? If you get a touchdown, was that Uzoma? No, it's Tyler Boyd with the touchdown.
Mistake there. Wow.
8-3 on the jersey.
Yeah, it looked too quick there. The best wideout out there with a number in the 80s. Evens this one up. So we got a pretty solid first half, 2 sustained scoring.
First half, first quarter. But anyway, back to that. So what do you think about that? Because to me, it just makes too much sense. That I think that could actually work out so well for the Colts. You could potentially get back 2 first-round picks and Carson Wentz, and you probably wouldn't have to give up that much. I guess I don't really know. It would maybe not 2 first-round picks. Maybe you get back a first-round pick. But the price probably wouldn't be that high, right? Because Wentz's contract is so awful, $34 million dead cap hit this year. And it just, I don't know, it seems to make a whole lot of sense. I could legitimately see him prospering with the Colts and potentially going to the AFC Championship game. Could you not?
I mean, the Colts would be just such a massive 180 from where he was in Philadelphia. Philadelphia, when he was good, it was because they had that great offensive line in front of him. Those guys all got hurt this year. All his receivers got hurt. So he didn't have a great cachet of skilled players around him, and he really, really struggled. So he's kind of got that Jared Goff kind of feel to him in that he needs great skill players. He needs the perfect situation to thrive, to be the kind of quarterback who can get you the Super Bowl. The Colts have that infrastructure in place. Even with Anthony Costanzo retiring, they still have a top 5 offensive line. They have guys who clear a lot of space for him, keep him upright, keep him from getting hurt. They have a pretty solid receiving core. We don't know what's going to happen with T.Y. Hilton, but Hilton really did catch on late in the season with Phillip Rivers. They have Michael Pittman, who you mentioned earlier. They have a pretty good lower end
Michael Pittman
3/4 and Zach Pascal. So they have a great system there, and I think the question is, the Eagles are being really stupid about this. They're like, we want a first rounder in return for Carson Wentz. That's never going to happen. You're right. They're going to have to attach picks to Carson because his cap hit is terrible. $59 million in dead money going into the season. Sorry. We can come back to this. Let's talk.
Let's talk about the free roll that we put together.
Yeah,
because we have about 122 people in here. And right now I'm sitting in 10th place. I'm looking for Train Island here. I don't know where you are, but nope, that wasn't it. We got Robbie Noble at 33rd, Frangelico at 30. All right. Don't see you, but anyway, look, here's the deal here. Saquon Barkley in the captain spot of that leading lineup. Saquon, he put him in the captain spot, 14.4 DKFP. Tyler Boyd, 10 points. 6.6K. And of course, you have Golden Tate as well. He had the one catch for 48 yards, coming in at $6,400. Was not too popular. Tyler Boyd, I'm surprised in this specific contest, not too popular at 18%, Christian, 18% ownership. You mentioned he's the best wide receiver in the 80s. And when we looked at the stats, right, I mean, that is true. Tyler Boyd, 27.3% owned in the free contest. Are you a little surprised that he didn't go higher owned here?
No, because he, as good as he is in the real world, he's just very, very hit or miss in Simland. He can get up to 20 points, but his ceiling tends to be around that 10 to 15 point range. And he can also go out and give you a clunker, like a 3 to 7 points. So if you want to go a higher ceiling, more explosive guy, you're probably paying up a little bit extra. You're going with John Ross, or you're going with the more steady production of AJ Green. You can really make the case that Boyd, as good as he is just the third best guy in his own roster here in Simland.
Joker says, busy plowing snow, but you sound great at Kennedy UC. Appreciate it. Yeah, this is a real throwback to my radio days. I feel like I used to have, we used to use great high quality mics, and I feel like I'm back there a little bit. I feel like I'm back on the radio with my nice microphones. Wow, what a throw to Evan Ingram from Daniel Jones. He's already up to 95 yards. That was last play. But down to the 27 now are the Giants, and just absolutely incredible scenes here as both teams are just plowing down the field with the football.
Yeah, two shaky QBs too. I mean, as much as I love Joe Burrow in college, and I thought he did have some very nice moments as a rookie. There are some things to be worried about. The deep ball didn't really develop the way you thought it would after he was so good at LSU. He had like a perfect passer rating on throws of 20-plus yards. That's how good he was. He was making difficult throws as a Tiger. He had that great receiving core at LSU. He had a pretty good receiving core with the Bengals, but the blocking was awful. He got hit a ton. He put up some big numbers, but he also had to throw the ball a lot. And, I mean, I'm not certain he's not a very Drew Bledsoe-y kind of guy just yet. He's got plenty of time to turn that around. But he's already fallen back behind Justin Herbert in the 2020 rookie race, who's going to have the better career overall. And then Daniel Jones, as we discussed earlier, a human tragedy of turnover proportions.
Speaking of, the Giants are good with the field goal. Couldn't get the first down with Daniel Jones, so Mr. Graham Gano, who, I don't know. Did anyone own him? Anyone on Graham Gano? That's right.
I would be foolish enough to roster Graham Gano. That is a good canoe idea.
Where's Train Island? What position are you in here?
I am currently a top 100. That's all you need to know.
Okay.
Top 100.
Let's see exactly where you are. I don't believe you that you're top. You're not. You're 106. Maybe 106.
That Gano field goal dropped me down about 10 spots.
Seems like it did. Graham Gano in our little league free roll here, 34.4% owned. That is quite popular. Much more popular than I would have expected.
More popular than Tyler Boyd.
Yeah, wow. That is a little shocking. But he has been good. First of all, good in real life, but he's been steadily racking up the points in Simland, averaging about 6 per game, which is pretty good for a kicker. So no surprise that he's so highly owned there. As a nice little play there to get out to the 39 for the Bengals. Another 1st and 10 coming up. That was Mixon on the carry, and now Mixon again. Mixon's so hit or miss. I actually consider rostering Mixon and Gio Bernard. It's really difficult to tell which guy is going to go off.
Yeah, a lot of salary between those guys. But, yeah, Mixon in his last game, 90 yards and a touchdown. The 2 games before that combined, 7 yards. Just crazy inefficiencies in his game. Even though he's got those star traits, Burrow's going to pick up the first down here with a scramble. More importantly, doesn't fumble, which is obviously something you'd be concerned about with a young, low awareness rating quarterback in this game. Those scrambles can really turn into disaster. We saw it actually earlier in the first sim when Kyler Murray put it on the turf at the 5-yard line.
It's another 1st and 10 here. Mixon still in the backfield, but Burrow going to throw. And he's going to get a complete to the 40. Mo says mixing it up. Someone made a joke about a medicine that I'm actually allergic to in the chat, believe it or not. The doctors say I should not have any of the Cillins. If you're ever the person that is taking me to the doctor and I'm unconscious for some reason, just tell them I'm allergic to the Cillin medicines.
Yeah. You have to wear like a special necklace that says that, or like
no.
bracelet.
I mean, I don't think it would kill me. But the last time I had a amoxicillin for a throat a sinus infection, it did not go well. Robbie Noble says Sir Mixon a lot. Mo on Uzoma. Rick says Bengals might score 40. Both teams might score 40 here, man.
This has been a pretty solid start, and somehow Mixon did not pick that one up. Kyler Fackrell, former Packer, making the stop, but 4th and 1 from the 36 rather than let Fat Randy Bullock miss a 53-yard field goal.
Fat Randy.
I'll go with it here.
Chris B wants to know, Deucey, should I play tennis DFS tonight? I would recommend it because this is they're going to challenge the spot. You never see this.
Yeah.
This is the last night of tennis DFS for at least probably a week because the Australian Open's coming to an end. This is the quarterfinals, so this is going to take you across tonight and tomorrow, And then after that, there's going to be no DFS for the rest of the Australian Open. The prize pools are always bigger in the Australian Open. So, yeah, I mean, I actually have my, what's the flag? Delay a game.
Wow.
Wow.
Maybe an intentional delay a game to give a little more punting room, but a terrible.
Maybe.
Wow.
Anyway, but yeah, so I would recommend playing it tonight. Probably your last chance to get in. Oh, they're faking it. They fake the punt and they get it. What a move by the Cincinnati Bengals. They actually get a first down. They challenge the spot. They don't get it. Then they take a delay a game penalty and then they go for it. What is going on?
Bengals chain of events, but holy crap. Last fake punt I saw was one of the worst throws you could even think of, Kenny Ducey. And in here, instead, we get immediate profit as this drive now into the red zone. And a little A.J. Green there. We got 1st and 10 coming up from the 10. Bengals in a good place to take the lead here.
Indeed. That's A.J. Green on the grab. A lot of people were asking for him. And now we get a 1st and 10. Joe Burrow. Time. Is he going to run? I think he's going to run, Christian. He's going to run up the middle. Touchdown, Joe Burrow.
Wow. Crashes into the end zone. And now the Bengals take the lead. 2:04 left, so plenty of time for the Giants to mount a response. But what a turn of events. It looked like the Bengals had shot themselves in the foot, and instead they're coming away with this drive. A touchdown, the lead, and a big, big show up for Joey Burrow. 5.8% of you got him in the captain spot. Nearly 50% of you own him. And really rough scene for my lineup. I'm now 118th out of the 122 in the Ducey and DeAndrea official 2 p.m. free roll.
Yikes, Christian. What's going on here?
I'm not doing great.
People throwing out that Joe Mixon's yardage, they think that there might be 2 more yards or whatever. We do, at the end of every quarter, go through the box scores. We update the stats. We make sure that they are correct at the end of every quarter. So about 2 minutes from now, Joe Mixon will have the correct amount of rushing yards if he does not have them already. So rest assured, you'll get your points. We'll make sure this all gets sorted out in a fair manner.
Angelico is a one-man army behind the scenes tonight. Or today, rather. So once we get the stat sheet up, everything will be...
It feels like tonight already, doesn't it? It kind of does. It's been a long day so far.
Smoked there. About 4 different guys came in and ruined him. And that's kind of the way things have been going for this Giants team. They invested the first pick of their first pick of the 2020 draft on Andrew Thomas, and he was just grim. The guy they could have had. They could have had Tristan Wirfs. They could have had Mekhi Becton. Instead, they went Andrew Thomas, who was supposed to be the safest, best guy in that lineup of that crop of tackles. And Thomas was a disaster. Daniel Jones, so much pressure, spent much of his time running for his life and doing so poorly, and really pressured Kenny on more than 30% of his dropbacks. Good Lord, terrible.
That's a lot. That's a lot of pressure, but that's a lot of yards right there that the New York Giants just picked up with Golden Tate, catch number 2 of the day for the vet, the wide receiver 1 for New York.
Tate is going to be an interesting case because I believe the Giants are in a place where they can part ways with him without eating too much dead cap space. I mean, they've already had their share of issues with him. Yeah, if they release him before June 1st, they'd save about $6 million in cap space. After June 1st, they'd save about $8.5 million. And this is a guy they had to discipline over the season. They had some outbursts. He could find his way to free agency. It would be rough on him because honestly, Kenny, he's an older guy. It's a pretty big, deep class of free agents. Got another great class of draftable young wideout talent coming as well. But I would like to see Golden Tate finish up his career with an uncursed franchise after going from the Seahawks, which, great, but then to Detroit, to the Giants, and get him somewhere where he can chase a ring in style over the later half of his career. Last few years he's gotten this league.
So big time 3rd and 5 coming up here. 54 seconds to go in the second quarter. Cincinnati ahead by 4. And Daniel Jones stepping up to the line. What's he going to do on the 3rd and 5? Pressure comes, completes it over the middle. Ingram down to the 22 and a timeout. Nick says, come on, Jones. 2 guys wide open and you missed, LOL. We'll be sure to relay that to Daniel.
Accurate. Yeah, this has been a great day if you got Evan Ingram. He's on pace for 10 catches today. Ingram and Tate, the 2 guys you're seeing the most out of that New York passing offense. On the other side of the ball has been Tyler Boyd with the touchdown, Joe Burrow on the ground. If you got those 4 guys in your lineup, you're having a good day. Big sling. Who do we have here? Is it Ingram again? It is indeed. His great day continues. 6 for 84, and we're not even out of the first half yet.
The clock will tick down. They got probably time for one more play. Maybe 2 if there's an incompletion. Bills fans, stop with garbage Ingram. Let's see if Jones does just that. He throws to the end zone. It's caught for a touchdown by Golden Tate.
So that Tate-Ingram connection powering this team through the first half, powering them through that drive. That was pretty much all you saw. Either Tate or Ingram scoring the points for you. As Daniel Jones with a nice little touchdown there. He is up to about, he is on pace for the bonus, Kenny. 173 passing yards for him.
So this has been a crazy, topsy-turvy game. We have already seen 31 points in the first half. What will the second half have in store for us? I can't wait to see.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely wild. 19 seconds left. So the Bengals, what we've seen in these sims, they'll run the ball on first down. Good news for anyone out there with Mixon. If Mixon picks up like 5 or 6 yards, they'll take a timeout. Then they'll let Burrow launch it once or twice. So some meaningful garbage points up for grabs here at the end of the second quarter. We'll see if if the Bengals can turn that into anything, or if they're going to go into the half trailing by 3. But yeah, like you mentioned, man, a pretty solid sim thus far. A lot of long drives. We had a fake punt. We've had Golden Tate and Joe Burrow crashing into the end zone. I'm a fan. Mixon stopped. Not much of a gain there. Might get one more playoff, but I got to imagine we're going to go into the half here. Giants 17, Bengals 14 after a pretty action-packed, defense-free first half.
Indeed. 17-14. Welcome back in. Kenny Lucy and Christian DeAndrea. What a sim it has been so far. 3-point lead for the Giants thanks to Daniel Jones. 173 yards and a touchdown. We are breaking them out today. For Daniel Jones, he is on his way to hitting the bonus. As much as I don't want to admit it, Daniel Jones has 173 yards. Looking at some of the other guys here potentially hitting the bonus, we have to center our attention on Mr. Where is he? He's not in the leading lineups here in this guy. Mr. Golden Tate with 16 points, 76 receiving yards. Pretty nicely done by Golden Tate. And 84 receiving yards for Evan Ingram as well. As someone called him in the chat, Garbage Ingram. Yes, he is on pace for the bonus as well. So 3 Giants on pace for the bonus. No Bengals on pace for the bonus. Yet we have a 3-point deficit. My lineup, Christian, has tanked since we last spoke. Just nothing from Gio, nothing from Sterling Shepard. It's been all Golden Tate so far.
Oh, I'm into the top 90 thanks to old Platinum Tate there. All those zeros from Uzama and Sterling Shepard, and only 3 points from my captain Darius Slayton. Not looking so good, but let's talk about how good Joe Burrow has been in this game. The perfect passer rating, averaging like 19 yards per attempt. He's got the passing touchdown. He's got the rushing touchdown. This has been a tremendous game, and you talked it up earlier. This is a very bad passing defense. The Giants secondary is garbage, and Joe Burrow turning them into mincemeat right now, taking advantage of everything they have to offer. Let's see what happens here in the second half. Adjustments will be made. Might see a little bit more Saquon Barkley. Not a ton of carries, but a pretty solid yard per touch number for him. Might see a little bit if that Bengals defense can clamp down on Evan Ingram, because no one is having a better sim, at least on a per snap, per route run basis, than the Pro Bowl tight end, who should absolutely not be a Pro Bowler in the year of our Life.
Yeah, dropping that pass against the Eagles, every Giants fan will remember, and really creating the situation that the Giants ended up being in at the end of the season, which was they needed a win, or they needed a loss by the Eagles to get in. Whereas if Evan Ingram just catches that pass,
yeah,
the Giants make the playoffs. So it's really kind of his fault that they missed the playoffs, and just going to be interesting. I mean, I was laughing as the Giants were trying to get rid of Evan Ingram last year. Trying to, sometimes it's way too obvious.
Yeah.
How teams talk up their players to try to drive the trade value. Like there's a way to do it, right? Like the Jets are doing right now with Sam Darnold, with the whole Evan Ingram thing. Like, no one wants Evan Ingram. Come on, man. No one's sending a first round pick for Evan Ingram.
You know what? I think he would have, if the Cardinals were like, here, take a third round pick, give us Evan Ingram, I think he would have been an asset to a Cliff Kingsbury offense. Uzama is on the board, and he dives to make sure he got that 3-yard catch there. I think his ability to run horizontal routes would have worked perfectly with Cliff Kingsbury's air raid vertical routes. I think that would have been a great fit for him. But yeah, the way the Giants talk to him, we're not trading him, stupid, terrible. Gettleman is, I thought, give him credit. Daniel Jones was better than we expected as a rookie, and then pretty much on pace for what we expected when the Giants drafted him as a sophomore. So Gettleman probably not long for his job in New York. But let's talk about your Jets, and let's talk about those trade talks. Do you think the Jets can get a late first or early second round pick for Sam Darnold? And I'm very interested to know this, because this is the topic, the headliner of today's post route. And thank you to everyone who has subscribed. It is sitting in your inbox right now. How Sam Darnold could be the most intriguing man, the first domino to fall in the latest quarterback carousel. Kenny, do you think the Jets can get a late first, early second?
Oh, absolutely. I do. I think that, there's teams out there, because look, the thing about it is that the potential, right, the upside here is worth the first round pick. Like, again, looking at the Colts, right, is a good example, as a team that could do just about anything, right, with at quarterback. So the thing is, right, unless you are the Texans, okay, you're not going to get the number 2 pick from the Jets, right? Like, so that's a given. Like, I don't think the Jets are trading Sam Darnold and the number 2 pick together. Like, it's, the point is that if you need a quarterback, you're not going to get number 1, you're not going to get number 2, and I find it hard to believe that you get Justin Fields as well, because the Falcons probably take either Fields or Wilson, whoever doesn't go with number 2, and someone else is going to trade for that number 2 pick with the Jets, right? Yeah. So, to me, you're either looking at it's not like you're looking at one of those 2 great guys or Sam Darnold, right? It's not like you're looking at there's really not that many great options out there. Like, would you rather have Mariota or a 23-year-old Sam Darnold on a rookie deal? So that, to me, is why I feel like he does have some value. And again, when you look at it, like, say you're the Colts, right? You have 21 and 54. Like, what are you going to get? Okay, you're going to get Trey Lance. Like, are you going to mortgage, like, what the only draft capital that you have this year to get Trey Lance, or Spencer Trask or Kyle Trask, or, like, any of these guys? Like, I don't think so. Like, I think that, aside from Mac Jones, mid first round, which I think everyone just kind of slots him in with the Patriots. It's not like there's that many great quarterbacks that you could just draft and start right away. So I think your options are it's a mirage, right? That there's so many options at quarterback. I really don't think there are that many great options, especially because, again, a team like the Colts, for example, like, if you're going to trade for Matt Ryan, you might have to give up a decent amount, or you're going to have to spend money. So I think the thing with Darnold is he's basically a lottery ticket, because you trade for him. A lot of people are they believe in his arm talent. So he's on a rookie deal right now, which I think is the most important thing. You're the Colts, for example. You trade for him. You have 1 year, right? If he turns out to be good, you just got a franchise quarterback for a first-round pick, just one first-round pick, right? And he could. And he's 23. Everyone, thinks that they can fix him, including, Mike LaFleur. But, anyway, long story long. I do think that he's worth it just because he doesn't cost anything because he's so cheap. And again, I still think he has the potential to turn into or could be a franchise quarterback on a different team. I think he might have been ruined by the Jets, but I certainly think that he still has a lot of value. So I would pay I think it's worth a first round pick to just see what you can get out of this guy. He's intriguing.
I'm kind of on board with that as well, especially from the Jets side of things, where if you keep him after the draft, you're pretty much locked into him for this year. And if it doesn't improve, I mean, he's gone. He's gone after 2021. You're not going to bring him back on that 5th-year option. You're not going to invest $25 million. And as we get is that Gio?
No, it is. Yes, it is. Touchdown, Gio Bernard. Well done. Good eyes.
Yes, the receiving back comes out of the backfield, gets into the end zone, and Joe Burrow's great day continues. All 3 of the Bengals touchdowns belong to him, 2 passing, 1 rushing. He's got Gio Bernard and Tyler Boyd in the end zone. I think, the Jets would be willing to move him just because if he does not, even if he just shows like regular improvement, even if he goes back to the 2019 form plus like a 10% performance bump under Saleh and LaFleur, I still don't think that means he's the answer. And B, this is as high as his value is going to be, even after a terrible year, based on how his contract is. This is as much as his stock is going to rebound. And you have a great example in Ryan Tannehill on how good quarterbacks can be once they are freed from Adam Gase's influence. You don't know how long that's going to last. So, ship him out while you can get a good return for him. This whole year might be in New York all about unlearning all the bad habits of the Gase era anyway. So you might as well do it with a rookie contract, a guy who is younger, even though Darnold's only 23, get a guy who is younger, get a guy who's cheaper, who's going to have to learn the ropes anyway. I think it makes a lot of sense for this Jets team to aggressively pursue Darnold trade talks while publicly denying any indication that Sam Darnold is not their guy. As Evan Ingram continues to have a great...
Another catch for Evan Ingram.
Ball near midfield. Giants trailing by 4, but doesn't seem like that's going to be an issue. The only drive that has failed to end in points is that nothing finish to the first half. As it looks like Slayton there dropped 1. My captain could have come up with 3-4 points on that play. Instead, puts it on the turf, sets up 2nd and 10 for this Giants team.
So here come the Giants, ready to run the ball again. No, they'll do it. I was like, no, yes, no. Okay, yeah.
There's that terrible offensive line in action. Saquon, despite being able to squat 1,800 pounds, can't get anything done there. 3rd and long, not where you want Danny Dimes to be. And he's got to hope someone gets open early because, A, the Bengals have had no problem generating pressure, and B, he does not have the awareness to do anything other than scramble backwards in that dead-end shuffle that so often leads to a loss of 15. And it's a good check down to Saquon. He picks up the first and puts his team in the edge of the no field goal range. We've got a 54-yarder from here if they don't gain any more yards.
So look at this. 5 wide for the Giants. Everyone on the field. It's a crossing pattern. It's a catch. And that again is Evan Ingram. Is that Evan Ingram again, Christian? Don't tell me it's Evan Ingram again. It's Evan Ingram again.
This time for EE. And look at that, just like that, well into field goal range now. So the Giants, barring a turnover, will at least make this a 1-point game, may get the lead back as Barkley charges forward, picks up about 4 yards on first down. Successful play, keeps the playbook open for 2nd and 6. Ooh, excuse me.
It's a 4-point lead for the Cincinnati Bengals. The New York Giants trying to come back on them here as we wind down the 3rd quarter. Thanks for being with us here. Kenny Ducey and Christian DeAndre on the DK Dream Stream. Like it up if you like Saquon Barkley getting stuffed at the 16-yard line. 3rd and 3 upcoming. I mean, or if you like Saquon Barkley not getting stuffed, you could also like it, right?
Maybe you like that. Maybe you like Evan Ingram and you're excited that Barkley didn't break the end zone. This could be Evan Ingram territory once more. 3rd and short, ball in the red zone. Could be a Gano chippy. Depends on this play. Tate open.
Oh, it's going to be a completion.
Woo. Okay, we are going to go into the 4th quarter with a burner on our hands, Kenny. 21-17, Bengals lead, but 1st and goal coming up for this Giants team at home. And we are streaking towards a furious finish here. A game between 2 bad teams, but they're duking it out like they're giving us some Wednesday night action right now. A lot of offense, not much defense. That's a good recipe for success.
Yeah, this is quite a barn burner we got on our hands here, Christian. Saquon Barkley in the captain spot of the free contest we put together in the DK SimFam Friends League. 19.5 DKFP there. Not a great day for Saquon Barkley, really, right? He's got 16 receiving yards, 44 rushing yards, and a touchdown. So pretty surprising to see him in the captain spot of so many great lineups. But Joe Burrow, Evan Ingram, Gio Bernard, Tyler Boyd having great days. So you didn't really need to spend, you didn't really need to save any money at captain is what it goes to show you here. It looks like everyone's doing just fine with those lineups. Ingram 7.2K, Bernard 6.8K, and Tyler Boyd 6.6K. Didn't really need to spend a lot of money here, Christian, to do well, and especially you didn't need to spend money on Daniel Jones.
No, he's been fine, but if he hits the bonus, then maybe we'll have a case for him. But this is the day where Sterling Shepard, where have you been? All of your targets have gone to Evan Ingram, and Ingram has turned them into gold. 8 catches, 116 through the air. He and Golden Tate between them more than 200 yards through the air. That's been the crux of this Giants offense, and the Bengals powerless to stop them. Between the 2 of them, they are making this engine go. But 1st and goal coming up from the 7. Could be Barkley time. Could be time to go back to Ingram, like we said. Big red zone target. Might even be time. Maybe throw that back shoulder fade to Golden Tate. That's what he's good at. He's a veteran. He uses that body position well. He gets inside. He creates leverage. And you don't have to throw a perfect pass for him to come down with it. And that's exactly what Daniel Jones needs to hear. Because here in Simland and in the real world, he's not very good. Looking for the cross.
He is not, but he does throw a touchdown right here.
There's
Sterling Shepard. We haven't called out that name all day. Sterling Shepard Nation. Where are you at? Baby, it's Sterling Shepard time. First catch of the day is in the end zone, Christian. 40% ownership in the free showdown.
Look at that. And just like that, the Giants go up by a field goal. Sterling Shepard, about 9% he out there, got 10-plus points on a single play because he got him captained. And for me, Kenny, that's the difference between being 106th and 95th in the Ducey and DeAndre official free roll.
That's right, the official free roll. Yeah. Happy that everyone could be in there. Got a lot of entries, which was nice. I got to figure out what my lineup's going to be for the next sim.
The Bunk Bed Invitational.
Oh, is that what it's called?
That is what.
Who named it? Who named it that?
Who do you think named it that? I'll give you one guess.
Yeah, you're right.
It is 7:54 to go in the 4th quarter, and we have not seen either defense show up in this one. It will be interesting if the Giants can make a stand here in front of their home fans, or if they're going to get booed off the field. It is a nice design screen. Gio makes one guy miss, still only picks up about a yard there. So not the crispy Stella that this Bengals team was hoping for on 1st down.
Got it all.
Can you ever done a golf simulator?
I've done a golf simulator. It's very fun.
Is it? I got buddies back in Rhode Island, so I obviously can't.
Oh, you should
partake.
You should definitely do it.
Yeah.
Burrow turning the corner. Look
Yeah.
at Joey B running the football. My goodness.
Getting it done with the scrambles. 3rd and short coming up. Huge play for this Giants defense. Could be just Joe Mixon up the middle. Not a big push. Although you do have Leonard Williams if you're the Giants. You do need to figure out what you're going to do with him in free agency because you don't want him going to a team with all sorts of cap space like the Jaguars, especially. Oh, Joe gets rid of it.
Screen pass. Got him. First down. Bengals and the juke and a fumble. And the Bengals have it back. I believe, was that Gio Bernard? That was Gio Bernard on the catch and run.
At the end there, but his O-lineman there to clean it up. Nearly disastrous. But the screen pass didn't work on 1st down, worked like a charm on 3rd down. Nice little drive coming from Gio Bernard here. He has been, well, not an unsung hero. He does have that touchdown, but remains one of the more steady and superb Madden plays, even though he's no longer the bargain he once was. And we finally get a sack. There's Jabril Peppers, one of the focal points of that Odell Beckham, Kevin Zeitler trade way back when. 2 years ago. Peppers still hasn't really developed into the star you thought he could be after a very, very strong career at Ohio State, a very athletic safety, but kind of a man without a position in New York, Kenny.
Yeah, he always sort of has been one of those guys, right? He's always been a guy that, is really talented, really fast, but never really was a good, maybe he would have been a good running back or wide receiver. I mean, he did everything at Michigan, right? But never really found a position in the NFL.
Most offensive possible mix-up by confusing Ohio State with Michigan, ensuring that I infuriate both fan bases.
Yeah, wow.
All right, so 2 straight sacks here. So the New York defense coming to play when they need it. 3rd and long, Burrow has been money in these situations, but 21 yards. You got to put the chances of success on this one at 8%, I would say. You got a 1 in 12 shot, Joe Burrow, of making this work. Protection holds up this time, though, and it's a...
Oh, got him complete.
Not enough, and it's going to be a punt situation here. Giants going to get the ball back with a chance to run out the clock. And who else? Gio Bernard again. So a do-nothing drive for the Bengals, but a great drive for Gio. 3 catches, about 25 yards on that one. If you got him in your lineup, you got to be pretty happy with the way that one turned out.
All right, so the Bengals, what do you do here? I guess you got to punt it away, right, from your own 44? They do just that.
Yeah, 4th and 10. And again, you're going up against Danny Dimes. You give him the chance to goon his way into a bad situation. Pick too powerful is Kevin Huber. Should stick to throwing passes, buddy. And the Giants will take over at their own 20 following the touchback.
All right, well, here we go. Let's see what the Giants are made of here, Christian. 4:35 to go.
High formation, looking to run all the way. It is. And nice.
Hand off. Yep, there it is. Stop. Good stop. Good stop. All right.
Okay,
feeling good about that.
And the clock's going to run. That's not a bad start to this drive if you're New York. Obviously, you don't want to give Daniel Jones the chance to turn it over here. You want to make sure the ball is with someone sure-handed. So you hand it off to Saquon. You target Golden Tate. You give it to Ingram, who's been just absolutely on fire. And here we have Tate again, looking like Platinum Tate today. That might be the bonus for him.
I think it is. No, 99 yards. Oh, you hate to see that.
Brutal if he finishes one shy, but the way things have been going, seems like a safe bet he's going to get at least one more target. He's spinning that hay into gold. This nice hole opens up for Barkley there. Looks like he could have had the first with one more cut. Instead, it's going to be 2nd and 1 near midfield. Clock ticking. Bengals do have all 3 timeouts. They won't take any of them until after the 2-minute warning.
Yep. That's right. We still got some time here for the Bengals to get the football back, although it is waning.
Much waning where you are or snowing here?
Oh, good one. Oh, no! Oh, no! First down for Saquon Barkley.
Everyone over in the Twitch chat calling for Barkley to break one. Oh, it's really just first time playing Fortnite and Buggy Boo. But you guys, fool again. Yeah, if I am with you on that one. I could use a Barkley run. I could use Darius Slayton to stop embarrassing me in the captain spot. I thought he was due against the secondary as Barkley dropped for a loss there. So maybe it is going to be Slayton time. Second and long coming up. Bengals going to start burning some timeouts. But this Giants team, if they can pick up one, maybe two more first downs, they will have the leverage needed to salt off the clock. Kneel this one out if necessary. They'd like to gain at least 8 more yards here. Get them in Graham Gano field goal range. I know that would benefit you and your roster, Kenny Ducey.
Right.
It would be another
handoff right side.
Only about a yard there. The off-tackle run does not pan out for Saquon. First time out for the Bengals. Third and long coming up for the Giants.
So 3rd and 12. The Giants with the 3-point lead here. Under 2 minutes. So the clock obviously stopped. This a big play for the Bengals. Handoff, Barkley running right. He's got a hole, and he's taken down at about the 38-yard line. So this is going to bring up around a 56-yard field goal. We'll wait to see the exact distance. It will be 56 yards. Should the Giants decide to kick it, do you kick it here, Christian? Or, I mean, I know that you would probably just go for it, right?
I think I would probably, I think your best chance of, your best success rate here comes through the field goal. 55 yards from
right.
Is pretty good.
They're going to try for it.
I think
Snap down, kick up. It's got enough leg, and good! My goodness! Graham Gano drills it from 56. Bills fan. Not the first time a Bills fan has said this. In the chat Bills fan said, don't miss the field goal, please. Oh, and they didn't miss it, Bills fan. It was not wide right. And the Giants lead by 6 now.
So Gano, you called it, man. Great roster call on him. And now the Bengals need to respond. Could be time for John Ross. Could be time for A.J. Green. Tyler Boyd's gotten a few targets. And if you're the Bengals, you can't afford to keep running these check down plays. You can't afford to keep running screens to Gio Bernard. Clock's ticking. You need to use the sidelines. You need to get your deep threats involved here.
All right, this is going to be a big pressure drive for the Cincinnati Bengals. Are we all ready? I hope we are. It's Burrow. First throw over the middle, caught. Right around the 30-yard line. That's going to be the sticks, John Ross. Is that what you called him? The sticks? I don't know.
Sticks, yeah. He's number 11, man. Stick. And he's also John Ross the third. He's Johnny Five Sticks.
All right. Well, here we go. The no huddle here for the Bengals is up. Burrow, 2nd and 8. Throwing. Missed CJU, I should say.
Honestly, better that he did. That play would have gotten stopped in bounds. The clock would have been ticking, and it would have been a pickup. It might not even have gotten the first down. So you know what? They save about 20 seconds on the incompletion compared to gaining about 7 yards. They need to throw deep. And look at this stupid. All right, well, never mind. The Giants
Nate
on the cover.
Joey B going deep, caught. It's caught just outside the 40-yard line by A.J. Green.
2 yards, and he gets out of bounds. You love to see it. Beautiful play there. Burrow to Green.
All right, 1st and 10. The Bengals continuing to drive here. It's Burrow dropping back. This little swing pass to Gio Bernard. And that's going to take us down to right around, I would say, 50 seconds by the time this one snapped.
End zone or bust here. So Fat Randy's not going to get a chance to do anything but kick an extra.
That's right.
Field.
So sorry, Randy Bullock owners out there. Burrow quick with the 45 seconds, gets the snap off, and he's going to throw it to the sideline.
What a nice little play to stop the clock. Only picks up a yard, but that looked like it was going to be. So positive.
Hey, another 1.2 points for Gio Bernard owners. So 3rd and 4. It's obviously 4-down territory here. Kenny Ducey and Christian Giandri here on the DK Dream Stream. Thanks for being with us. We got the New York Giants trying to hold on to the 6-point lead. Joe Burrow with the ball out of the shotgun, throws it right side, caught. A juke move by AJ Green. He's taken down at the 25. Couldn't get out of bounds. So now the Bengals have to hurry. They've got the 1 timeout, and they will likely wait to take it probably until 11 seconds.
On this play, get up there. Don't take. Oh, Bengals. All right, there's a chance, Kenny. This play gets stopped in bounds. It'll be the last play of the game.
Yeah. Zach Taylor, what are you doing?
Yeah. We've seen Burrow get sacked in this quarter. So a very, very unpleasant situation unfolding here for the Bengals, who may Brian Hoyer their way out of a potential game-winning points here. 20.
All right, Burrow for the game.
Out of bounds.
To the sideline, out of bounds. Good job. Good job. That is good, solid football there from Gio Bernard. Another catch. He's got 8 on the day. He's just racking up the wrecks here late in this game. If you got Gio Bernard, you are just getting point after point after point for all these little 2-yard catches.
Gio might be the Krusty Koff player of the game. We'll have to wait and see because we've had a bunch of guys put up some big numbers.
Imagine he scores a touchdown here. It's supposed to be up for grabs.
Nope.
No. Well, another point for Gio Bernard, but comes at the expense of the game. That's it. That is it for the game, and they try to check it down to Gio Bernard, and we all know what happens after that. The Cincinnati Bengals falling by 6 points in the Meadowlands in Sim Jersey and fake Jersey and new. I don't know. It's a win for the New York Football Giants. Daniel Jones, 251 yards through the air. Pretty good day with 2 touchdowns. Joe Burrow countered with 232 and 2 scores as well. We had some great receiving performances all across the board. We had just an absolute monster day for Evan Ingram. 8 catches, 116 yards, hit the bonus. And Gio Bernard ended up,
Golden Tate.
What?
99. He didn't hit the 5. Just
Golden Tate. How about Saquon Barkley? What a stinker of a day for a guy that was over 90% owned. 72 rushing yards, 16 receiving yards, just 15.8 DK fantasy points. CJ Uzoma, very disappointing day, just 1 point. He was about half owned, $5,800. I considered rostering him as well. So there's a lot of ways to go here. And of course, Gio Bernard, who you mentioned, Christian, might be the Krusty Koff player of the game. A game high 9 catches with 43 yards, 34 on the ground, finished with 22.7. He also had the receiving touchdown. So all that said, Christian, who is your Krusty Koff player of the game?
You know what? I'm going to give it to Gio, not only because he did have a boatload of points, even in a losing effort, but every time I see his profile picture on DraftKings and he's got the fireman's mustache, it makes me smile. So Gio, not just for your expert runs on the field and your great ability to gain 3 yards at a time in the passing game, but for your delightful mustache, I award you Krusty Koff player of the game honors, and for the Babysitter Billy, not my kid award. He was on my roster, and there were a couple guys on my roster who qualified because Darius Slayton was bad too. CJ Uzoma, I love you, man. I think you're going to be having a great 2021, but today was not your day. 1 catch, 3 yards. Sorry, pal.
Oh. Well, congrats to Flagrant Foul for the winning our little free roll here. I finished in 14th. I think I finished atop the leaderboard for everyone involved with the production. You had let's see, where are you? I'm looking for anybody here.
You have to go
Congo Cabin there
for a while.
You guys did not do pretty well. Andrew saying I'm way down. CEH in 78th. Shout out to you. Juice G. Okay, here we go. So yeah, Drew A. Johnson down in the 86th, And you were, let's see, Frangelico in 98th. Frangelico cracking a top 100 like that. Train Island, 105. Better luck next time.
You know what? Top
Next time.
top 90% for me. So how about you get off my back, Kenny Ducey?
All right. Hey, that's Christian. You see his shameless plug there. I'm Kenny. And it was great spending an hour with you. I'll be back here in about an hour with Emerson Lazia, and it'll be fun. Looking forward to it. Until then, so long.
Wow. Now he's
Ooh,
just saying,
the people
go. He is
I think
fired
people
up.
heard you say that you're in a fight, and I don't think they know who it's with.
Uh-oh. Now producer Drew getting Bry guys back saying it's a Zoom update. It's not Brian's fault. Hey, I'm not sitting here pointing fingers. That's not me. I'm the biggest team player on this team. I'm not like Billy or Samir, where I'm here to destroy relationships and families. That's not me. Anywho, it's
You're not a
good to
family
see
destroyer? You didn't really strike me as one.
I'm not a family destroyer. No, man.
Oh, you know what? I just destroyed my own
what's up?
own luck here because I didn't enter your contest in time.
Are you serious, dude? You had one job. I went on this rampage like a few hours ago. I made like 4 different contests. I'm only on one game today, and I made contests for a bunch of other games I'm not even on.
I love this. I love. Damn it.
What's
Sorry.
up? No, it's fine.
I love both these teams.
Do you really? What do you love about these teams?
Well, I don't. So I actually hate the Saints. They're my least favorite team, but I love doing Madden sims for both these teams.
Okay.
This is going to be a great sim, is what I was implying there. I would have definitely rostered all the Cowboys in this one. Dak, Zeke, Dalton Schultz, CeeDee Lamb as well.
All right. I can go ahead.
You'd be proud of me. I made a contest for the last one.
Which contest was that?
My last sim, I made a contest, so it's not like I'm totally asleep at the wheel.
Because I ended up making one. So I made one for noon, right? My contest. Hold on, I'm gonna go to history here. I've had a incredible day. Let me just tell you something really quick. I had a come at me bro contest, just 10 people at noon. I made it at like 11:50. I said, let me get my family together. Finished 3 out of 10. Then I had Ecto Cooler greater than Orange High C at 2. Finished 10 out of 50. And now we've got this one. We've got the Bunk Bed Invitational. I know, man.
Yeah, I don't understand the bunk bed part, but whatever.
Yeah.
I thought we were past the bunk bed phase.
Hey, listen, I didn't bring it up. It's just what happens when I type stuff out. So
really?
Yeah, it's really different. I would like you to know that you sound great today. I'm sure you talked about your new mic in the last sim.
I did. I listened to it a bunch, and I didn't. You know what though? I'm sorry. I'm not coming at the fam here. I'm not coming at Christian, but it didn't seem like anybody really cared about my new mic. Just gonna throw that out there. Felt like no one cared. I thought I sounded great. I thought that I was able to bring play-by-play in a clearer, more exciting way, and no one seemed to care at all. I think I saw Choker said that that I sounded good. He was like shoveling his walk or something while he was listening to the Madden sim. And first of all, God, I cannot imagine with the tangents that we go on this stream, trying to figure out what's happening by listening only. What a nightmare. So other than Choker, I just, I didn't feel the love. And I think this is a great mic. And
but you sound good. You look good. I like your style going backwards hat today. This is the final week of the Australian Open, right? So you're probably feeling like super cool and lubed up and ready to go. You got your gears. Your gears aren't grinding as much because the field has shrunk.
Yeah. It's been great. We got Aslan Karatsev playing tonight. It's going to be
love that guy.
It's going to be it's going to be fireworks. It's going to be what I like to say, Emerson, it's going to be absolute scenes tonight in Australia. Scenes.
I heard like last week there, they were going into like a 1 week lockdown or something. So like a tennis match ran late, right? It hit midnight and then people were scrambling and they had to they all got kicked out while the match was still being played.
Yes, there were about 14 cases in Australia. So what they decided was that they had to cancel, or they had to bar fans for like 5 days. So they went and they were like, okay, everyone who has tickets for tonight, like you can come. But thank you, Neville. See, he said I sounded good. A lot of people. David
Yeah,
said
yeah,
I
no,
sound.
there's
My
some
voice
people
sounds
who are-
deeper. My voice does sound less. Buzz Killington, annoying as usual. Great, thanks, Buzz. Appreciate you, buddy. So that's what happened. So they said, hey, you got tickets, you can come, and then that's it. And what ended up happening was we got the night slate obviously went past midnight because of Novak Djokovic.
Yeah.
He looked like he was going to wrap it up in 3, got injured, looked like he might lose. The match went long, so they had to kick all the fans out during the match, suspend the match for like 7 minutes, and then they had to resume.
That's great.
Also, El Paso San Fanini was scenes. Yeah, man, guy was up a break in the second. Should have wrapped that set up 6-2.
Dude,
big disappointment there.
Real quick, speaking of disappointment, Greg the Leg Zerline, usually who is automatic from 55 yards. He's no Josh Lambo, but he's pretty close to it. Ends up missing that field goal. So now the Saints will take over. Their offense will enter the playing surface for the first time in this sim today. And just a friendly reminder as well, everybody, we have NBA Pre-Lock Live coming up with Chirag and Julian. If you guys and gals have questions about tonight's NBA slate from a fantasy perspective or even sports betting, they're going to have you close to like an entire hour leading up to the 6 o'clock sim. We do this again Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. There's the NBA Pre-Lock Live sandwich between the 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock sims. And that 6 o'clock sim is Glash and Rossi on Niners at the Steelers. There was a contest made in there, Balls, Glash, Chen, but that has been filled up. That was a 100 spot contest already filled up. In this contest, the Top Bunk Invitational, we had about 149 entries. My lineup, since you didn't get one in, my friend, I went Jarwin in the captain
Your
slot.
lineup is now our lineup.
Okay. All right. I will do that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's how this works. Yeah.
Tag team and trying to win a big fat $0 in the free roll. Blake Jarwin, Dak Prescott, Zeke Elliott, Michael Thomas, Kamara, and then just the punt play is Josh Hill.
Love it.
So we've got potential. You and I, buddy. You and I are teaming up for the first time.
All right. I love it. Who's our captain again?
Our captain.
Kamara?
No, dude. You never listen to me, man. You're worse than Glash. It's Blake Jarwin.
I love Blake Jarwin as the captain. Love him.
I needed someone who, has the ability and has shown that he can explode when he is put in the right position. But even on days where he does not explode, he still brings a little bit of joy to the lineup. He'll bring you maybe 10 points or something, but man, can he just bust and give you like 25 points or something every now and then.
Emerson, this is fitting that we have the same lineup today. You know why? Because I think that we are fighting a common enemy here in the chat. Leslie Galloway, okay? Just pops in. Looking back, I don't see any comments from Leslie Galloway, okay? No comments, all similar. Pops in. Jags will never play in another Super Bowl. Crying, laughing emoji.
Damn you, Leslie.
Few moments later. Jets will never win another Super Bowl. Sorry, true story.
Okay,
and
yeah. I mean, Leslie's not wrong on that one.
Leslie pops in, flames both our teams, leaves. It was as if someone is just creating all these fake YouTube accounts just to troll us. It's as if you did that on purpose, or maybe the production staff did that on purpose to maybe drum up some chemistry between us, to really just get us to bond.
Yeah, no, I feel that now.
Brian's offended that I just said that. Sorry.
Now, Leslie, they have gotten close yes, we are cooking. First touchdown of the day. First touchdown of the day. Huge fan of touchdowns, huge fan of points. Too many cooks, too many cooks, too many cooks, too many
See me
cooks.
cooking?
Yeah, I see you cooking. I see you in the kitchen wrist twisting like a stir fry. In the kitchen wrist twisting
I
like
love
a stir
cooking.
fry.
I do the cooking dance. Sometimes I used to get caught when it was big. I used to just get caught doing the cooking dance randomly. Like it's just a contagious dance.
Yeah, I bet
David
you are.
saying,
What's up?
go ahead.
I was
David
gonna say,
says
I bet
Leslie
you're
Malware.
amazing.
I am very good at the cooking dance. Sorry. Trying to find my footing here.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out how to insert my comments in the.
It's okay. I'm looking at you sometimes, and you're a little choppy. Your video. Now, the only thing that's important
boy.
when we're not on camera is your voice, and your voice again sounds
That's right.
fantastic with the new mic. But I can just imagine you at a wedding on a dance floor after maybe a couple Heineken Lights or something, and you're just like out there. You're feeling good.
I crushed the dance floor.
Like, I bet moms just love you.
Yeah. Yes, that's very apt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like we would do some real damage on a dance floor together.
Oh. 100.
I'm just so high energy. I'm so high energy. You need a high energy friend.
What
You know, and I know that you're that friend.
Yeah, all the time. And you need the high energy guy. You need someone who has marbles and is brave to always get the dancing started. There's always that moment in the wedding where everyone's kind of finished like eating, and you're like, okay, well, the band or the DJ is still kind of going. Who's going to get out there and kind of start the party? That's where you just you maybe have one more beverage, take it down, and get your tail out there, man. And
you need
build
someone with absolutely no. Yes, you need someone with absolutely no stage fright, which I know is you. You got to have someone who has total confidence. They don't care that people are going to be watching them dance.
Yeah.
By the way, our friend chimes back in. Unsurprisingly, Leslie Galloway, a Raiders fan. My team have more wins and Super Bowl appearances. Oh, actually, than both Raiders Nation. So now let's figure. Okay, so who do you think Leslie Galloway supports? She doesn't like the Jets. She doesn't like the Jaguars. And she says her team she said my team have more wins and Super Bowl appearances than both Raiders Nation. So do you think that perhaps they're also a Raider hater? Maybe this person's just trying to bait all the fans of all the different teams in the comment section. Good guess from Drew, I believe, who said, no, Thomas, guessing are they a Cowboys fan? Is Leslie a Cowboys fan?
This sounds like this is like Julian, who's going to be on NBA Pre-Lock Live. Like, he has his burner account, and he's in here just trying to like poke the bear a little bit. You know what? This screams Julian. This is someone's burner account on our team.
Right. Jimmy B, that makes no sense.
Producer Drew says it's a Steelers fan, likely. I'm all about it, man.
Now Leslie just asked, did you graduate? Oh, Cowgirls fan, Leslie.
Okay. Again, did you graduate? That's what she asked you? Or maybe it's a boy.
She or he.
Guys can, okay, yeah.
They.
We'll just say
they.
You, that human being, possibly.
Yes. Asked, did we graduate?
Yeah, bro. 5 years, coaching minor. Let's go. We got Gus Malzahn leading the way now, y'all.
4 years. I did not have to minor. I did communications. At Fordham, they determined that communications was a tough enough major where you didn't need to do a minor, like while I was there, which was
that's me, dude. But I went ahead and added it. I said, why not be better? Like Amari Cooper being better here.
See, I had no time to do that. I had I was working at the radio station. I was traveling.
I was doing all that too.
Basketball teams.
Yep, did that. Yep. Sorry, dude.
Wow. Good on you. I had a friend who was in business school and did all that. So yeah, I mean,
did that. Did it all.
more focused than I could.
Yeah.
Brian said Fordham and UCF, not bad, but not as good as my degree from Ball So Hard University. What is that? Is that what Ed Reed used to say? I'm pretty sure that's what Ed Reed. Oh, Suggs.
That's what
Terrell
it is.
Suggs. We got simultaneous Suggs slacks. Triple S from Drew and Bry Guy.
Yeah, because who'd you mention first?
Ed Reed.
Who just? Yeah.
Also
that's a Miami guy, right? Okay.
Ed Reed.
I was thinking all the way back to college.
Well, sometimes, yeah, obviously they'd go Ed Reed, the U.
Mm-hmm.
And I you never really think about some sports things until someone else who like doesn't really follow sports points them out to you. So my girlfriends were watching a Sunday Night Football game like probably 2 years ago, and someone says like it was probably like Kenny Williams, the U. And she's like, they get to call themselves the U? What about all the bless you? What about all the other U's?
Who's
They're the
sneezed?
only U?
Girlfriend or your cat?
I don't have a cat, Emerson. You know this.
No, I'm dead serious. I thought you did. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to bring it up.
I'm personally offended. Brian says in their defense, right? In their defense, their logo is a U. What about Utah? What about the Utah Utes?
Utah. Real quick while they're on our screen, just so I could say something that's official. Jared Cook, 2 catches, 22 yards. He's got the only touchdown in this one right now. But you do have Dallas knocking on the end zones. Wow.
I want to know, Tater Hater is in the chat, and I want to know
what does
if
that even...
this person hates tater tots. And last sim, we made an agreement with Tater Hater. Glash did. He did a bet with Tater Hater that he had to eat potatoes or tater tots or something. If they ended up getting to exactly 250 likes, and we did it. We got to precisely 250 at the end of the game. We got people to like unlike and like just so we get to 250. And I want to know if Tater Hater ever just, got some guts and ate potatoes.
Well, hold on 1 second, because I have beef with that.
Yeah, I have a lot of beef with it too. Who could hate potatoes?
Well, here's the thing. We had a ridiculously romantic Valentine's Day in my house yesterday.
Oh,
if you
so
follow
romantic.
me on Twitter or over on Instagram, only the best for my gorgeous roommate. Tater tots last night for dinner. Her request, made some homemade burgers. Straight from the heart. And they were mini tater tots because mini tater tots are better than the regular size tater tots.
How do you make those? Just really finely chopped potatoes?
I don't know how you make a tater tot. I take them out of the bag and I heat them up in the oven. That's how I heat the tater tot. So I'm not sitting there peeling a potato, dude. I'm not sitting there forming the little tots.
Tater Hater said at 4:30 the Tater video is coming out. He's gonna eat the potatoes at 4:30 and he's dropping the video. Neville cleanup hitter. Tater Hater already got a video ready, and Bry guy is saying, do we stop the sim for the Tater Hater video? Might have to, man. It's gonna be a momentous occasion. You guys will be able to fill your sick fantasies of watching me eat roast tater tots in 12 minutes. What is wrong with this guy that he hates potatoes so much? We went through this last time, but like I just don't understand. I can't comprehend how you could hate potatoes this much, right? Like, they're delicious, and the consistency is like very easy, right? Easy to stomach. To me, there's literally nothing wrong with potatoes. It's a perfect food. It's very like bland. Like, it's not like people really like would hate the taste of it, right? But like French fries, tater tots.
When you say taters, you keep saying taters, and it reminds me of Sling Blade. French fried taters. Mm-hmm. You ever seen Sling Blade?
No, what is that? Larry the Cable Guy?
No, dude.
You sound.
No,
remember when Larry the Cable Guy used to be a thing?
Yeah, I kind of do.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was
fun.
super tight with like Foxworthy and that whole crew.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. The North remembers. I remember.
He was like the biggest thing. He was the biggest thing in comedy. Like, he was everywhere, that guy. And then just nothing from that guy the rest of his career, really, right? His career just kind of ended like 10 years ago.
CJ makes a good point. Just going back to the taters really quick. CJ71 over on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings, as Kamara fights his way 1 yard shy of a first down. Says tater tots are just tubed hash browns. Okay. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Well, what's going on, everyone over on Twitch? CJ71, Winter Bowl, Buggy Boo, first time playing Fortnite. Reed Tease, did you know? I'm diggity damn. Good to see all you.
Yeah.
Sweet chinchillas.
Tater Hater.
That's for you, Mo.
I think Tater Hater just made a Twitter account to post his potato video.
Well, tag me. I got to see this thing.
We got the tweet in the chat. No, I got tagged in the video. So he just decided to drop it already.
Where is it? Just, can you message it to me? I want to watch this. I want to watch
it's in Slack. Honestly, I'm a little scared.
Slack. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I can't tell if this is like someone who works at DraftKings who's posing as like.
Well, let me take a look.
Yeah,
whoa, it's
I
6.5 minutes.
Right, yeah, I can't listen to a 6.5 minute video while I'm on the air. I'll listen to it. I wanted to watch him. Okay, here.
Bro, Tater Hater, where the hell are you, dude?
Dude, he's in like a base. He's in a literal base. He might be in a dungeon right now.
Dude, blink twice, man, if you need help.
You
gotta take your sunglasses off so I can see that.
He's got a ski jacket on. I'm watching on sound. He's got a ski jacket on. He's got his tater tots in his hand. I don't know what he's saying, but I'll listen to it later. And then he's like, oh, okay, I guess I'll eat it. It doesn't look like he's. Oh, that is just the fakest reaction to eating a tater tot ever. This guy clearly likes tater tots, and he's just making the whole thing up. That's my take on it.
All right.
Touchdown, Alvin Kamara.
As we kind of dial back into the game real quick. Yeah, the Toyota Camaro finding the end zone, extra point away from going up 14-3 here as we're nearing the end of the first half, nearing the end of the second quarter. We've kind of been all over the place, but that's what you should expect when it's me and the Deuce Daddy together.
Damon says he's probably in Idaho.
Huh. You
know what else is funny is I don't know if I should read that comment on the air. It's like, but I mean, actually, I probably could. But I thought it was funny that you said blink twice if you need help. How would we know? He has sunglasses on. You wouldn't know if he's blinking.
I know. I said blink twice, and then I corrected myself. Said, "Well, you're gonna have to take the sunglasses off first." I don't know. Just let us know. Slide into if you ever need help. Just contact Ducey. He's
Thomas-
the go-to on the team. He will take care of you. He will leave his apartment for the first time today and save you.
I left the apartment today to get a bagel, actually. Thomas said he looks like a whistleblower.
I
Who are these
want to
people
know
in
what
the
he's
chat?
saying.
Glashines? Yeah, me too. I just listened to the beginning. He goes, "Hey, it's Tater Hater."
Hey, Tater Hater, baby.
Jordan saying is it a Tater Hater stunt double? We can't confirm it's him. Tater Hater says it's me. Brian says, y'all gonna make me hate taters. He looks like he's in a dungeon, right?
Yeah, he certainly
It's an
does.
unfinished basement. Unfinished.
That's okay. That just means there's a potential to finish it.
He probably had that. That is true. He probably had the laptop on top of his washing machine.
Yeah, I would make that thing a man cave, Tater Hater.
What about the
Although, dude, so like if you keep it unfinished like that, it's the best when you have, like, as long as you can hook up a TV down there, just put on like a little stand or something, or like some milk crates, and then you could sit around in your folding chairs with the dudes, and you can get as messy as you want, and you don't have to worry about ruining anything.
It's true.
That was the best part of, like, I had a friend in high school, and his dad was like, all right, I'm going to redo my condo. He rips up all the tile. It's just a cement bottom, some crappy furniture up in there. He didn't finish it for like 10 years, but it became the ultimate pad to go and, make bad decisions when you're a teenager in.
Right.
And you didn't have to worry about anything. Oh my God. Yeah.
It's perfect.
It is the best.
Yeah. Blood, right? Anything. Just wipe it all up.
I was not thinking
no
blood,
carpet.
but that's interesting. You went there.
Well, if you play some extreme Little Tykes basketball or something like that, your friend goes crashing into the cement wall and cuts open his elbow, right?
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
We got some more great comments in here. Peace of Mind said that he was in a jail cell. Edge 95 said he's hiding from his parents because of how disappointed they would be in him. I'm presuming for eating the potatoes. The weirdest comment that we got was from Casey, who every single person in the chat is talking about Tater Hater, right? And then Casey just jumps in out of nowhere. How about them Buffalo Bills, though?
Oh my God.
Is this the same person that made the Leslie Galway account? Like, what is that? It's such a non sequitur. No one's talking about the Buffalo Bills. We're talking about potatoes. Talking about potatoes, man.
If you guys want to show some love, if you want to show some love for potatoes, you want to show some love for Tater Hater here, who has gone above and beyond for the DK Sim fam today, down in his parents' basement, and was able to heat up some of the tater tots in the microwave, and maybe it's Tom's microwave. We're 12 likes away from 200, so I'm going to go ahead and dedicate my like right now to you, Tater Hater.
Hater says, you guys want to listen to the video, but you got to do a stream. Now I'm in control.
Oh, okay.
He's controlling our lives.
You're not wrong. It is good to it was good to see everybody in the chat over on YouTube. There's Glasheen's toothbrush. I don't really want to know where he's been sticking that. Bills fan, Peace of Mind, Blood Robot, Broby, Brian Hancock. There's a Kenny Ducey in there. I still see you there as well, Leslie. Jordan, Mo. What's going on? I saw Jimmy B earlier. El Paso. Did I say Broby already? I just love the word Broby.
Yeah.
Robbie Noble's here. Robbie Noble's here. And we got ourselves one more touchdown. First one for the Cowboys today. C.D. Lamb.
Compact disc deal.
All right, well, that's an interesting way to put it.
Compact disc shops. How about that?
Love a good
Veal is
CD
cow.
tower.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Yeah, veal is cow.
That's why I corrected it.
I was gonna wait for the chat. Yeah, I was gonna wait for the chat to kind of correct you on that, but producer Drew was just too embarrassed with the man calling his game. Said veal's cow, dude.
Emerson, how's our lineup doing?
Lineup currently 123 out of 149. Following two straight top 10 finishes today. 2 straight top 10 finishes. This one is suffering. We're now 124 out of 149.
What was I thinking?
You weren't.
Hitching my wagon to you. I wasn't thinking. You're correct.
Well, it's because you were busy. You were busy with another sim. So I understand that. But
Right.
in terms of ownership, 69%. Alvin Kamara, the highest owned in this showdown. Zeke Elliott, 60%. This is not our contest. This is the big free showdown. Michael Thomas is third, 60%. Drew Brees, 51. And then Dak will drop off there to 41. Those are your top 5. This is going to wrap up the free early slate. Oh, we got ourselves a fumble. And
baby, what a
scooped up.
fumble!
It is a scoop up. It's a scoop up by the Cowboys.
What a hit from Xavier Woods. My goodness, Emerson. Wow. Wow.
So this is going to give the Cowboys
walloped.
here. Yeah, Dak. So Dak started this game like 0 for 4, maybe even 0 for 5, and now he's 11 of 16 in this one. And he's got himself a touchdown on his last drive by CD Lamb, 2 CD Lamb. And now with 2 timeouts to go, they burned one of them, so 1 more now. Under a minute to play. Greg the Leg missed a 55-yarder earlier in this game.
Greg the Leg is washed, man.
In the game, or are you
Washed.
talking real life?
Both. Was I with you when I was talking about kicker nicknames, how we don't have enough of them?
I don't think so, because I would remember that.
I was saying that there are no kickers have nicknames. Like in history. Someone said that like Morton Anderson had one. It was like the Golden Lamp or something. I have no idea what it was, but something like that, you know. So okay, great. Morton Anderson had one, but you think about kickers, right? You had Matt Smokin' Stover. You had Greg the Leg / Legatron, right? The guy had 2 amazing nicknames, and one of them, you know, like whatever, the same guy, right? And then he was immediately bad. You have the Money Badger, right? Who had the worst season ever.
The Lamborghini.
What?
The Lamborghini.
That's not a nickname. No one
That's
calls
Josh
him a
Lambo.
Lamborghini.
Josh Lambo's nickname, buddy.
No one calls him the Lamborghini.
I literally, yes, I call him the Lamborghini. Said it to him the
You
other
do.
day.
No one else
He
does.
accepted it. He accepted it. Also, you have someone accusing
I just
you.
Googled Lamborghini, and nothing comes up.
All right, 44-yard field goal for Legatron. That's good. 1-point game, 4 seconds to play in the first half.
And
Someone said, is that you in the video? Ducey, it's Winter Bold over on Twitch. Says that's you.
I mean, the facial hair is not nearly the same, and I don't have as much hair, so. I like that he put in not safe for work, and it says NSWF, not safe work for. Emerson is yelling at me through Slack. Now he said, Lambo and I are best friends. Look, here's the thing, okay? There's like 4 nicknames ever. Legatron and Greg the Leg is the same person. You have Fat Randy, Matt Smokin' Stover, and then the Money Badger, and then whatever the hell, you know, whatever the hell.
Coward move.
Morton Anderson's was. I know, right? They got to go for something
This
there.
cowardly move just to
This is
kneel
why-
it out.
This is why no one likes the Saints. Look at what they're doing. Yeah, the Polish
Oh,
hammer
yeah.
or something. That's what he was called.
Is that
Brian saying Hausch money because I Googled kicker nicknames and that was all I could find. And no one calls Hauschka Hausch money. So look, the bottom line is there's like 5 kickers with nicknames. And I don't want to go through the whole thing again for the people who were in the chat when I was talking about it, but
yeah?
I just I feel like we need more kicker nicknames. And I also feel like 3 of the 5 kickers that have nicknames suck. Right?
You know who doesn't suck? Drew Brees in this game. He's 10 of 10.
True.
Think about that. Zeke on the ground, 8 carries, 46 yards. Kamara's got 6 for 41. 41 is his number. How about that? 1 touchdown for him. Dak Prescott, 1 for 9. So that's what we got there in the rushing department. I would ask you what your favorite part of this sim has been, but I don't think either one of us have really paid attention because Tater Tot Man has broken the chat. The chat is officially broken. It does not even work.
Yeah, Tater Top Man blew it up for sure.
Traquan Smith, who's built by UCF, 4 catches, 44 yards. Cooper's got 3 for 56. CeeDee Lamb, 3 for 22 and a touchdown. Jared Cook's got 2 for 22 and a touchdown. Blake Jarwin, it's our captain, bro. 2 for 24.
Here we go, Blake. All right, Blake. Let's clap it up for Blake.
All right. I'll give you a little love there, Blake. We are still currently 133 out of 149. What we need is, son of a gun, we need Josh Hill to really step it up. And then maybe some Michael Thomas. Michael Thomas only has 1 catch for 21 yards in the first half. So he's got 3 points. Zeke, what are you doing? Could use more out of you. This is less than ideal right now, Deucey.
Definitely less than ideal. We need a little more out of our captain, but he's been good. But we need him to score again. We need the.
Hello.
Oh.
Hello. How you doing? Come here. Come here. You want to come up? Come up. All right. She wants to eat, which she's not going to eat because she just had a bully stick. Guess she's finished, babe. Oh, went into her crate. Anywho, I'm very much looking forward to the second half with you.
You as well.
What are you?
I was just checking out what's happening there.
Oh, right here, just this moment.
Just right there, yeah.
Yeah, that was Winnie. Just coming over to say hello. We have eclipsed 200 likes on the stream, on the Dream stream today. 2 more quarters to go, and we'll be out of your way. And that's when Shirag and Julian will take over for NBA Pre-Lock Live. And then it's going to be Glash and Rossi for Niners at the Steelers. Broncos at the Seahawks for Kaufman and Brandon. Vikings at the Bills for Glash and Brandon at 10 o'clock for Madden After Dark. What did you end up doing for your girlfriend for Valentine's Day? You didn't even tell me. It's like I was telling you what I did for mine, and I don't know if that put you to shame. You're embarrassed or what? But please share.
Yeah. No. We made some dinner. I mean, I had to work all day yesterday, so.
Doing what? Dinner, Sims, or were you doing tennis coverage?
No, just DK Live stuff. Also had to write some. Yeah, I had to write some tennis coverage, some NBA stuff. Yeah, we did dinner and just watched some rom-coms last night. We watched Friends with Benefits, which is actually a surprisingly really good movie. And we watched Trainwreck. We had never seen Trainwreck before. We watched that.
Oh, is that the one with LeBron?
Yeah.
Okay, not too shabby.
Also, Shaun White. Shaun White's in Friends with Benefits.
Yeah, we're about halfway through now, season 3 of Schitt's Creek, so we pounded through some of those episodes, and then we're also American Idol. American Idol debuted last night.
Oh yeah,
so
you're watching American Idol?
Yep, we enjoyed that from 8 to 10, and then what was beautiful.
Okay, go ahead.
I was going to say we wrapped it up and I joked about it earlier in the week, but lo and behold, we sat there and we watched the Daytona 500, people. because of that ridiculous delay. We enjoyed that. Oh, she did not enjoy it.
500. That's pretty funny.
Damn, Buzz Killington made his girl breakfast in bed. Did you guys, or gals too, because I got a great gift. I got some new gloves.
She made me some breakfast, which was very nice. I actually,
Wow.
she had planned on it, and I had already, I had offered to make, and then it was like, oh no, you don't have to make it. And then that was, she made it while I was doing a sim.
Wow.
Which was very nice. But
Yeah. I want to know what this DK Sim fam did. Like, how many, Rico Suaves do we have here as part of this incredible virtual family of ours?
So I was gonna ask, what do you recommend? Do you recommend American Idol? I like reality shows. We watched a lot of MasterChef. We watched the old seasons of MasterChef. And I wanted to know if if American Idol was like a feel good reality show, if you liked it or what,
I do like it a lot at this stage of the game, in the first few weeks of it, because I'm a big fan of good, emotional human interest stories. Ones that'll make you cry, ones that'll maybe make you frustrated, others that'll just make you feel good. As from 55 yards out, doing his best Greg the Leg impersonation, Will Lutz taking the L, buddy. It's a capital L in your last name. Just a terrible attempt.
How about Will Klutz?
Ooh, Will Putz. Ah!
Oh, got him. You got him, man.
Thanks, babe.
I think that you made a mistake asking.
See, I know.
Yeah, I think you made a mistake asking about. I think you made a mistake asking people what they did yesterday. They are
no. Everyone's just being honest.
Themselves.
Like, I see it. A lot of people making breakfast or, a meal for their significant other. Everyone doing other things. Yeah, that's right. Patrick, not an ops. We had a blizzard in Texas. No power, no heat. So I spent all day. I got to make sure I read this in my head before I read it out loud. So I spent all day feeding the fireplace while my wife and kids huddled in the living room. Not the romantic day I had planned. I know, man, I hope you're being safe out there, because the weather in like 60% of this country is just disgusting and dangerous right now.
Yeah, it's about to get bad up here on the East Coast as well.
Yeah, I think we're supposed to get some crap tomorrow. I want you to be careful if you go out on your run today or tomorrow.
Thank you. I haven't been on a run in like a week because of all the snow.
Yeah. Are you not? Do you not run on snow? Like, or is that just not?
I mean, I never used to run in general. So I don't really have I don't really know what I'm doing. So I just assumed because it was snowing that I really shouldn't run. It's gonna be warm like next week. I'm just kind of holding out now until it starts to get warm again. Then I'll start running again.
Yeah, but our first weekend without football, it was an interesting one. It sounds like you stayed busy and you delivered the goods on Valentine's Day, dude. Like the romantic human being you are.
Thank you. It sounds like you had a nice day as well.
I did, yeah.
You also
CD Lamb down to the 13. What's up?
Of course, you were a champion of Instagram as well.
Yeah. Do you follow Winnie LaPooch?
Mm-mm.
You should grab your phone right now and hammer the follow button. Winnie LaPooch. That's Winnie _Le _Pooch.
Okay. Bry Guy says excellent follow. I'll trust Bry Guy with that.
Yep. As Zeke ran the outside, a couple yards there, down at the 10. 4 minutes to go here in the third quarter. I decided to, right before we came on, I shared some exclusive content and information on my Instagram page, _Emerson. You know that one because you and I
Nice.
message each other all the time. We laugh.
Right. That's all the time. We have great laughs.
Oh, get in there, dude. Get in there. Down
That
at the
was
2.
cool.
There is, I did some research on Friday night. You're a Rangers fan, right? Or an Islanders fan?
I am a Rangers fan.
Okay.
I like I like the New York Rangers. I like the blue shirts.
Did you see the rock, paper, scissors contest between Zibanejad
No.
and Marchand?
I did not see it.
Yeah, so that sent me down a dark rabbit hole on Google, and I found some scientific evidence of how to have a foolproof strategy when it comes to rock, paper, scissors. So I have shared that content.
Really?
On my Instagram.
Why don't we play right now? I'm very good.
It's a 40-second clip. I'm not going to play it now.
No. I said let's play rock paper scissors right now.
Okay.
I
All
bet I
right.
can
Well,
beat
when
you.
we
Best of
when we
3.
come when we come on camera, how about we do that?
Okay. I'm very good at rock paper scissors because I'm very good at guessing.
Okay. Well, there is an actual
Like, it's
strategy
like
to this,
in-
so you don't have to guess. That's what I'm saying. It's backed
But
by science.
I'm a good
right? All
guesser,
these-
so I'm gonna win. That's what I'm saying.
That's okay. I love the confidence you have in yourself.
I'm very good at FIFA penalty shootouts because I'm very good at guessing as well. Like I'm a champion when it comes to FIFA penalty kicks. I'm very good at saving them.
Yeah. Me too, man. Oh,
Andrew said
God,
that's how
funny.
Kenny does his bets on the sweat. Good guessing.
There we go.
Sometimes
Smack
it is
dab
just
over
good
the middle.
guessing, man.
CD Lamb one more time. CD Lamb delivers.
Compact disc, baby. Especially in tennis, I wouldn't say guessing, but like sometimes there's a lot of feel involved with like a sport like that. There's not a lot of data to go off tennis. So to me, there is a lot of feel involved with like picking tennis stuff. You have to kind of feel out like how the opponent looked. You kind of get a gut feeling about like this guy's playing well or this guy's not playing well, and then you carry that forward to the next match.
All right, well, they decided to go for 2, and it couldn't have been closer to an epic fail than that. Cam Jordan in the zone decided to sack Dak Prescott.
Ali Smith saying, should I play McEnroe or Agassi? Very funny. Good joke.
What are you going to throw first?
What do you mean I'm going to throw first? I'm not
What are
going
you
to tell
going to throw
you.
first? Rock, paper, or scissors? I'll tell you what
I'm
I
not
throw
telling
first.
you.
I'm going to throw rock first. I want you to know that.
You're not going to get into my head, Emerson.
I'm going to throw rock first. I promise
Okay, this
you
is
right
part
now
of the
on our
video,
friendship.
isn't it?
No, I'm going to throw rock first. I'm giving you the first round right now.
No, don't do that. Don't do that, please.
Warming up, loosening my fingers, my little sausages.
I think that's cheating that you said that. That is, you're
It's
trying
not
to say
cheating.
out.
Do you
I don't
want
like that at all.
so do you? Because I can go somewhere else. Do you want me? Do you want me to go with
Stop.
paper or scissors?
We'll just. I don't want to talk about it until we get to the end of the third quarter. But you know what? I will say now it's best of 5 because I don't trust that I'm gonna win that first one because you're just messing with my head right now.
No, I'm not. And it's everyone knows rock, paper, scissors, best out of 3. You don't go best out of 5. You can't. You're changing
We're doing best
the
of
rules
5.
already. You were that kid when you started losing it like horse.
I didn't even
or
start losing.
something
I
as
just.
a
I don't.
kid.
I don't.
See,
agree.
you're
I
already
think
losing.
that you. I think that you
No.
have cheated by saying that.
No.
That you can't say that.
I was giving you the first round. That's what I was doing. I'm going rock first, buddy, whether you like
You're
it or
not
not.
giving me
You
the
can't
first round.
control
You know
me.
what? Let's just forget it, okay? We'll play the best of 3.
Wait. Forget what? We're not playing
We're
anymore?
playing the best of 3. I'm playing under protest, and that's it. Yeah, just do the
You're playing other protests already.
pay.
You're terrible. You're the worst person. I know. You're the worst teammate I've ever had.
I seriously don't like that you're trying to play mind games. It's actually stressing me out. Steve said you're stressing Kenny out.
You know what's crazy is I'm watching you like mind F yourself because I'm just telling you what I'm doing first. That's it, buddy.
This was clearly in your little video.
No, dude. And I hope you watch. I'm going to send it to you later, and that way we can have our, latest conversation on Instagram.
We're gonna do this. We're gonna rock paper scissors, and I'm gonna beat you.
Sounds good, man. It is good to have you here today. It's good to have Bry Guy on the ones and twos. TP and producer Drew Frangelico hanging with us. All of you guys and gals with us today. Almost 600 of you on YouTube. I hope you're excited for an epic showdown of rock, paper, scissors. Real quick on Zoom, like Bry Guy and Drew. Is there any kind of delay or like, is he gonna see my move before he makes his move? Do you know what I mean? I'm not quite sure if there's some kind of delay or not. And I know his video has been choppy,
I don't think so.
So he could use that. Oh boy. It is a 5-point game, 19-14. Stay in bounds. Stay in bounds. Michael Thomas on the grab. What's going on? You okay? Like, you do look stressed out.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I've never seen you this stressed out before.
Well, I thought I was in total control until just now. All right.
Okay. You ready?
Mm-hmm. Hold on. Let me just make sure. Am I in frame? Can everyone?
Yeah.
Is this in frame for the production staff? Is this good?
This is in frame. So we're going
Okay.
rock, paper, scissors, and you're going shoot. Okay.
I'm gonna angle it so I can see you. Okay, got it.
Okay. Here we go.
Yep.
Ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Let's just shoot on.
I know you can't over there. Right? I can't have any of that. Can't have any of that right now. So we both went rock.
Yeah. Okay. We don't need a play-by-play for this.
Okay, ready? Here we go. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Wait, I'm delayed. Like you're seeing mine first before you make your decision. So like you're just
I'm not
cheating.
okay. I'm not okay. This is just my hands.
Okay. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
We're doing the same ones. Come on, keep going.
This is the word. All right. Rocks, paper, scissors, shoot.
Got it. One up,
Got
one
it.
nothing.
Okay. Rocks, paper,
got
scissors,
it.
shoot.
Okay, tie.
All right. Rocks, paper, scissors, shoot.
You can't switch. You
Oh, bang bang,
Okay.
2-0.
All right. All right. Great.
Got him. All right, now I'm not so
You
stressed anymore.
absolutely cheated. For first 4
What are
rounds.
you talking about?
People were watching this. The Sim fans saw you cheating the entire time.
How? You were the one you actually cheated yourself out of the victory because you went like this. You went rock, paper, scissors, and then you did this.
No,
you did this. You did,
no. This is pathetic.
and then
This
gave
is-
me the win. You did the little replay the tape. You went like
Yeah.
this, and then you
I can
spread your
replay the
hand
tape.
to do
I'm looking at
paper,
the comment
and then
section.
I won.
I'm looking at the comment section right now. People are like, dude, he's just literally waiting for you to pop your device.
That's
whatever it's
absolutely
gonna be.
not true.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your support, DK Sim fan. That's all
I didn't want to
wanted.
go too far, too fast.
This is ridiculous.
All right, I'll
Brad,
do
guys,
it.
can
Let's
we
do
roll
it
the fourth
again.
quarter? This is terrible. No, I don't.
Let's
I
do it
don't
again.
do
Let's do it
this.
again.
I don't do this. I'm not bringing
No,
myself
you
down to your
lost.
level.
You lost,
Maybe-
and now you're trying to say that you didn't lose.
after,
You lost.
Maybe after the game, I
Take
gotta
the
cool
loss.
off. I gotta cool off.
Nabi Roble says, I saw Emerson. I want to know why you changed out of paper or from rock to paper in the last round. Because
Oh,
I
I
had
did not.
scissors
Oh, I
and you
did not.
changed. You did.
And
Nabi Roble saw
Not
it.
true.
I'm gonna watch the tape back and see what happened here. You took yourself out of a winning position, and I'm just not understanding why you did it.
Yeah. I mean, David, I
had to
agree.
win.
It's a low blow, cheating. Like these are new lows.
Oh, you know
People-
what? My
people watch this.
video was lagging in this. It does look bad.
Yes.
My video was lagging.
This was just
But
not a
people, hold on, but our production staff on Zoom was able
No.
to see.
No.
But Emerson, you absolutely did change out of your last one.
I'm sorry, I did not, buddy. But thank you, everybody, for your support during this difficult time. I did not know I was going head to head with someone who would cheat our friendship. Cheat you, DK Simfam, and everyone on the Dream.
Now
Stream, no matter what platform
this is your new
you're watching
bunk
on.
beds. All right.
What are you talking about? I didn't even bring up
This is
bunk
gonna
beds,
this
buddy.
is the yeah, this is your new bunk beds.
Listen, I got nothing but love for you, but I lost it all in the last 2 minutes. Thank you, Dom. I win by DQ. I will take the victory today. Oh, the end around, man. Sorry, Sanders. Doesn't happen.
You know, I should know that this is home. You have home field advantage here with the DK Sim fam. They would never admit that you.
The DK Sim fam was complimentary of you with your new mic earlier. I don't think they hate you as much as they used to. So you can no
It's not
longer
that they
use
hate me,
that
but
as an excuse.
if there's a difference of opinion, they're gonna side with you, of course. Giggle Pigs, I was against you going into this. Fully agree. Emerson changed on the last match. But what I don't understand is it wasn't even like you were cheating. You just like I think that you maybe in your head you were like, oh, the book says to do paper on the last one, so I should do it.
It's not a book. It's a very long study on the internet.
I'm gonna watch it again.
Second touchdown of the day for him. So the Saints are
No, you
take
did.
the lead again.
I'm watching it right now.
No,
You
buddy.
did this, and then you did that.
No, because I said rock, paper, you take the fist, you hit it, and then I decided I went paper. I don't know what you're talking about, bud.
Why would you decide to do paper after I had already thrown? See, I was on delay. It doesn't look good with my I'm on delay today. But I promise you, we're not on delay in Zoom. It looks on delay in the stream, but we're not on delay in Zoom. Ducey, watch Emerson's post from earlier. He knows what he's throwing before you go. I don't know
Ricky
what that
Bobby,
means.
bro. What are you talking about, dog?
All I know is on my end, I mean, I have what do I have to gain by cheating at rock, paper, scissors? Obviously, I don't want to feel the heat here. I didn't want to have to deal with people saying I cheated at rock, paper, scissors. I want to prove that I'm the GOAT at this game.
Okay.
Brian,
I got
Brian
producer.
says
I got
go.
producer Drew. I got Bry guy in the ones and twos. I got TP. I got Frangelico. I got them all saying, "You were waiting for me to shoot my shot before you decided to make your decision."
That's
so maybe
we
maybe,
record all the Zoom calls. I would like to get the
That's
recording
fine.
of this. I would.
Yeah. Not the best moment in our friendship, but I have forgiven worse. I will rise above it, and you and I are cool. I got no beef with you, buddy.
Yeah,
I got
you
no
just
beef.
lost. That's all. That's all. Just a game.
Thank you. David says, M even gave Ducey the first round and then cheated for the win, huh?
No, I didn't take the first round. I threw rock on purpose. Also, a question. If I was really cheating, why would I wait till like the fourth round to start doing it? We tied the first three
You
rounds.
love those moments. You love those moments. You're trying to, show on camera to the DK Sim fan of your strategy as Cam Jordan again sacking Dak Prescott. All I care about is you and I want you to be happy. And if this makes you happy, Kenny, that's all I care about.
No, all right. You know what?
But this,
Don't turn off
people
my mic. You
over
can finish.
People across the world can go on YouTube and literally watch what just happened between us, because this is YouTube. This is everywhere.
Yeah, it
internet
doesn't
does
look
not
good.
forget.
I'll admit it does not look good, but I am telling you to trust me that I would not cheat at rock, paper, scissors.
It's just a game, Fokker. Thank you, Ricky Bobby. Thank you, everyone, for your support.
It's not Ricky Bobby. It's Ricky Robbie.
But that's what I call him, is Ricky Bobby. I have a relationship with him. That's Ricky Robbie's nickname.
You should call him Richard Robert.
You seem disgruntled and like disinterested now in talking to me.
Yep, you're right. The Tater Hater video already has 20 views. How many of it do you think are DraftKings employees?
Most of them.
Yeah, no, I'm not happy about this. Not at all. Well, you just Instagram DM'd me now. I'll talk. I'll
just
talk
say if you're not gonna talk to me here on the sim, I'm gonna try to contact you through Instagram.
Well, look, here's the thing. I obviously care about my reputation, and I'm hurt that someone would accuse me of cheating at rock, paper, scissors.
Don't let this ruin your night. Just use it to get better, like as a
What do you
human
mean use
being.
it?
It's a life lesson.
You have to understand.
You've learned a life lesson today, and that's fun. And that's great. Dude.
What lesson did I learn?
This was always going to happen, man. This is just your path.
What was always going to happen? That I was
And
going to
you
win at
got to
rock,
this
paper,
point, and
scissors?
We were together. We were together. We will always have this moment together. You will always look back years down the road. You're going to have grandchildren, and you're going to tell them, "Listen, I had a lesson learned one day back on this thing called the internet, when I used to play rock, paper, scissors against an old good friend who no longer talks to me because I cheated him in front of the world."
Robbie said, the Lord knows. Either I did or I didn't. That's right. You know what? I don't care that people in the chatters. God knows that I did not cheat.
You're going to get up to the pearly gates. It's going to be going down this checklist. Says you're good here, good here, good here. Oh, wait, what is this?
Look, absolutely.
February 15th. February 15th,
have I cheated before in my life? Of course.
Oh.
Right? Have you ever cheated at a game before? Of course. But not this one. I don't need to cheat at rock, paper, scissors. I'm good. Tony Pagano says, just say you're sorry and move on. Nobody cares. What am I sorry for? For winning? People are ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, big 3rd and 7 coming up here. Well, I'll dial back in. I guess I'll do my job since Kenny doesn't want to say much. 22-19. It's a field goal contest. You pick up this first down, which they do. Oh, God, no, that was incomplete. He dropped it. Jared Cook dropping the football. It was in his breadbasket, but it slipped out. So Will Lutz will have an opportunity to come on and make this a 6-point game. NBA Pre-Lock Live is coming up. Shirag and Julian will be able to answer all of your NBA questions for tonight. Fantasy questions, season-long questions, DFS. You got some sports betting questions in there, drop them. These dudes are good at what they do, which is answering your NBA questions. This sim has had just about everything you could possibly think of. We had tater top videos from a hostage situation somewhere in this world inside a basement. We've had incredible plays on the sim field. We've had laughs. We've also had some cheating. But one thing is for sure, we will all leave this sim better than we were when we arrived, because we all learned something today.
Except for you, because you took a loss in rock, paper, scissors. How did our lineup do, Emerson?
Well,
How's it looking?
The good news is you and I have risen up. Like
That's
the
good.
Phoenix from the ashes to 108. 108 out of 149 entries. What about all of you, DK Simbam? How your lineups looking? Early slate. Any showdown contests?
Now that we're getting ready for Pre-Lock Live, I would like to know, I'm just going to submit this question ahead of time to Chirag and Julian, what they think of my bold prediction of the 76ers maybe keeping it close, maybe not losing, maybe losing, but like not losing by more than 8. You know, maybe they lose by like, I don't know, up to 7 points, something like that tonight. I think that that's very possible. And it's bold because the Jazz have been on such a torrid run. But Rudy Gobert can't defend the post up.
Bro, what's the Jazz's record now? There was a point last week.
They have like 5 losses.
Yeah,
I remember New Year's Eve. I remember watching them New Year's Eve lose to the Suns, and I was like, and I'd picked the Jazz, and I was like, oh gosh, I hate the Jazz. They stink. I think that was like the last time they lost. They had like 1 loss to the Nuggets in there, and that was it. And they're incredible. But the one thing that's weird about them is they can't defend post-ups. That's why they've struggled with Nuggets so much. I think they're the second worst team points per play wise on post-ups. Rudy Gobert is a rim protector, but not a one-on-one defender. Anyway, I'm talking. They're gonna now they're gonna yell at me for talking about the NBA right before they came on. So I'll be quiet. Plenty of analysis coming your way in about what 5 or so minutes here.
I mean, if
Less
you
than
maybe your analysis is different though. It's not bad if you want to drop that in, start getting everyone ready to go.
It's true. Yeah. Drew says stick to tennis. Yeah, we don't have pre-tennis lock at 8, but the people in the chat have called for my overnight live tennis show, so we'll see.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, do you have any last minute tennis advice?
Yeah, take all the underdogs. Take all the underdogs. I think that especially on the men's side, it's going to be right for the dogs. I really like Halep against Serena. She's like $7,300 or something. Last time they played was obviously the Wimbledon final. Everyone remembers. Very fast surface there. People who are new to tennis wouldn't realize it, but grass is actually like the fastest surface. So in Australia with these fast courts, it's sort of a similar situation, and it should help Serena on serve, but ultimately I think that it's gonna help Halep based on the last time they met, which was a couple years ago. And I really just like all the underdogs on the men's side. Karatsev. I think that Tsitsipas or Zverev against Djokovic is a very good call. He's been, just on fire down under. And then, I like all the underdogs. Mukova has a chance, but I'm definitely paying up for Osaka. That's for sure. Osaka's like, I think she's going to be like 80% owned in this contest. You have to have Osaka. Must.
Well, the Saints were able to add one more field goal pushing their lead to 9 points. No timeouts left for Dallas. Could still be some garbage points for your lineup. So heads up here as Dak's going to test the atmosphere, going deep, incomplete. 11 seconds to play here. We do have Chirag and Julian standing by. NBA Pre-Lock Live coming up right after Kenny dishes out his Krusty Kaufman player of the game and his babysitter Billy, I'm still single, player of the game.
I'm not still single.
No, that's the awards name now. We
Billy
have
is?
up.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we have upgraded it.
Is that like free advertising? Kind of love that.
I'm
actually.
just
Kinda
I'm just
genius.
trying to wingman Billy. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, I kind of love it. It's kind of genius.
All right, so 4 seconds to go. This will be the last play of the game. And currently in our contest, 107 out of 149, but Brooklyn BS, Doulaville tied for seconds. Free Showdown, which had 12,000 entries in it. Solo leader in that one. Incomplete pass. Oh, wait a minute. They're going to call.
Oh boy.
Pass
Oh
it-
no.
pass it
Oh,
over.
when have you ever seen
I don't
them
know,
do
man.
this?
I've seen a game end with like a pass interference call like that, and then the team scores and wins. This isn't going to make a difference on the scoreboard
Good
here,
thing we'll upset
but
that
it will
field
your
goal.
lineups. Okay, hey, there's our captain, dude. One more for Blake Jarwin.
There you go. Nice. Big day for Blake's apparently.
Mm-hmm. So, an absolute roller coaster on this sim today.
Yeah.
I know you mean well. I know your
Some
heart's
things
in
that
the
we
right
can leave
place.
in the sim.
Yeah, I think you're just maybe a little confused, but that's okay. I like you for who
I'm
you
the
are.
confused-
I don't want you to change at all. Krusty Kaufman player of the game, buddy.
Gonna be CD Lamb, $5,200, 32% owned, and 23.4 DK fantasy points. He had 2 touchdowns. The must roster guy of the game, only 32% ownership or 32.6%. So when you factor in how unpopular he was, how important he was, because he let you get, your Kamaras, your Prescotts, your Breezes, your Jared Cooks in there. CD Lamb, player of the game.
All right, babysitter Billy, not my
And-
kid. I'm still single player of the game.
Yeah, sorry, I was just waiting for you to waiting to get teed up there. Yeah, so the worst player in this one, I think it would have to be Ezekiel Elliott, 60.9% ownership, and he did have 7 or almost 8 fantasy points, but I mean, the guy totaled 68 yards and he was 61% owned and $9,400. Hard to call this anything but a disappointment. So sorry, but Zeke is not my child today.
Great. Not Billy's child as well. Looks like a solo leader in
Not
the
Billy's,
early
yes.
classic. Looks like 3-way tie for first in the showdown for this one, in the large showdown. And then we have moved up. The Blake Jarwin catch moved us up to 102 out of $1.40.
Very nice.
So that's it for us today. Thank you, producer Drew and Thomas and Brad Guy on the 1s and 2s. You as well, Frangelico. We are going to toss it over now to NBA Pre-Lock Live. Chirag and Julian, I don't know if you guys caught it or not, but Kenny was caught on the internet cheating in our game.
You can
of
go back and watch
head-to-head
the film.
in
I was
rock,
not cheating.
Paper, scissors. So just beware.
I won
and be
rock, paper,
aware.
scissors, and someone had to
Okay.
make up that I cheated
So
to make him
Chirag
feel
and
better
Julian-
because he studied for two
Chirag
hours on how to
and
play rock, paper,
Julian-
scissors.
Chirag and Julian, take it away, gentlemen, and just proceed with caution with this guy. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you from the 2 backwards hats guys to the new 2 backwards hats guys. This is Pre-Lock Live for Monday. Let's get it cracking, Julian. Some exciting news already down the pipe. Andre Drummond not expected to play until he's traded. How you doing, brother? How you feel about that?
Blake Griffin too. All these teams that are going absolutely nowhere, just putting old washed up big guys on the shelf and saying you will not be seeing them with us anymore.
What are the odds that Blake and or Andre Drummond end up in Brooklyn?
One has to. The the need is there just too much. I don't know if Drummond necessarily fits quite as much, although he's, him and DeAndre Jordan are somewhat similar. I don't know. Which one do you think is a better fit?
I personally think that Drummond's a better fit just because they need the size. If you're going to come make it through the Eastern Conference Finals, come to the West, if the Lakers make it, we don't know. AD's out for now 3 weeks minimum. That could be a potential impact maybe down the road. Jokic still there. There's other teams in the West that are pretty big. But then in the Eastern Conference, you still have to face Joel Embiid. So you need the size. I think that's how I view it, is you need the size. Blake, he's good as a point forward, but you don't really need a passer as much as you need a big man to pick up 6 fouls or potentially play 35 minutes against some of these elite bigs in the league.
Yeah, those are good points. They really don't need somebody that needs to touch the ball, and Drummond would be at his best playing that DeAndre Jordan role of just play defense, block some shots, get some rebounds. So yeah, too many chefs in the kitchen, I guess, if you add a skill player that needs the ball in his hands like Griffin, who obviously is nowhere close to. Why are you going to give the ball to Blake Griffin when you can give it to any of the other 3 guys?
But he's a good facilitator. I mean, that I think pinch post out of the elbow, he can work as a good facilitator. He can knock down the 3. I saw a stat today that was pretty crazy. I don't think Blake Griffin has recorded a dunk this season. To go from the dunk champion to not recording a dunk at all, I found that one pretty interesting.
Yeah, not many dunk champions go a season without a dunk.
Before we get into it, make sure you guys drop the questions. YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, wherever you guys are at right now, drop the questions and we will do our part to make sure to answer it. Julian Edlow is with me for the entire week, so we'll see how he hangs out for this one. Let's start with some value, though.
I'm not even with you for the week. I'm replacing you later in the week.
Yep. But you're with Prelock Live.
Sure.
All right. So let's get into some value right away that's standing out. Jarrett Allen, who is supposed to now start for Drummond, his price is already skyrocketed up for tonight's matchup against the Warriors. That's the last game on the slate, but I have to look at that value at JaVale McGee. 3,100, a chance to play 16 to 20 minutes against his former team. How's that look to you to start your kind of value spots?
Yeah, so Jarrett Allen's Cleveland has reason not to want to use Andre Drummond right now because Jarrett Allen's been producing. But like you said, he's now kind of peaked to the point where you scroll back in his game log, once he was kind of becoming a value at the end of January in those certain spots where he would get starts, he was like $1,500 cheaper.
Yep.
So if we go to JaVale McGee for 3,100, it just feels, he's been getting 23 DraftKings points in 11 minutes, 16 minutes. You hope he gets more than 16 minutes. That's what he got last night with Drummond out, but still he was a point away from a double-double in the limited minutes. I would love to hear JaVale McGee will play like 24 minutes.
That's not going to happen. When he was on the Lakers, he has this asthma thing, so it kind of prevents him from playing major minutes. If you look at the entire season, he's had one game where he played 24 minutes. So my only argument would be then now we know we're paying for somebody that's going to be in limited minutes, so his ceiling can only be so high. Yeah, but at 3,100, do you need him to fit in all these studs that are on the slate? James Harden really stands out as in the matchup with the top over-under for tonight's slate. Then you have the situation where Westbrook and John Wall going head-to-head. Westbrook playing on the second night of a back-to-back. Did not see that coming, but who's more of a revenge spot? I think you feel like you need the salaries. Trae Young has been playing in an elite clip. I mean, yeah, he's down the last 2 games, but that's the way you attack in a tournament scenario against a team that might not be as strong defending against point guards. And then you also have, Joel Embiid in there, and he's been playing at an exceptional rate, but he's questionable. So that's kind of the one thing that we have to wait for on this slate is the Joel Embiid status. I have a feeling that Embiid's going to play, but it's not a lock, and you have to be prepared to be able to swap in later guys. So it with the slate locking at 7 and then the next game at 7:30 and then at 9, how would you play that late swap scenario if Embiid is in or if Embiid is out, with the Brooklyn Sacramento game being at 10?
Yeah, it's weird because it's the in-between game, really, when you look at the slate. It's a 7-game slate. There's 3 games that tip off 7:30 or earlier and 3 games that tip off at 10. So it's the one middle game at 9 o'clock. I think that we can figure it out because there are fortunately 3 games that lock an hour later. So if you want to try and play Embiid and get low ownership on him, and he does wind up playing against a Utah team that people are afraid of because they have a reputation of being a good defensive team, because they have Gobert, who's a former defensive player of the year, but they don't defend centers all that well.
Yep.
They have some problems there. So Embiid could be a very good tournament play. But at the same time, we can always find center plays. We're talking about like Cleveland, which even tips off at 10. So you don't need to have one of those guys in center, but you can use Embiid in your utility and easily be able to pivot to, Harden's $200 more against Sacramento without Durant. That's a good spot. That's an easy pivot right off the top. The only big deal is like there's not that many people in Embiid's range. So like Curry's 99 if you want to go there, and then you have to kind of move more pieces around. And then anybody below that, now we're looking at like over $1,000 or more in price difference. So you have to have a two for two swap prepared, where you'll go down on Embiid to whoever you want it to be, and have another, cheaper value that you're looking to upgrade with that leftover cash that you have going from Embiid to somebody cheaper. But I think the obvious one is just kind of put Embiid in utility, have $200 left over, and go to Harden.
Makes a lot of sense. We have a question from Twitch asking Gobert or Allen. Who do you prefer?
Gobert or Allen? Okay.
Allen 6,700, Gobert 72. So you have to spend a little bit more to get up to Gobert here.
Yeah. So I would still probably play Allen. I think it's a fine spot for Gobert. There's always the issue of maybe getting in foul trouble going against Joel Embiid.
Yep.
Whereas Allen, he's the cheaper play, and we just kind of can feel more confident in what we're going to get here. He's the starting center. He's the center of the future that Cleveland wants to see what he can do. And, against Golden State, they don't really have a traditional center. Like, it's going to be a game that you should be able to get some rebounds, block some shots.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, they are running Draymond and Juan Toscano-Anderson as their kind of two bigs.
And, I mean, Draymond's playing point guard on one end and center on the other end. So that's pretty untraditional. Yep.
I mean, that sets up for Draymond to take advantage of the opportunity too, if he has Jared Allen on them. So it's been interesting to see Draymond play much more better and kind of in the groove now that Kelly Oubre has found his way, Andrew Wiggins has found his way. But I want to talk about this earlier game with Houston and Washington. There's a lot of things to consider here. Oladipo is out for Houston. So does that make John Wall an elite play until he gets over that 8K range? I think that's the way that his salary is setting up. He's still 7,500. He's recorded over basically 34 fantasy points in the last 2 weeks, every single game he's played in, even if he's played like 22 minutes. So the upside is there against his old team, and Washington does not play any defense. And then on the Washington side, you have a questionable scenario where Garrison Matthews, he was starting the last 2 games, so that sets up possibly Denny to come in and start in his place, and he's only at 4K, and he's been playing a bunch more minutes.
Yeah, for me, the obvious spot is just going to Wall, and Oladipo being out is great, but it's the matchup in the spot. It would be different if fans were there, obviously, but it's in Washington, which if you want to go with the revenge, then go with the revenge. I think there's still something there. It's his first game back after 10 games with the franchise. So there should be a little something there. They did play, right? And that first one was in Houston.
Yep, the first one was in Houston.
Yeah, so Wall had 35 DraftKings points in 24 minutes in that first game. So he was very efficient without getting much run. Washington is the third worst team in terms of DraftKings points allowed to point guard. I think that it sets up as a really good spot to play John Wall, who should be one of the chalkier plays on the slate, but that's fine.
And then we just got some news right now. Actually, Garrison Matthews will start. So, I mean, it doesn't really make a huge difference because Garrison's not a big contributor on the offensive end, but I was thinking more of some potential usage or minutes. But keeping with that game, Mo Wagner, 3,200, he is starting. It's the second game in a row that he will be starting. What do you consider there? I mean, now we have two center options in McGee and Wagner that are really cheap, and then other center options that we need to consider on the slate. What's your take on Wagner?
Yeah, I think Wagner starting is a very good thing. And we saw his role very impacted by the start. He was kind of all over the place, but when he got minutes, like he did in that game against Brooklyn, 30 DraftKings points in 21 minutes, he gets the start against the Celtics, plays 22 minutes, has 24.5 DraftKings points. So he was effective with the time. So it's a good matchup against Houston. I think that I would play Wagner over McGee because there's no limitation there. Like you said, McGee, he can have those 25 DraftKings point games, but he's not going to have much more if he's playing 16 minutes. It's just impossible. So Wagner played 22 minutes, maybe he plays 24, 25, 26, and that just leaves you more upside and a safer floor.
Yeah, that's a really good call. We have another question from YouTube. What do you think about Cedi Osman? He's sitting here at 3,300, coming off 25 minutes, 28 fantasy points against the Clippers on Sunday. What you feel with him in this matchup with the Warriors?
Yeah, so let me see. Just looking up where I have him. I mean, obviously everybody has to benefit when guys come out of your rotation, and Drummond was out of the rotation on Sunday.
Yep.
And Osman had it clearly impacted him. He hadn't played that many minutes in forever, 25 minutes in that game. He played 7 against Portland the game before.
Yep.
No more than 22 minutes in any of his last 8 games. And he came through with the 20 points. Didn't do much else with his minutes, but the scoring was there. So I think that he's a viable option. I'm not sure. I guess he's cheap enough at 3,300 where you don't really have to worry about it. There were times where he was, in the high 4,000s that he was even a good play. I think it's more now with like Sexton and Garland both back in that backcourt going.
Yeah.
Osman's a little bit more of a wing and a big, but those Drummond minutes have to go somewhere. We saw Osman do well with them yesterday, so no reason to fade him at that cheap of a price.
And the notable thing is that he's been picking up minutes right there for Prince. So Prince played under 20 minutes in his start. So I think he's kind of replaced him as that wing guy if he can keep that momentum going. I mean, there's no guarantee of that, but I think they have to see what Osman has more than what Prince does.
I mean, Cleveland has to see what both of them are. Like, the Cavs can't really afford to. The Cavs need to see exactly what they have in everybody because they don't have that much. But it's really just going back to yesterday, what that rotation looked like. And I don't know why it would be all that much different. So, yeah, I think Osman's a fine, cheap play.
Cool. Let's get into this Clippers matchup against the Heat. We have Pat Beverly ruled out, Kawhi Leonard going to miss another game, and Paul George still remaining out due to the toe injury. How do you look to attack this? We have Serge Ibaka sitting at 5K, Reggie Jackson, 4,900, Batum, 5,100, Marcus Morris, 5,200, coming off a monster 39.5 DraftKings points, and Lou Williams, 64. He started in place of Kawhi and went off for 49 fantasy points, dropping 30 and 10 on the Cavs. I mean, it was the Cavs, but at the same time, Miami's going to slow this down a little bit. Who are your favorite options from the Clippers?
Yeah, I think Reggie Jackson's always a guy in this situation that just kind of becomes the default go-to guy. We saw it in those other games that George and Leonard both missed. I think there was actually a 37 DraftKings point game against the Miami Heat in one of those games that Kawhi and Paul George, the first game that Kawhi and Paul George missed, I think, back towards the end of January. So 37 DraftKings points in 37 minutes. He got up 15 shots in that game, finished with 16 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists. He's the guy at 4,900 that I look to in this spot to just kind of take over the most. Ibaka's coming off a pretty good game. He's probably the secondary play that I would look at. And like you said, Marcus Morris just kind of has to fill some of those forward wing minutes, and he's never shy to shoot. He's coming off 2 games, a 33.5 against Chicago, and then 39.5 against Cleveland with Kawhi out for that one. So it's tough to give me a play on the Clippers that you don't necessarily say like, yeah, that's a strong play. But I would probably rank them Jackson, Ibaka, Morris.
And you're skipping Lou altogether, or?
That's a good point. I mean, I guess Lou.
He's probably going to be the most popular coming off that monster game.
Yeah. Let me see. I guess Lou Williams. He's kind of in a similar spot to Morris for me, so call him 3A and 3B. Let me see. Ibaka was like super efficient in that game yesterday against Cleveland.
Yeah.
It might look a little bit different against Bam. So
yep.
I guess for me, Reggie Jackson's the clear-cut one. Ibaka is right there. Morris is right there. And then, I mean, Lou Williams has been so up and down. He had the monster game, 30 points and 10 assists. He's been playing really well lately. It's tough to
fade. When he's on a roll, and it's really hard to fade him.
Tough to dispute that. Yeah. So 32 minutes yesterday. The only thing I'll say maybe is that as one of the older guys now, maybe they lean on Jackson a little bit more heavily in this one. But like I said, that's what you bring up another Clipper. It's tough to argue. So all of them are good plays. If you're playing multiple lineups, you're going to want to scatter all these guys in there.
Yep. I feel like personally, you also have to take a consideration for Terrence Mann with Pat Beverly out. Mann has been known to step up, and there's potential for him to start here too. And at 3,800, he's another Clipper that is potential value. Luke Kennard's really annoying. I can't really trust the guy anymore. Every time that he starts or even plays well, it's short-lived or he can't get it going, and sucks for them. And I prefer Terrence Mann if we're going to look for another cheap value play there.
Yeah, I'll say that I do prefer Kennard to Mann probably, just because there is the scoring upside there that I don't necessarily know if it's there with Mann.
Yep.
Let me see. They're both pretty similar plays.
And you get the cheaper one with Mann. That's how I'm looking at it.
There we're looking at like last pieces, so like that's probably going to matter. It depends which one you can fit. Don't go out of your way and change another really strong play to get Luke Kennard because he's $300 more than Mann. Now
we have some news. Richaun Holmes is listed as questionable and Marvin Bagley listed as questionable. So I would look to hit the Brooklyn Nets -4 right now on the DK Sportsbook. Considering midday downgrades doesn't really work out very well. -4, Nets only favored by 4. Yeah, KD's out, but if these two guys on the second night of a back-to-back, Fox was already dealing with something. What do you think?
Well, Bagley's been out. Right? So
Yep.
This is an upgrade. Is this an upgrade for him, or
No, he's just being listed as questionable. He was listed as questionable yesterday too, and then ended up being ruled out. So it's just the same status.
Okay.
It's Holmes that's the new one now, which potentially makes Whiteside even a viable option again.
Right. So first we need to see if, this could be a downgrading Holmes type of deal because they know they're going to put Bagley back in his spot.
Yep.
One of those type of situations. So if Bagley's in and Holmes is out, does that change that much for you? Like, I don't know if that makes the Nets a play all of a sudden because of a swap like that. So I would say it doesn't really have much of a
Impact?
sportsbook impact for me.
Okay.
As it does DFS, like, yeah, Whiteside at 4,300 becomes somebody if both of those guys wind up out.
Yeah, makes sense. Good call. And then we also got another piece of news here. Wendell Carter Jr. will return after a lengthy absence. Bulls have been decimated by injuries in their front court, and now Wendell Carter Jr. returning. He's not really very cheap. His salary didn't go down much in this little absence. He's been out a month or so, and he's still $6K. So I think that downgrades everybody, honestly, across the board for the Bulls. It makes them a little overpriced with, the way that the Pacers are a good defensive team. They have a strong defensive efficiency. Their pace is a little bit lower in this matchup, even though they've been known to push it with their new coach. I still think that. How do you think that Wendell Carter Jr. impacts the slate then?
Yeah, I don't, like you said, it probably just downgrades some of the Bulls because they're all priced for him to be out, even with Markkanen's out, Otto Porter Jr.'s out. It would be a nice spot to maybe play Wendell Carter if his price came down, but it didn't. So it really it's more one of those, it clogs the slate, not the slate up because there's plenty of places to go on the slate, but it clogs the Bulls up. You probably weren't playing many Bulls anyway.
Yeah.
This is not good for Thaddeus Young, who had his moments at times. So yeah, it really just takes plays away more than gives you any, but they probably weren't popular plays to begin with.
Some more news. Now we have PJ Tucker listed as out. Yeah, he's not a big offensive threat and his usage rate is low, but he did play 30 minutes the other night on Saturday. Does this impact the slate for maybe Jayshawn Tate to step up for a few more minutes? Daniel House maybe gets a little bump now at power forward playing it, or do we want to look at Cousins? Cousins has a chance to play 30 minutes. He's been kind of playing fewer minutes of late.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to make Cousins play more minutes. It seems like they just don't, like they're just not there. He's just a big dude coming back from multiple serious leg injuries. I think this is more effective for Tate, who's 4,600, who has shown us, 25, 30 DK upside. House could play a little bit more.
Yep.
He's, a bigger wing. He doesn't do what PJ Tucker necessarily does, but if he's out there, he can rebound and he can knock down shots. I just don't know where else the minutes could go. Sterling Brown could continue to be used, but he's more of a wing.
Yep.
So yeah, I would say Tate is probably the guy that I think this helps out the most. And did we even cover? We said Westbrook's playing, but he is going to have limited minutes.
I didn't see that.
Second night of a back-to-back, Westbrook's going to be limited minutes.
Okay, so then that makes Wall definitely the play on that side of the matchup.
I don't know if it does it even make a difference for Wall?
No, but I mean, just that debate of, Westbrook's playing against his old team and yada, yada.
Oh, yeah, no.
Does that make Beal a little bit more potentially a nice play? 8,900.
Right. I was going to say if it does anything, that makes Beal a good play. But people wanted Beal tonight with Westbrook out. So even getting him with a limited Westbrook isn't quite as much as we wanted. So I don't think you need to force Beal into lineups now because of this news. But if you want to play him, I think it gives him a little bit more upside, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel about it too. We have a question from Twitch. How do you prefer to construct tonight's lineups? Do you think it's better to be balanced or go stars and scrubs?
So there are scrubs that we can use, which is nice. But that means that we need stars that we feel comfortable paying all the way up for. And like one of my favorite plays is Wall 75. That's a balance play.
Yep.
Harden is the most expensive player on the slate. I think you can easily fit him. So there's a pay up spot.
Yep.
And then maybe let's say you want to play Steph for 99. Let's say you want to play those three guys for example. It takes up a lot of your guard spots, obviously, but just
Yep.
for a salary, argument. If you put those three guys in, you're looking at like 43 to 4,400 left on the remaining guys.
Yep.
And you can easily fit that. And you can pay down. We've been talking about these 3,000 guys that now allows you to easily fit your 4,900 Reggie Jackson, which is a little bit more than that median price, and so on. So call that stars and scrubs if you want. There's like 2 in there, and Wall's balanced, and then you can kind of build it out from there.
We have even more news. Now, Eric Gordon is ruled out for tonight's slate. So Nwaba, House, and Tate will start. So we just have to attack this scenario here for Houston. Man, this slate is really getting interesting with Gordon being out. It sets up where you kind of have to play 2 Rockets now.
So, I mean, John Wall, it just keeps getting better and better for John Wall.
Yep.
That's obvious. And then let me pull up Houston here. Wall is the obvious play. And then does Cousins almost has to become a better play. I'm really curious to see how many minutes Cousins gets, because it seems like you just say it's easy to play Cousins, but then if he gets 25 minutes, that just doesn't feel great. But still, it's a great matchup. He should get as much as he can handle. Tate, House, Brown, Nwaba, and then there's just not really any options after that. So this is turning into kind of a Clippers situation where there's not a play that you can give me that I think's a bad play. You just got to kind of rank them how you feel, who you feel best about.
So I was kind of breaking it down, looking at lineups, playing around with a few of these value guys. So if we do have Wall and Harden as kind of the locks for this slate, that kind of sets up weird where if you're playing that double center with maybe McGee and Wagner as your 2 cheap guys, it doesn't leave you the option to play Curry. It doesn't leave you the option to play Reggie Jackson because they are point guard only eligible. So you have to give up the lineup build where you can only get one of Wagner or JaVale McGee if you want to play more of these high usage guards.
Yeah, it's tough to come up with positionally how you want to balance this, where you want to spend your values. Like if you wanted 2 punt plays, you could use Wagner and McGee, but now you can't play an Embiid or an Allen because your center spots are taken up. So I think maybe one of those centers can be in there, but I think the Clippers and the Rockets give you plenty of value at every position to kind of don't let that dictate. Like play the stars that you want to play, and you can fill in value at every position now. So I think you can build any way you want to build.
Makes a lot of sense. And just the way that everything's kind of going with this slate, we have other news that we also need to take into consideration that we haven't touched on. Mitchell Robinson is going to be out for an extended period of time, and Nerlens Noel, he's going to start in his place. And that's another center at 4,400 that potentially would have been really popular had he just been the big man that was popping for tonight's slate. But now with all this news of McGee and Wagner's kind of being the more popular options, you could see Noel kind of fall off, but he can still has a chance for 25 to 30 fantasy points.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, this is one where you're going to be leaving good plays on the table. This is not a slate where you're going to be getting to your last couple of guys and be like, I really don't want to play these guys. It's a slate where you are pretty confident in all of your plays. And then you got to figure out which strong plays you're going to have to feel comfortable fading. And I think the obvious ones, the cash ones, will be, Houston and the Clippers.
Yep. Is there any way you can attack these games? This Houston-Washington one right now? I mean, Rockets +1 right now. Is there anything to do on the DK Sportsbook with all this news coming in? Can we attack anywhere? The player props? Are there anybody you can look at, maybe a potential lock here?
So that's what I'm scrolling through now. Like Gordon, Wall's points were already high. Like I did write NBA best bets today, and I immediately went to some John Wall props because he's in such a good spot. But last I saw, I think his points were at 25.5. So now he's not even. They took him down with the Gordon news. So I'm curious to see where Wall lands in terms of a point prop. Houston props are down, so we can't really do anything there.
Okay.
And I don't. This still isn't a game that I want to pick a winner. Like the Wizards are still in the second leg of a back-to-back.
Yep.
Whooped up on the Celtics, but they're not, anything special at the moment, at least. And you've got Houston, who's just kind of in shambles. You tell me who wins that game. I'm not going to put my money on it.
It's a coin flip. I'm leaning towards Washington because they seem a little bit healthier. I mean, that's not really a healthy team, but I feel like unless John Wall goes off and drops like a 40-point double-double with 10 dimes and all that, I don't really see. I think Westbrook being available with Beal and then kind of have the shooting around the Wizards make them a little bit better option.
Yeah, that's fair. This is a game that I definitely want DFS exposure to, but on the sportsbook side, I want nothing to do with it. Like we know stuff's going to happen. There will be numbers put up, but I don't know who's going to win, and I don't know what these props are going to come back out looking like. Yeah,
and also a couple questionable guys that we had the injury graphic up just now before we jumped into some of this sportsbook stuff, but McDermott is questionable, and that could set up potential opening for Lamb to play a few more minutes. He's been playing well when he gets kind of that boosted role and when he starts. And if McDermott, who's been starting the last couple of games, sits out, that could set up another 4,800 cheap guy. But the other one that I also noticed on our sheet was Prince is questionable. And the question about Osman was brought up. And I think with Prince questionable, you just have to play Osman there because the fact that Prince has been starting, and even if he doesn't ends up playing, Osman still showed that he can get the amount of minutes that was viable there.
Yeah, I agree with most of what you said. I'll just say I do want Prince out to probably play him because I think this is a slate where you don't have to
punt all the way.
Yeah, like the values that we're picking, like they need to be in no-brainer perfect spots. So I think if Prince is out, that works. But like if not, you don't have to go there. There's plenty of other guys that are going to benefit from all of this injury news that we're getting.
Yep, makes a lot of sense. And this slate really sets up nicely for maybe showdowns and for kind of turbos and night slates, just because of all the injury news that has been kind of trickling in.
Absolutely. If you want to split this slate up, that might even be a good idea because there's some good values in that early game at 7, some good values in those late 10 o'clock games.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I think I'm going to attack this slate, potentially breaking down into 2 scenarios. But also another injury that I've been taking note of was Shake Milton. He's been out for a little bit, and we've seen Seth Curry step up recently because of that. He's played 34 minutes in consecutive games. Yeah, his output is not a lot, but those are a few minutes that you can't really ignore when you need 3-point shooting like a team against Utah now. Utah's now basically transformed into a 3-and-D team. So any love for Curry there?
Again, like I think the spot's fine. He has over 24 DraftKings points in 3 of his last 4 games. He fell short against Phoenix, but shot just 3 of 9. 1 of 5 from downtown is uncharacteristic. So I think we can pencil him in for more around those 25 to 29, 24 to 29 DraftKings points, which is great. But is that going to be good enough on this slate? Probably not. 5 to 6x. We're looking for 6 to 8. 8 to 10x with like some of these guys. So I just don't think the play is necessarily strong enough.
Makes a lot of sense. Just got a couple minutes left here for you guys. Carolyn is coming up next, and she's going to lead into Clash and Rossi for 49ers and Steelers at 6 p.m. Eastern. Julian, before we jump off, do you have any final picks or thoughts for this slate for the people?
So I'll say the one thing that I've bet, I'm not in love with the betting card. Maybe we'll get some good value on something Clippers or Rockets related, but those are pulled. So I think, DK will have those. DK Sportsbook will have those adjusted when they come back out. What I wrote up for best bets was Warriors -5 first half. Both the Cavs and Warriors have been around 500 teams in terms of the first half spread, but totally different road versus home. Cleveland's 4-8 against the spread on the road in the first half, and the Warriors are 10-4 against the spread at home in the first half. So going against a team that is kind of showing its hand in terms of its direction by saying Drummond's not going to play, we're going to trade him. And then you have Golden State coming off a loss in the national game, a blowout loss in the national game, bounce back spot at home against a bad team. I think that this is one that should be more than 5 at halftime.
Makes sense. Good call. Appreciate it. Nice hanging out with you. We will be back on Wednesday for Pre-Lock Live. Appreciate all the questions from the chat, and it's been nice. Everybody, good luck and have fun.
on the DraftKings Dream Stream, and a happy one that is, because it's Sim Night. I'm Carolyn Azek, and I'm here to help you get your week started off with another night of Madden Sims, plus all the great content you've come to love. We have a 3-game late slate of Madden Sims right on the way from you, with the showdowns for these games all featured in our featured Madden Stream 5K Monday Night Special. That classic contest is $10 to enter and features $5K prizes, including $1,000 to first place. But let's take a look at tonight's schedule. So first at 6 p.m. Eastern, we've got the Niners and the Steelers, baby, kicking off our late slate. Brendan Glasheen and Jason Rossi, they are getting ready right now, and they're going to join you guys in just a minute for that one. Then at 8 p.m. Eastern, it's the Broncos and the Seahawks. We got Krusty Koff and Chris Stahl. They're going to join you for that. Finally, at 10 p.m. Eastern, Glash is making his way on back to join Braden for our final game of the night between the Vikings and the Bills. That's all right around the corner, but first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. So we have plenty of NBA and NHL contests available tonight, including the NBA 500K Excellent Eights contest. That one pays out $100K to first place for just an $8 entry. Then over in the NHL, we have the 80K Twine contest locking at 7 p.m. Eastern. That one has a $20K top prize for just a $10 entry. And don't forget to check out all of the action over on the DK Sportsbook. We got NBA, NHL, college basketball, UFC, PGA, and so much more. But tonight we're going to dive into some MLB futures and get you those PGA picks. But first, we've got a Madden game to get to. So let's get to it for the call of the Niners and the Steelers. Here are Mr. Brendan Glasheen and Jason Rossi. Take it away, guys.
All right, Carolyn, thank you very much. Good to see you. I know you're thrilled to see me. So we've got we've got 2 minutes until lineup lock. Rossi, what's up, man? I feel like it's been a while since we've got a sim together.
It's because they got to keep the ace talents apart to give everyone else their share. But tonight, Glash, they brought us back together. Feels like home. Feels like August 2020. But no, it's good to be back with you, brother. I'm feeling good. You're looking absolutely divine right now, by the way, with that headband. I don't see the tie into the sim. I just like the look.
Yeah, you know, it matches. And look, we had, not related to the sim, but Cam Newton's been stopping by throughout the course of the football season. And
really cool.
From time to time, he'll have new bands for his hats. And I keep him here for him in case he does come back to New England.
Could happen.
So, and DeAndrea enjoys them as well, as we all know. So, you know, my hair was a little floppy, a little messy. I've got Latzia FaceTiming me.
Get him in here.
Dude, what's up? We're doing pregame.
Watch out for Ducey.
Go ahead.
Don't swear, Emerson.
Did you hear about Ducey?
Oh, the cheating slime ball?
Yeah, he cheats. Cheats when it comes to rock, paper, scissors. He finds a way.
All right, man.
That's it, dude. I just want you to be safe and smart when approaching him, okay?
Steelers, Niners. Who's your captain pick?
Oh boy. Why the hell? Let's spend some money. Let's go George Kittle.
Very good. Thank you.
Love you.
Thanks,
see you tomorrow at 6.
All right. Boom. I mean, I didn't want to cut him off, so I just had to say, hey, man, deliver your player of the game.
It's good.
Please.
That's a good segue. That's how to man a ship right there, Glash, because that thing could have just kept going off the rails. You didn't know what he was calling about.
No idea. I mean, he tried to call me earlier. I was busy, so.
Yeah, just getting that swag on. So, you know, you're here now.
So, wow. Latzia likes George Kittle. I got him in there. I did not captain him. Who do you have? What's your lineup looking like? Lineups have locked.
All right. There's like 160 some odd people. Here's a top 40 lineup for you. I'm not guaranteeing victory. I'm not so stupid, but I'm thinking I'm a top 4th of the lineups here. I went with Captain Ben Roethlisberger. He's averaging about 25 over his last 3, slinging the ball. The running game could be unheard of, mostly passing in this offense. I'm going to take him in the captain. Eric Ebron, Deontay Johnson, James Washington, going to power up his receivers there. Not going Juju because he stinks. I'm going to get a kicker because it's on brand with Gould and Mostert because you can't avoid him in that powerhouse offense. So I did not go Kittle. I did not listen to Emerson and apparently yourself.
All right. It's all good. I mean, he kind of took over our time, but
stinks.
figured I would make use of his time and make use of your time and give you guys some advice. So I put, looking at my lineup, I've got Jalen Samuels in the captain spot. I didn't want to spend. I wanted to save a little bit. Mostert, Kittle, Jimmy G, Juju, and Juszczyk in the flex. That's the punt play today. No kicker. Sorry, Rossi.
It's okay. That was very rude of you. It's been a while, and you're already attacking me. I feel it very personal, but I appreciate the idea, and I really like the Samuel captain pick because he's one of those guys that, again, you look at the numbers over the past. He's averaging up in the teens. He can spot off for like 40 points not too long ago. He can also completely be fadeable, but he's in this Steelers offense, especially against the 49ers front. I have a feeling he's going to be heavily involved in that passing game. So I gotta respect the call so far.
All right, should be a good good matchup here. Pittsburgh, San Francisco, Glash, Rossi. We've got Jared from the Game Ops team, producer Michael, producer Andrew, tech producer Andrew, running the stream behind the scenes. Johnson returns it to the 24. Brian says, Glash, don't be mean to Rossi.
Oh, yeah, please. Don't. Appreciate that, Brian. Someone need to have my back.
I mean, I have commented live on the stream about your height.
Listen, that's just factual. That's not
right. That's about it, though.
Those are the hits you take. Yeah. No, he's taking it offense to you not taking a kicker, I assume.
Oh, that might be it too. Good call. All right, nice ball, Big Ben to the big tight end. That is not Ebron. That is Vance McDonald, the tight end too.
You know, remember when Vance McDonald only had breakfast till 10 a.m.? You had to rush there to get it. Now look at him. He's open all day. Go get yourself an Egg McMuffin.
Edge 95 has Captain Samuel as well. Easy pick.
There he is. Gets a carry underneath. Going to just get a nice little yard, set up a nice 3rd and 1 here for the Steelers on this opening drive with a very crisp-looking night. And Glash, it's very strange that we're probably in some of the warmest territory in the country right now, outside of, like, you know, California and Arizona. But, like, for most of the people that are watching, we're in, like, the 30s here in New England for the first time in a long time.
Isn't that incredible? Meaning, like, Dallas, I have a cousin in Dallas. It's, like, 8 degrees there today. Tommy Freeze Pops was on with us last night. It's, like, 1 degree in St. Louis.
Yep.
Chicago is freezing.
Yeah, Christian in the Madison area of Wisconsin, it's like -2.
Yeah.
I even believe our guy Ducey in New York, they're right around us, but a little bit lower. But yeah, the Dallas stuff is crazy. James Farrell, I don't know what he's going by now. It could be Glash's headband, formerly known as James Farrell. He's unbelievable. Which I think some of the stuff he's been sending out, like just the snow there and the shutdown. And it is funny, like from New England standpoint, but it's actually very scary for those areas. Like you're not used to that. So obviously we're thinking of all of you and just drive carefully.
Oh, Big Ben. What a throw to Deontay Johnson.
Yeah, big play there. One of my guys in the lineup. Again, he's the weaponry for these Steelers. This is why you want to, like James Conner, even the last time I had a Steelers game, did pop off a 1-yard touchdown. You want to avoid him because he's just not worth, like what you see in the NFL. Well, this year wasn't great shakes, but the offensive line, they don't block all that well in Simland. So it comes down to the passing game, the pass blocking much better. See if they can keep it going.
Congo Cab says hello.
Hi, Congo Cab.
Clasheen's Toothbrush played Vance McDonald. Hi, Toothbrush. I made good use of you this morning. That sounded weird. We'll move on.
No. Keep it going. Tell us how much. Do you have one of the vibrating ones, Glash?
I do. It's an electrical toothbrush.
Oh, yes.
It's currently plugged in and getting a charge. We're 2 minutes in. Pittsburgh at the San Fran 20. Another completion for Big Ben to Johnson. Roethlisberger 3 for 4. We've got Mark checking in, 80 degrees down in Florida. That's what made, I mean, you're a Pats fan. Like, seeing Brady celebrate on the boat last week, it's 85 out. I'm like, damn, that is pretty cool. And, like, it's not 25 out downtown Boston on a duck boat.
Obviously, we have a lot. Ooh, might have got it there. It's going to be Well, I have obviously we have a lot of memories up here of like going to Super Bowl, whether you were part of the media or not. But I remember I went with my sister and my nephews to, I think it was the second to last Super Bowl. It might have been the Atlanta victory, but it was insane how cold it was. And now you look at that, and they're just having the time of their lives, just ripping it up in Florida.
Ooh, dangerous. Thought it was picked. Armstead with the pad to smack it down. That was on 4th and inches, folks. So now it's San Francisco ball.
Yeah, Ben looked great that whole drive. Had, even some of the short completions, he was just, paper cutting his way down at the big one down the sideline. Once they get to the red zone, got stopped there on the 4th and inches. Really bad throw, bad decision. So here comes Jimmy G, the handsome man. Where's he going to be next year? Nobody knows. Comes out to start this offense.
From the 10, he delivers a nice ball over the middle. Good for a first down. Jimmy Garoppolo getting to work, completing to Pettis, the wideout 3. Hello to Twitch, winner bold. Smash Lanta has become a standout figure, personality on Twitch. Just clipping up everything from play calling to absurd moments over on Twitter. It's pretty phenomenal. And I got to say, his remixed ability is unreal. I mean, I saw you comment on some of it earlier.
So I'm all about whenever you share stuff or some of our producers put stuff together, like I am all about it because, this is an awesome tight-knit family, but we're always looking to grow it in some ways. And you want to show out that, like, hey, this is something I'm doing. Is Mostert is just... Ooh, baby.
Oh, Mostert! Attaboy!
Listen, unheard of. He went from the meme to the dude in one transition of the game from Madden 20 to Madden 21. But yeah, I appreciate everything that Smashland is doing. I think it's really cool. Obviously, the quirkiness and some of the funny. It's not just, hey, there's a run by Mostert we're posting. He's posting the funny stuff. The Club Madden that you've taken and absolutely succeeded with. Love everything what you guys were doing, and love that people are seeing it in different forms.
Rossi, we're going to have to do a Madden After Dark together soon, so you can get your light up football, and I'm going to get the lights going here.
I already told Madison. I told Madison just next week, I'm going to just put a bunch of breaking the fourth wall. I'm going to put a bunch of X's next to a couple of 10 PMs. So we got to get it. I love what you're doing. And I actually have some new lights coming. So, ooh, doggy.
Ooh.
Whoa. Might have to have my wife make a strobe effect on the lights above me. Who knows?
Oh, and there goes Kittle. Emerson's pick in the pregame show. Touchdown.
Untouched, right down the middle. Bing, bang, boom. There was a big run from Mostert. The big, obviously, catch and play there from, I thought it said, so 2nd and 4. Look at this. Jimmy G, quick delivery, gets the ball out. And Kittle just off to the races. Saying, don't forget about me. It was cool to see Kelsey and Gronk giving each other daps, saying we're the best 2 tight ends in the league. But, hey, guys, I'm still here.
Wow. I just texted Emerson in all caps. Kittle just scored.
I'm going to text him something different just to see if he throws him off. You say bad call on Kittle.
25-yard touchdown. If you missed it, Pittsburgh went for it on 4th and inches deep inside San Francisco territory. Lazio responds, I'm the smartest man alive. Eat that, Deucey. Jason, what's up, man? Captained Kittle. Evans, I have not got to that yet. We can get to that now. So, did you hear about, have you seen the Tater Hater in the chat?
Sorry, I got a different response, and I can't repeat it if I want to come back. From Emerson. Tater Hater, so I know a little bit about this, but why don't you paint the picture, or as Michael Scott would say in the office, explain it to me like I'm 3 years old.
Tater Hater was in the chat. He has made claims that his family has abused him in the sense that he's just been forced to eat tater tots his whole life. And he got married a lunch lady that only served tater tots.
Yep.
And he's just been in a life surrounded full of taters. So he hops on the stream, comments, and says, if we hit 250 likes on the nose by the end of the 4th quarter, it was like the 2 p.m. sim on Friday, I will make a video, post it for the sim fam of me eating a tater tot.
Okay, dig this. I've seen him do similar things in the past, but I like this one.
And he delivered.
Oh, he got the 250.
Yeah, we did. We got there right on the nose. Screenshots to prove it. And he produced the video today. It's kind of terrifying because he's got like a hood on. It looks like he's in a basement with a hood on and like sunglasses. I haven't watched the whole thing with sound on, but I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm gonna bookmark this. Where is he? What's his handle, if you would?
Yeah, he just made this Twitter. It's at TaterHater10.
Tater 10. Yeah, we're gonna have to go. Oh yeah, Tater Hater.
So he tweeted at me and Ducey. Yeah, he's got a hood on with shades. He's in his basement.
This is awesome. I haven't obviously clicked play, but I'm definitely gonna check that out.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
I know about, because he's done some of this before. He said like he would eat a tater. There was something I was saying, and he once said like if something went a different way or something in like the game, because I think I said I'd go shirtless in the fourth if like 50 points were scored before the end of the third. And he said I'll eat a tater tot, and I was like, dude, eat a tater tot. That seems like no problem. Then he got into it. So yeah, I'll check that out. I'm into it. I dig it. I dig that the fam got behind the movement.
Yeah, man of his word. You know I like people like that.
Sure do. Big stand-up guy I'm with.
By the way, folks, Kittle 60% in the flex, 14.6% in the captain spot. He's got the lone touchdown so far. Jalen Samuels, very active out of the gate, 35% flexed, 4% in the captain spot.
I'm going to give a shameless plug here. This
Go
is a
ahead.
hashtag not an ad, but I drink a ton of water these days. It's been a while, but I got a bad report from my doctor that I don't have enough hydration in me, so I drink large amounts of water now, more than I ever have. But I just, it gets kind of boring, Glash. I don't know if you drinking just water all day, every day kind of gets a little dull. So I found these little sugar-free packets of Starburst Just Pink, and dude, it's changed my life. I highly suggest to anybody who wants to drink water, you got to get these things. Sugar-free, so it's, there's all crap in it, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's like pure, it's just delicious. And it's the Just Pink. If you're rocking the flavor of the pink Starburst, which by the way is the best Starburst, don't tell me yellow. Yellow's trash. But yeah, that's my plug. So if you're looking to drink some water, maybe after a run, maybe when you post your calorie pick, you might need a little regeneration, maybe a little BCAAs, add that in there for a little extra flavor.
I've had something similar in the past by Kool-Aid.
Oh yeah, it's all.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. That's what I used to do when I used to just walk into places.
Those Kool-Aid commercials were pretty awesome. Just a gigantic Kool-Aid.
Dude,
Remember those?
It was one. We grew up in a great time of like actual physical character spokespeople. Like it wasn't like cartoons as much. They were actually like visuals for these things or people in costume. And yeah, that guy was top notch. I don't even know if he had a name. I just call him Mr. Kool-Aid.
Emerson's in the chat. Tater Hater is Ducey's doppelganger who never leaves the basement, and he's already my favorite Ducey.
I'm going to make a movement here, and I love Emerson. We don't need to bring him up any more than he's already been brought up. I'll just say it.
I mean, his play in the pregame did score a touchdown.
I'm not talking about Emerson. I'm not.
No.
Emerson, I'm all in. Emerson called. He got involved. Emerson has a little beef with the man he did the 4 o'clock sim with, and so he's got him all hot and bothered.
So they played rock paper scissors on the air.
I actually popped it on right in the time for this. Yeah, and there was a little Emerson. I don't really to get it. You can go back and watch it, everybody. But Emerson kind of moved his hand a little bit, but it was still before Ducey delivered his. I don't really care. Both of them, I just want to hold them both, shake them up in my water, and engulf all their energy. Then ride the Peloton Plus till my butt cheeks go numb. That's what I feel like Emerson's doing right now. I feel like we're his pre-workout, and then he goes to bed about 8 o'clock, I assume.
Wait, the doppelganger. Yes, thank you, Sarah. It's a tough one to say. From the Raptors, Sarah Privitera.
Appreciate that.
Did you see the new SNL with the Peloton?
Oh, baby, I did.
I could see Latvia thriving off of negativity coming into play.
It was called like the Peloton.
Yeah, you lost it.
Peloton, I think it was called. It's like you were sick of encouragement and you need to be talked down. You look like crap today. I must say, like, people want to say, like, the heyday of SNL was in the 90s and all that, and I get it, but it has been pretty sharp the past few weeks. There was a Zillow one recently that got me giggling. There was a Super Bowl party one as well from last week, so don't be sleeping on Saturday Night Live.
You want that Crustable? You want that? Come get it. You want that donut? It's dodgeball, phenomenal.
Oh, it really is.
Want that donut?
Oh, baby, we love it.
All right, Pittsburgh is moving the ball, but went for it on 4th and inches in that first drive of the game and had no luck. Oh, you got to catch that. Is that James Conner in the passing game? Just keep Samuels out there.
Yes, this is the problem. James Conner, hell of a ball player. Great story. One of the best stories in the NFL, in my opinion. But right there, come on.
Come on.
Got to get him out of there. By the way, I just see this. I'll quickly. I don't take Rogaine, Frank White. This is all natural, my friend. I can show you. I can show you it.
Oh!
That's not good for my captain. That is not good.
David Stover, what's up, buddy? How are you? Good to see you. Jared updating scores manually. He's on his own, so for taking breaks, you have to look at our mugs. It's so Jared can catch up.
And you shout out to Jared for teaching me how to open up the YouTube chat in a solo window on the old laptop. So, Jared,
you know how to do that?
I'm very dumb, Glash. Very dumb human being over here.
Wow.
Or simple. I would like to say simple. Dumb, that's very rude to myself. I'm
Whoa!
Very simple.
Mostert! Out of the cage! Go! Find yourself in the litter box! Touchdown! Mostert! 72 yards!
Wow. I don't know where my cat is right now. Maybe he's already on his way to Abu Dhabi or to your place of living. But that was huge. What a run down the sideline. Turn of events right there. Interception by the Steelers. First play. Mostert just takes it all the way to the house. His 38th touchdown here in Madden 21. W. Good call. If you captained him, both of us not in our lineups, but not in the captain spot.
Holy cow. He just emerged from that line. Unreal. Bam. Mostert does have the best speed rating on the Niners at 95.
Which I'll be honest, I thought that was kind of interesting that it wouldn't have been Deebo Samuel, but Mostert gets it, flies down the sideline, got tackled technically, but just fell into the end zone. So all worked out.
It all worked out for Mostert. Happy for him. I really am.
I appreciate your happiness passing on that positivity to our guy Mostert. He's a big fan of The Sims, I was told.
Josh says, quit saying the word like the like button?
Well, what if I like things, Josh? Like, I'm a big I'm a liker.
Like telling stories like this, like I was telling him, like, I think, like, we should, like, do that, like, later, like that kind of thing? Like?
Sort of like that. I think I'm just going to say like in every sentence now.
All right.
Not even on purpose, like. Nah, okay, it's done.
David Gorgie says, okay, I'm dead in the showdown, but my classic is off to a hot start. Last minute recognized I had not put him, meaning the cat, in both, and thought watch him go off. Of course.
It is tough.
Nice ball, Big Ben to Ebron, out to the 43. Giggle Pigs, what's up? Good to have you here. Fantasy Hawk, what's good? Trollin' Avery. Aaron, hi Aaron. Brother Phil, Tom's Microwave, TK, Obi-Wan. It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground. Oh, I see what you're getting at now. When you said this earlier, Brian C. commented, I swear if Emerson is brought up one more time.
No. That's not what Emerson's good. I'm all good with Emerson. I'm all good with everybody. Don't get me wrong. I'm just I'm not here to play gimmicks.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. I totally am. And by the way, yes, we all have to make sure the man who I have not named, you can make sure you wish him a very happy engagement. That became a thing, by the way, and I have no idea why I got blamed for it.
Oh, got it. But Madison took responsibility.
Yeah, nobody should take responsibility. It's a joke. The dude needs to just laugh. That's what I always say to him. Just laugh.
Yeah.
You know what the best thing in the world is? Laughter, enjoyment, not taking yourself so seriously. Also, I want to say peace out to my Mount Rushmore of haters. Blood Robot, we'll be talking to you, dude. We'll see you next time around. Appreciate you. Brother Phil used to be on the Mount Rushmore haters, but he's come around. We've worked on it. We've worked on our relationship.
Yeah, he's all right.
No, I love Brother Phil. He also drops good knowledge on me.
Brother Phil is just, I think Brother Phil is really jealous of my relationship with Tom Brady. He wants that same attention, so he won't say that, but he thinks I have an issue, and that's okay. It's like Helga from Hey Arnold, you know, she just kept yelling at Arnold, but she really liked him, you know?
It's always the way. Pulling your hair, calling you mean things.
Mm-hmm.
Just really another way of saying, Flash, I love you. That's what I hear.
Maybe I just like you.
Oh, I think it's love. Love is in the air. It's love season.
Pittsburgh, again, moving the ball, but some costly plays. Turnover on 4th and inches. Big Ben threw a pick. They got a first down right there with Ebron.
Ebron gets involved. We've had McDonald. He's spreading the ball around. But yeah, like you said, the interception on the last drive, that turned into a quick 7 by Mostert. First drive stopped at the 5-yard line, turned into a long drive that ended with a Kittle touchdown. Let's see if they can finally convert for some points.
Here's Roethlisberger, fires and completes for a first. Nearing the 10, Jalen Samuels. He is racking up the points.
Already 4 catches, 44 yards. This is what we talked about. Can't run the ball for whatever reason in this offense. And if they do, it's like usually 1 or 2 yards if they're going to get a touchdown. But here they are setting up at the 11.
Did you make a lineup? You did, right?
Oh, I sure did.
Okay.
I told you all about my top 40 finishing lineup. Right now, not so much, but we'll get there.
I'm in 20th right now. Feeling nice.
That is nice. That's a good little start for you. I'm in 71st because Ben Roethlisberger's my captain. He's thrown a pick and not scored a touchdown through 1.5. Uh-oh, don't do that. Yep, see, there you go.
James Conner. Wow, Conner hit 6 carries already. I thought it was less than that.
He is, yeah, it's not the way you would think. The script has not gone the way I would have expected so far for the Steelers offense, but they're at the 10. Spread them out, Ben. Let's go. Sling it in there. The old chubby son of a gun.
Well, wrong way. A little to the right. Straighten that one out.
Yeah, he's got Jimmy G dancing like a damn fool.
Wait for your receiver. DK Simfam in the chat says, hey, Rossi and Glash, this is Twitch. Are there any statistics available about how many yards and points defenses give up in these sims?
I'm going to defer, but I believe no.
Well, if you click on, yeah, you can. Well,
yards,
let's watch this here. 3rd and 9. Okay.
Oh boy, this is getting bad.
The Boz is going to come up and try a 40-yarder. Well, if you want to go to like Steelers and San Francisco defense in the game center and click on that, you can see what their fantasy stats are from previous sims.
I don't think it gives up. I don't think yards is part of it, though. I could be wrong. There are much smarter people out there than me, like Zach Thompson, who like knows all this stuff like the back of his hand. But
okay. I see what you're talking about. I see what he means because we don't have total yards allowed in here. That makes sense.
But I will say to our guy DK Simfam that do check. I usually, here comes a little nugget of information of someone who's in 71st, probably dropping after that. But I always do look at the defenses before I set my lineup. I see the streaks they've been on, comparable offenses. What are the points they've given up? And both of these 2 defenses have stunk out loud. But right now, San Francisco has been impressive. So, keep that in mind. But that's usually what I'll say. Okay, San Francisco's been trash. A lot of the quarterbacks have scored a ton of points on them recently, like averaging around 25. Oh, Ben's averaging 25. Playing him, and I'm going to captain him.
Yeah.
That's how I researched at about 5:15 Eastern. So you don't see the yardage given up or ground to air.
Mm-hmm.
It does give you at least a little bit of insight to make an educated guess.
Sure. We're almost at 250 likes. Smash the like button, hit the subscribe button. We appreciate the DK Sim fam on YouTube. Even the Twitch folks, about 60 watching on Twitch. Boswell owned in 12.5% of lineups in the larger free showdown, which has north of 12,000 entries.
Nice little way to get it going here on a Monday. This feels like the real first week Glash without football, by the way. Like last week I know was, but yeah, all the hangover from, the Super Bowl and everybody was feeling fine and not and neglecting the fact that football was really done professionally, not this players only thing, or whatever that is.
Yeah, a lot of reaction last week for sure.
And yeah, now we're hitting the point where it's all Sims. That's why I think like DK Sim fans I need to get digging into the numbers.
Down goes Jimmy G. Dupree with the sack. You bring up a good point, and this is something I think the NFL, we're going to find out maybe very soon that they'll adjust to this. The Watson news, Russell Wilson's come out and spoke to Dan Patrick. The Stafford news comes out. The NFL has to change the calendar. So that news is breaking this week.
Agreed.
The Stafford news to the Rams, should be stuff that's really coming to life. And that's going to have to be a front office meeting, owners meeting with Goodell and the marketing folks to be like, guys, just try to keep this in-house, even when you're having conversations. And you got to stay even more relevant in the news cycle. That news comes out last week or even this week. You know what I'm saying?
I think there shouldn't even be where the trade is complete but doesn't go through until the league 2020 one technically starts in a few weeks. That's when everything will process and you'll see it all over Twitter, the official Twitters and their web pages. I completely agree with you. I think you shouldn't even be allowed. You could have conversation or it looks like this could happen, but don't actually have the breaking news. You shouldn't be able to do that till I think at least a week after the Super Bowl. You can agree in principle, but not even announce it because you shouldn't even be able to do that. It's I don't know. It's you ever look in your bank account and it tells you have $1,000 more available than you really do because it has that little bit of wiggle room. I don't spend that money. I just know it's there if I'm overspending, then I'll get hit with the overdraft fees and cry what I did a lot when I was 18 years old.
Producer Michael says they should change official coaching hires until after the Super Bowl.
Oh, agreed. I like that too. All of it. Everything that's going to be for the next season should not be allowed during this season. And by this season, I mean till the Super Bowl is over.
The only argument against that is you want to get a coach in the building ASAP to get to work on pre-draft. You want to make a call.
Ooh.
No, I agree. I'm just saying that will be the pushback.
Of course. I hear that, and I think it's a good argument. Not that you're necessarily making the argument, but I think, so what? This is still entertainment purposes at the end of the day, and you want people talking about your sport and your teams and those conversations. If you heard Urban Meyer this week, that would be amazing. He kind of gets lost in the shuffle because you know about it, and then we had playoff games. Okay, moving on. Aside from the mighty Emerson, America's team of Jacksonville Jaguars.
You know something, though, for Urban Meyer's sake, probably better the other way around.
Very good point.
Jalen Samuels, have yourself a first half.
Seriously, my eyes are, I'm blind, by the way, so just want to let that be known to everybody. The glasses will be coming. Last time it was last Thursday, I was with your Club Madden to the extreme, Tom Carroll. I got my eyes dilated. Glash, have you ever had your eyes dilated?
Never. No.
Yeah. Don't do a sim within the day that you have that ever happens. Just saying that because you can't read.
I heard about this.
Yeah, it was real bad.
Problems.
It was Michael and might have been Daniel who was producing a lot of capital letters, a lot of bold. That was a tough one, but
poor guy.
I just grinded, dude. I'm a baller, big game player. Had to show up. and show out, even though I couldn't see a damn thing.
Oh man.
Yeah, Michael showing an example. All caps, bold. It was like Fantasy Hawk was producing behind the scenes.
Oh man. Glass Sheen's toothbrush. This is constantly commenting. It's kind of funny, but also like, wow, you gotta read that one twice just to be like, oh, toothbrush is in the chat. There's our guy Samuels again. Leslie Galloway, what's good? Glash the Kid, what's up, man? Brother Phil, don't fall for Glash's attempts to deflect and project his I don't even know how to say those two words. Factual urges in Brady fantasies. I have done what I can to try and counsel him, but he is weak. I am weak when it comes to Tom. Yep. Absolutely admit it.
Listen, I've already come back to my Tom fandom, so I can't battle you. If we did this a month ago, we probably would have had an hour argument, but it's over at this point. I have succeeded. It took me 21 weeks to get on the Tom Brady in Tampa Bay bandwagon. Only 21. Only to the week of the Super Bowl.
Wait, it took you that long?
Yeah, until he got to the Super Bowl, I didn't root against him, but I wasn't actively rooting for him.
Oh, here we go with that word again, actively. What does that mean?
That means I was like silently like, if Tom Brady wins, that's cool. But like I wasn't like turning on the game and saying, go Tom, go, and have my like pom-poms out like I normally do. I have this whole like Tom Brady cheerleader outfit. It's a thing, but that's active. That's my act, like putting my starting lineups or what are they, McFarland's. I put them all on my table and do my little Tom Brady seance, Patriots seance, if you will. So I didn't do any of that until he got because I didn't want to see Tom lose the Super Bowl. If he lost an NFC title game, I would have been like, cool, good season. Yeah. Get out of here. This makes me uncomfortable.
Well, the argument, too, for Pats fans is if you did not root for Tom in the Super Bowl, that means you were promoting the Chiefs to win. No, but think about it. If the Chiefs win, back-to-back champs, that would match the last time someone did that. Patriots, 03-04. It starts a new dynasty in KC. Mahomes then threatens what you've done in Foxborough. When I say threatens, I mean he still had a long way to go.
Yeah, I honestly didn't overthink it. It was like last year. I kind of wanted San Francisco to win. Then everyone's like, well, then they'll have more rings than the Patriots. I'm like, whatever. I don't know. I'm not overthinking it too much. I just want what I personally want, and I'm a very selfish son of a gun, as you can clearly tell.
Deontay Johnson with another reception.
That timeout. Oh, no, not yet.
Yeah, don't be fooled that Pittsburgh only has 3 points. They're actually moving the ball pretty well. They're just not scoring points.
They've been on this side of the field. Every drive, I believe, even the interception, I think, was down here. So, yeah, because it was a 74-yard touchdown by Mostert. So, yeah, every time they've gotten right about to this area at the least. Here, they're going to settle for the field goal. They didn't want to get Hoyered.
Unbelievable. From 50, the buzz.
For all the kickers. For all the kickers, look sure. No, he got it.
He got
it. Yes! Kickers! Kickers! Yeah, baby. That's what we're here for. Oh, I love it. Love kickers. Love the DK Sim fam. Love is in the air. I got a Valentine's Day, and I should have sent it to each and every kicker in the league.
Robbie Noble. That's exactly what I meant to Rossi, for the record. Tom helped the Patriots in a way. He did.
He's saying that. He's saying that.
The third element.
Oh, there's a third one.
Is it motivates the crap out of the Pats to wake up.
Sure does.
We can agree on that one, right? Like,
oh yeah. Oh baby, turnover.
A fumble. You kidding?
They got it.
Touchdown, Pittsburgh.
Woo! What a turn of events!
Holy cow! A fumble on a kickoff return.
Wow, that was insane. This game was dead in the I don't want to say dead in the water, but it was 14-3, and we're thinking, okay, they're settling for a field goal with 10 seconds. That's a bad call. Snap of your fingers, quick as the gas passes through your body after Taco Bell, and it's 14-13. Hold on to your butts.
Wow.
Woo! That was awesome. If you put the Steelers D in there, and by the way, the Steelers D has also stunk recently, but making big plays.
Why did they go for 2? I mean, not to take away from the play, but
yeah, they're playing the odds, Glash. By the way, Ben Roethlisberger's thrown the ball 27 times in the first half. Jimmy G has thrown the ball 3 times. That's all you need to know about this game, and it's 14-13. The San Francisco's winning, and Garoppolo, just has a touchdown, and Ben Roethlisberger doesn't. This is a wild one going on in the background of our side conversations here.
Emerson's baby gap shirt. Now I've seen it all. I've never seen that. That was incredible.
I honestly have never seen it in that. I've seen once before a fumble return for a touchdown, but never at the end. Like, if he got tackled at the 2, this thing's going to the half. Like, there was no chance for them to score again. So huge play. And also where the 49ers would get the ball here. So that was a huge play for just the game itself.
Yeah.
Oh, brother Phil, he's coming out. He said, I see. Now I see what you're saying. He says, no, Rossi, resist your urges. Don't turn to buy fandulism.
Yeah,
You'll regret this choice later in life. Maintain your Patriots virtue. Don't fan around like Glash seeking cheap thrills. Well, Glash may have been looking for the hit it and quit it with Tampa. I'll tell you right now, brother Phil, that is not I. I'm not falling fandom. I just, when it's one game and there's 2 teams, you're like, oh, if Brady wins this one, cool. I didn't want to see him lose for this one reason. As a Patriots fan, it would have been like, Tom's never, he lost 3 Super Bowls in the past, 4. It's just a legacy thing. And I wanted him as a fan, as a Patriot, like I'm a Patriots fan, but obviously I love Tom Brady. He didn't burn the place to the ground on the way out. I don't really love the situation, but I told you, for 20 weeks of football, I did not want to see him get there. And then when he got there, I said, go for it, dude. You earned it. It does not make me buy whatever fandulism.
Can I pull like a Stephen A. Smith for a minute? Andrew, can you put the camera on me for 1 second?
You're big kidding me.
Can you put the camera on me for 1 second? Just me. Brother Phil, hasn't this past year taught you anything? You have to seek cheap thrills. You have to. Enjoy life. Tom gave us 20 years of phenomenal memories. If indeed he lost in the Super Bowl, we would have been on this same exact stream, and many of you would be bashing me and bashing Tom. And you're fine and allowed to do that. But guess what? He won. He won. And I've been backing him for the longest time. So you just need to accept it and take the cheap thrills in your life. It's okay. I'm done.
Don't go chasing Super Bowls. Be a fan of the team you grew up with. I don't even know if I'm on camera anymore, but that was a good Glash. I like that. You better not apologize in 30 seconds.
Me?
Yeah, you.
No, I will not.
Good. That's the old Glash.
I wanted to look right into Brother Phil's soul.
Listen here, brother.
You had the candle out. I missed that.
The lighter. This when I sing TLC, dude, I bust out a lighter. And it's going to be one of these ones because I don't know how to. Those like little ones, too scary. I feel like I'm going to burn my fingers. Matches, don't mess with those. Yes. And Brother Phil, was Brother Phil a Patriots fan or is he a different? Is he a fan of another organization? Because I'm intrigued now.
Hey, Brother Phil's good guy. He's been giving me a hard time, and that's okay.
Oh yeah, no, this is a healthy conversation. I'm just curious if Brother Phil is a Patriots fan or is he just using Brother Phil, answer said question. All right, what is your fandom when it comes to the old football?
Tara Lynn's in the chat. Glash has to have the camera just on him. What a diva. Pretty sure the camera's just on you when you're hosting.
I guess the argument would be she's not with somebody else, but I don't care.
That's true too. Sorry, dude. Yeah.
No, you don't have to be sorry to me. I like what you did because you had.
You said it. Don't say sorry, and I just
no. That wasn't like a real sorry. That was like a segue sorry because I didn't know what else to fill the conversation with. I very rarely use the word sorry unless I do something wrong. We use that word very sparingly in the English language correctly. It's usually like, hey, if you bump into somebody, like sorry, which is right, but like you're not really. You're just like, excuse me, is more appropriate. Anywho.
Looking at the leading lineups, Law Hawk is in first place in our free roll, titled Mostert Monday. How fitting.
I love it.
132 rushing yards at halftime and a rushing touchdown. But Kittle is in the captain spot in our free roll for first place. And then in the larger free showdown, Squit. Squitman is in first.
Squiddy. Yeah, I am stinking out the joint at 75. I need Roethlisberger to do something. As the famous thing you'll see on Twitter, a Steelers fan who lost his mind after they lost to the Jaguars. That is kind of how I feel right now. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just Google Steelers fan crazy or whatever. There's another word, but I don't think it's appropriate.
I'd like to shout out, I know they're already done for the day and they were on earlier, but great work earlier by Sharag Hira and Julian Edlow, NBA pre-lock. It seems that you folks are enjoying that, getting your NBA lineups in, you're doing your tweaking in the later part of the day. Lineups locking tonight at 7, and they'll give you the injury news. They're giving you sportsbook advice, also DFS. So glad you guys have been tuning into the NBA pre-lock. They're here Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And more to come. It's only going to grow from here.
I absolutely love that. I love segueing into them when you have the 4 o'clock. Coming after them is great. But I've said this since day one. I am not a what's the best word? A Kaufman fraudulent NBA inviter and just get other people's info, but I'm a Julian Edlow follower. I've noticed that a lot of my thoughts follow what he does, so sometimes when I'm in a weird place and I need a cheap buy, I'll go to Edlow's articles, I'll click on his name, see what he's been doing, I bookmark it. DK Nation, make sure you check it out if you're sending any lines, even if you don't know crap about the NHL or NBA. Hey, these guys are going to help you make a couple bucks, so I'd listen to him. So that's Edlow is my guy, because we're cool like that, because we follow each other on Twitter, so I can say his last name. That's why I call him that.
Carolyn co-signs with Glashina being a nickname for me.
Ooh, seems. Is that offensive, or is it just makes you more? It makes you like Italian. That's why I'm going to go with it.
Ah, Glashina.
Sounded a little more Middle Eastern, but I like it.
Okay.
Ah, Glashina. Oh no. Glashina, please get in here. The sauce is spilled.
Jimmy G just got it off and to the sideline. Steelers defense, 17.6% in the flex. If you missed it, they kicked the ball off to San Fran after kicking a field goal with Boswell, recovered the fumble, scored a touchdown, took the extra point. So it's 14-13. Jalen Samuels has been the star, though, offensively for Pitt. 7 receptions thus far. His sim high is 9 in Madden 21. Jimmy G's going to line up and fire. Nice ball to Samuel. To Debo. Yeah, Debo Samuel. That's right. Okay.
Very got it.
Yeah. I was just thinking of Jalen, Samuel, Jalen Samuels, and Debo Samuel.
All the Samuels are here. Asante Samuel Jr. are going to be drafted. Maybe he's going to go to one of these 2 teams.
Mark Underwood says, Glass, you're growing in your Brady and Pat's recovery. You are in stage 2 of anger of the 5 stages of grief. I've said all along, they're going to play next year in Foxborough. Yeah. Rossi, go Pats. When Brady shows up, go Pats. Go Pats. I am a Patriots fan, but I am wishing that guy nothing but success. Period.
Oh, yeah, I think that's the one thing people maybe misconstrued. And I'm sure you made some bad arguments that I wouldn't agree with. I didn't hear them all, but I think the one thing people have to understand that people wish Brady well. It's not like I didn't want to see him win the Super Bowl, I'll be honest, when that happened. I'm like, cool, he goes to a team, he can be successful, put up some good numbers, retire in 3 years, like Montana. That's what he did. 3 years, made it to an AFC title game. We'll see you later. But he just upped the game, proves he's the greatest, I know it's a team sport, but in said team sport, he's the greatest individual player in the quote-unquote biggest profile position, and good for him. Son of a gun. Sure made me, when I saw him, chicken-legging his way out of that, I guess you call it marina, that's when I said, man, this guy's changed. He ain't the Tom I know. God, just want to hold him and tell him how much I cared. Wearing that stupid orange t-shirt. Used to be blue.
Yeah.
Or red.
Used to be blue with no tan.
Yeah, used to not look that good.
Peace of Mind says, where is my glass can? Gonna throw this game away.
Excuse you. Put it in recycling, please, if you're gonna do that.
Jermal says, give me some Juju, Glash. I know, I played Juju. Somehow, I'm doing okay in our free roll with no Juju in my line. I mean, with Juju in my lineup.
Well, Samuel's been an absolute PPR beast in this one. You had Kittle. You didn't play Steelers DST, which...
So I played Samuels and the captain, Mostert, Garoppolo, Juju, Kittle, and then Juszczyk as my punt play.
Yeah, so you got it. Like, I'm an 83rd, stinking out the joint with Roethlisberger in my captain spot with 0 touchdowns and an interception to his name. Most of it keeping me in the top 100. Let's go, Ben. Step it up. Get to the bonus here in the third. Get me some touchdowns. The world's waiting for you, Ben.
4-way tie, first place in the public showdown. 12,000 plus entries. GSO FRS is in first in our free roll. Mostert Monday. He's lived up to the bargain. Big Ben's going to chuck to the sideline.
Big Ben not getting it done. Yeah, all my players have points. Just not a lot. Mostert with 21 non-captain. That's leading the way with Roethlisberger in the captain right now, Glash at 11.7. Yuckity-doo-da-day.
Wes on Twitch needs Kendrick Bourne to show up.
Who are my Twitch homies at? Now that I've... Uh-oh. My iPad's doing the spinning wheel thing. That's not good. Never mind.
Fooligan on Twitch sending out invites to the Twitch fam to play an NBA. Love to see that.
Love it. Yeah, always love it. It's only a matter of time before Kaufman comes sneaking in with his expert lineups.
Justin says, I've been a TB12 fan since his first Super Bowl win. Celebrated that Super Bowl. Definitely celebrated this hard when my Bears beat him. Never pulling against the Bears, not even the GOAT.
You always got to pull for your team.
Peace of Mind says, Mostert Monday. Is this a new paid holiday thing? No, I just mean the fact it's a Monday and Mostert was in the game. I feel like I haven't done a Mostert sim in a while.
It's an alliteration thing. You always got to go with alliterations. Oh, and by the way, happy President's Day to anybody who's celebrating President's Day. Maybe you put, like, your favorite presidents up on the wall, talked about them over dinner, playing a card game later. Guess who? The president version.
3rd and 22. Ooh.
This is not a good showing here for the Steelers offense that has been clicking recently as well. And again, so far, you're seeing 13 points. The touchdown came on a defensive play at the end of the first half. That was a fumble recovery for the score. So offensively, they put up 6 points, 2 field goals, 4 trips to the red zone. That's where we're at.
So we'll get a punt. 3 minutes to go in the third. Looking at the chat here, Glasheen's toothbrush informing Avery about our free rolls. Yeah, we created the league. Kaufman did. It was a great idea. How long have we been doing that?
Oof, we got to be... That started before I think it was like October.
It was definitely when the new game came out.
Yeah, I believe it was like somewhere in the middle of October, I want to say. At least that's when we were still, like, there was a game we did together. We were calling play-by-play and entered like 300 people at the same time, which still to this day is a feat that people do not talk about enough.
Right. So, yeah, it was probably early fall. That's a good call. Troll and Avery, what's your DK username? Put it in the chat. We'll throw it in there. So, anyway, yeah, it's for bragging rights. 200 entries. I like to label it with the commentator team.
Ditto.
Flash and blank, you, Rossi, Cristal, Freeze Pops, Ducey, whoever it may be. And then, give it a name, and we just kind of, keep an eye on it. And we cannot, Rossi can, I can't. We can't, myself, Kaufman, Emerson, Jesse, Terrell, and we can't play in the public contest. So to get involved and keep the engagement going with you guys, we play in this little free roll thing.
Yeah, they can't accept those coins, those crowns that everyone seeks. Give me all the crowns.
Jimmy G drops it off beyond the 30. That is Kendrick Bourne. Relly Rel, what's up, buddy? How you doing? All right, Avery, I got your username. Going to add you right now, pal.
Get it in there.
Get in there nice and deep, Nark.
It's funny. Sometimes I've tried to put people's names there, and then it doesn't show up, and they get very upset with me. I'm like, it's not me, I swear. I don't think that's really your name.
Dad, wasn't me.
Yeah, it's basically the conversation I have with them. And that's how they think my voice really comes across.
But Dad, add my name.
Trying, son. I'm trying. You gotta give me the right info. Is it a lowercase? Is it a 2? Is that an S?
Oopsies.
Oh, Mostert, sir.
He's well into that. He's looking to maybe he could hit 200 yards today. 145 on 10 carries, a 74-yarder will easily make that much more palatable. But listen, he is having his way with the Steelers defense.
Glasheen's toothbrush. Glash, explain to the people why you cannot enter the public contests.
Because he doesn't know how to brush his teeth correctly.
Yeah, I mean, I work for DraftKings, right, so I can't. I'm a host employed by the company. It's really that simple. That is knocked down, incomplete. Oh, and look, Kaufman sent last-minute NBA according to Meager66, so get involved.
Cough sent! Everybody, run!
I kind of want to get involved in this just to stick it to all you, but I'm not finding it. Did it already fill?
I don't know. Galloway says I hate mustard. So, listen, it must be more of a higher calorie.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, do you think?
I'm
going to hold. It fills in like 10 seconds.
Oh, it's already filled. You got to be kidding me.
Well, because think about it. As soon as it's sent, people like see it right away and will lock their spot in.
Wow.
I've done it once or twice by accident. I don't know if I ever told you a story. I was trying to send it to people, but I sent it to like the DK SimFam, and I didn't realize. And it was like a $5 contest for like 15 people, and literally in like 13 seconds it was gone.
So Koff just makes you guys sit in the lobby. Doesn't tell you when he's going to do it. You guys realize it's just a cheap laugh for Koff, right? Think about what he's making you do.
Yeah. He's just controlling all of us with his we're all just marionette dolls to Koff in his world. I
will hit send when I feel like it.
Oh, they're dancing and waiting. Look at the people. Mr. Kaufman, should you go out and dress the folks? No, let's make them wait longer.
But if he's going to do that, why not make it like 20 entries?
We've talked about that a couple times. Sometimes he might, sometimes he doesn't. I don't know.
Huh. All right. I mean, it's his thing. He can do what he wants. I don't really get it.
I want you to bring up with BK in your next because we talked about it. I've had my weekend. He was my Valentine last night. Got very romantic. Set up a bubble bath, flowers. It was awesome. He's a very nice man, very gentle. But he, big catch there. He said that him and Koff do $1,000 contests.
Yeah.
But I'm like, why? Why would you do that? He's like, yeah, I've been losing a lot of thousands. But I'm like, is this a brag? Or is this like, should I be like trying to help you and tell you like, do $5, be smart? Or are you also, Glash, are you also in those $1,000 contests? Are you are you one of those? Pulling out the hedge fund, putting it into the Sims?
Sometimes.
All right, as long as it's sometimes, not all the time. So I don't have to come over there and straighten you out too.
And NBA lineups are locking any moment. So if you want to, if you got those $1,000 contests, be sure to enter very soon. 6 minutes. So Big Ben's trending towards the bonus. 20 of 31 for 221.
He stunk in the third. He had 202 going into he threw for like 19 yards. You stink, Ben. We're very upset with you. I'm very upset. I'm telling you right now, unless things change dramatically, he's the babysitter Billy, not my kid at work, because I'm very upset with him, and it's emotional. It's all emotion.
Mostert 10 for 145 and a touchdown on Mostert Monday.
He's getting it done on the ground, bobbing and weaving, making things happen. There's your guy, though. Here's the story, gosh. Look at these Samuel numbers.
Yeah, 7 catches, 70 yards. So he had no catches in the third.
It's okay.
But still, very, very, very good production.
Yeah, no scoring there in the third as well. Again, Steelers have not scored an offensive touchdown. The 49ers have not scored since the first quarter. We'll see if we can get some fireworks going here in the fourth.
Let's see. All right. Well, that kickoff return fumble was epic. I mean,
that was electric.
That was great.
I want to throw a pass to here. My Twitch homies, what are they up to? My Twitch is broken. My iPad's just dead. I'm watching way too many YouTube videos today.
You're a
Same
much
with
better thrower of the football than a kicker of the football.
Yeah, I'm gonna work on it. I think next time I watched the competition. I sat back, enjoyed what I saw, spoke some trash. But next time I think I'm gonna give it a boot. Just like that.
Oh, Debo! Touchdown!
Debo, first touchdown of the game. We talked about it is the day of Samuels in this sim. Debo's first touchdown here. Jimmy G, second touchdown of the game. This could be a huge divider in this one now. They're going to go up 8 with just, basically the fourth quarter all to play. But Pittsburgh's offense has just stunk. So we'll see if they can step it up here and make this one more competitive.
PU.
Yeah, just like my son's diapers.
Paul Butler, how the hell do you guys afford $1,000 contests? How much does DK pay you people?
I can tell you right now. It is a lot. Like a couple mil a game. Like, it's no big deal. A couple thousand.
We get like Nance Romo money.
Yeah. Especially the 6 o'clock on a Monday. They're like, hey, prime time. We know there's a lot of things you could be doing. So let's go.
And that's just us. I mean, Lazio is the highest paid in the company.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I heard Jesse got the bump with the Super Bowl commercial.
This is true.
So her 401k just got right through the roof.
But no one compares to Lazio, you know?
No. Kaufman, I think, has got that grandparent money. But aside from that. It's another fumble.
Oh, my God.
Oh, Alex Fox, by the way, dude, I hear you. Like, we joke about it being up here in New England with all the weather you're dealing with in Texas, and it's funny. Haha, look at this. But it's legit dangerous and scary. So we're with you, Val. Appreciate you being here. He says, love you, gents. Currently dealing with frozen household with no power down here in the tundra of Texas. Dude, first of all, no power jumping on the old YouTube. All the credit. Hold on. Let me do this. Flash, let's warm our hands over the mics. See if we can send some warmth down to Texas. Ah! I feel good about it. My hands hurt. Alex and everybody in Texas and anybody else dealing with freezing, no power, that is to you.
So Pittsburgh is down just one score, down 8 with the ball at its own 25. Oh, tight window. I thought that was a pick for sure.
Yeah,
the first down, James Washington.
I thought for sure going the other way, but no. Threads the needle, the old gunslinger. Ben Roethlisberger. It's been back next year. I think, Glash. I think at this point, I feel like all the quarterback talk we've had, I feel like he's coming back one more year with the Steelers.
Yeah, I'm sure I think they want him back, but I don't know if that's the right call.
Well, he said he would take any amount of money, which I'm sure his agent was real jazzed up about. So basically, he would probably come back for like a Cam Newton contract, is what he's saying. He just wants to play, and I think he knows one more year there is probably it.
So did you enter a lineup in this contest that Emerson made for the 6?
No.
Balls, Glash, Chin?
Nope. I did not. I did not notice that one. I saw yours.
Because I'm seeing folks refer to it in the chat.
No, I
can't. Spaz 13 is in 27th in that contest.
I did not know about the chins. I'm currently in 105th, so I wish I did enter that one because I'm sure just the odds would look better. Oh, here's Big Ben. It's just awful. Awful in this game.
Can someone shed light on this?
What do you need light on? This Emerson contest?
Yeah, like how did this come to be?
Well, I think he had some time after his tough 4 o'clock sim and the things he was going through there. So I think that's probably how he decided to let loose.
Wait, is that like his own format of rock, paper, scissors?
Oh, maybe it is.
Ball,
maybe that's
Glash, Chin.
I threw a Glash. I swear that was a Glash.
Oh, you can't make it up.
Even if you did, people wouldn't believe you.
See, I know you do this from time to time, and I do too. You tune into Sims even when you're not working. Just every once in a while, you'll pop in, and that has its benefits because of stuff like this. When you come in and you just have no idea what the heck is going on.
Oh no, I'm telling you, like I popped in earlier. It was Kenny and Christian. Then I popped back. It was Emerson and Christian and Kenny, and they were talking about some rock paper scissors nonsense. I said, "Oh, I'm going to rewind about 10 seconds and see what they're talking about." And I hung in there for a while. Yeah, it's usually like a great escape. So if I'm doing something and I need my mind to go somewhere else, let me jump on The Sims.
Oh, 4th and 1. You gotta have that.
Big Ben has been an absolute embarrassment. Bring in Mason Rudolph with his no soap right. All right, let's bench him. This is ridiculous. That's the second 4th and 1 or less that he has just thrown an incompletion and not even close.
Not even close.
We'll start taking advantage of this.
Coming up at 8 p.m., you'll have Koff and Brandon Cristal for Cristal's Broncos coverage, visiting the Seahawks. That's the 8 o'clock, and then I'll be back for Madden After Dark. Vikings at Bills with Brandon Cristal.
Here comes Koff. I'm telling you, Koff is like the genie. Oh, I thought Moser was taking it. It's like you say his name, somebody's tweeting him saying I'm saying something about him because he pops in the chat, says, Adam Kaufman and Rossi. I don't know what else he wrote, but he just says, and Rossi, don't listen to my dude, BK. It's $5 like the rest of ours. Okay. That was about 10 minutes ago I brought that up, so your radar is on. Go put your kids to bed or something. Get out of the chat. How did he know that I said that? That's what I want to know. That son of a gun. Did Glash text him? I don't think so. Maybe he did. Either way, love you, Koff. Talk to you this week now. I missed the contest, by the way.
Yeah, me too.
Whenever I do the 6 o'clock, I always forget. Because either my mind's erased if it's a short one, or by this point I just haven't done it. And I took some notes about my guy Julian Edlow as well. And notes went to crap.
Shameless plug, I'll be working on my next TikTok project tonight. We'll post first thing tomorrow morning. 2nd and 6. There is Kittle for first down.
I'll give you a shameless plug in a minute, but I need to know, on the scale of 1 to 10, how difficult is it to make said TikTok videos? Because most people that I talk to say, once you get the hang, once you get over that little learning curve, like most things, it's like putting a post on Instagram. Like there's a couple things you plug in and you make moves, but
it is. I did it. So last week was like a training week for me.
Went to TikTok headquarters. You're like, hello, Brandon Glasheen, here for my tutorials and my walkthroughs.
Yeah, and the tutorial was run by me and Sarah. I mean, we're playing with
what a duo, though.
It was a lot. It's a lot, man. Like, there's just little things. Like, when you want to make a video, if it's a 60-second video, and you make each clip, say there's 8 clips in a 60-second vid, you have to go in that order of clips. Like, you can't rearrange. Like, basically, what I'm trying to say is, your draft, you can't have a rough draft. You can't move stuff around. Once you start recording, that's your video. Got it. There's just little details that aren't the same as like Snapchat and Instagram. It's kind of a pain, but like you said, once you get the hang of it, you know what works, what doesn't. It's fun. I've come to enjoy it. So.
It's good. Hey, listen, putting out creativity, like I say, I never hate on anybody. If they're putting out stuff that's, getting their creative mind and the juices flowing, because there's nothing worse than wasted talent. A Bronx town. But yeah, it's so true. Like anytime I see people doing that, or Tara Lynn will drop the TikTok here and there. You've been dropping them tickety-tocketies. I love it. I love when people are doing stuff that's creative, and it makes me smile.
Well, I'm glad to hear.
Yeah, if you wanted to know, if you're wondering, like, who watches this? Am I wasting my time? Just know, somewhere there's a 4'1", I've grown a little bit, 387-pound man sitting on his couch where it's about to break and burst at the seams. That is smiling. Neville.
Yeah, I just read that too.
Because I do believe either people text them when I say something about it, but every time I bring them up, even in like a little shot, not a huge shot, just a little shot, He literally shows up and will comment about it. And I'm like, or he'll text me if he doesn't. I'm like, hey, were you serious about this? I'm like, dude, absolutely not. Why would I ever be serious on these things? Like, would I really ever be mean to somebody? No. You clown. In another world somewhere, there's an Adam Kaufman rodeo clown out there in an alternate universe, because that's what he is. A lovable clown, Adam Kaufman.
Terry, okay?
What happened?
What the hell was that?
Uh-oh. Do you need me to come down? Do you need me to come down?
Hold on, Sprossy. What was that? TikTok? Okay. I just heard a loud noise. Everything's fine.
She's making a TikTok?
I don't know. She just said TikTok.
Okay. Hold on. Let me check on my wife real quick. Oh, no, she doesn't care about me. Okay, never mind. All right.
See, guys, I care. And it's not even Valentine's Day. Wow. Take the 3, Gold.
Finally, give me a field goal from this guy. Get me out of this 100. I need to just get out of the 100s. I thought I had a top 40 lineup. I just need, I'm in 111 right now. Just get me out of this basement.
So 24-13, 145 to go. I can't believe Pittsburgh only has 13 points.
Gosh, they don't even really have 13 points. It's a facade. They really have 0 offensive position player points. They have been an absolute embarrassment throughout this entire sim because they've worked their way down the field and they have just absolutely just stopped right at the point when you needed them to come through. 4th and 1 or 4th and inches. They've had the interception. They had 2 field goals. It has been real bad.
GSO FRS is in first place in our free roll with Samuels in the captain spot. Dallas Scott is in second. Looking at the public free showdown. Trade-ons is in first, tied with 9 other people. That's a tight window. Man, some of these passes, I've actually been impressed with some of these catches on both sides.
That I'm impressed with, but the fact that he's not even close to the 300 yards here, and he had over 200 in the first half, threw the ball 23 times in the first half, it's just not been his game. People are saying, who do we got here? If Ben throws a 40-yard to Deontay Johnson, Juju in Washington, I win. Glash's toothbrush, I like that positivity.
Scrub-a-dub-dub. 2 minutes. Actually, 107 left, so we won't get a full teeth brushing in for Glasheen's toothbrush. Can I ask why the toothbrush? Just
Oh, see, I was actually going to ask, but I feel like it's at this point, I'm like, maybe I just missed something and it's okay.
I missed something too. I don't come on here and talk about my teeth. That's why I'm lost.
Maybe he's just very impressed with the pearly whites I'm looking at.
Camera does help with that.
The lighting, the camera, everything. But I think you got good teeth.
You're okay.
All right, I'm fine.
Yeah.
You got cavities? Have you been to the dentist recently?
I've got some baby ones in the back that have been growing the last couple of years. It was just kind of like a bound to happen kind of thing.
Sure is.
But I haven't had a true cavity since I was 10. Like a legit bad one. Put it that way.
Just like the Steelers' performance, a bad one.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, let's just end this thing.
I can't believe this. Throw this game in the absolute recycling bin. Come back, see if it comes back as a better game. That's what I think of all the time, by the way. If people really want to know what's in my head, it's not Kaufman. It's not Ducey. It's not Glash's amazing head of hair or teeth. It's not Michael being just a genius and Andrew. It's literally when I throw something in recycling and the recycling comes and takes it away, do I ever get that same product back in another form? That is what's in this head.
Hey, man, I don't think it was that bad, honestly. And Big Ben just missed the bonus by 10 yards. I mean, how is that possible? One offensive touchdown.
No, there was no offensive touchdowns. None. There was one touchdown. It was by the damn defense. Ben Roethlisberger.
Oh, yeah, and field goals. Yeah, you're right.
Was awful.
Yeah.
He did everything he could, at least 41 times throwing the ball. This is what you get with the Pittsburgh offense. Usually they score 4 touchdowns, though, Glash. These numbers, if you put a 4 instead of a 0 where the TD is, Indy threw a pick. It was bad. It was just bad for him. It was bad for owners of that offense, which I'm assuming is a majority of people looking at those numbers. But credit where credit's due to San Francisco. They just put a whooping on them. Scoreboard doesn't show what really happened.
Mostert, 172 in a tut. He's got to be your player of the game.
Yeah, it's without a doubt. He's in the winning lineup. He's the captain with our guy, GOSFRS, whatever. I'm dyslexic. But Mostert, 39.3 in the captain spot. Just taking it. High ownership paid off. Go get him. Meow. Giddy up.
Samuels was good, though, 8 for 79 in the passing game.
Yeah, he would have been right there. He's also highly owned, but yeah, he scored 12. No, that's Debo Samuel. Your Samuel. What's he? Oh, Dallas Scott. He's another Rossi hater. Did he have Samuel in there? Jalen Samuel, 16 points. That's a good game. There was points to be had here. Just unfortunately for the Steelers' overall offense was, and you don't have to ask. You don't have to ask. The babysitter Billy still single. Got to get me some. Not my kid award. It's Ben Roethlisberger. Billy's a lot like Ben Roethlisberger these days. So they're out, both of them. Not my kid. I got a handful upstairs that I have to go attend to. So I'm not taking Roethlisberger's crap.
GSOFRS at the moment holding on for first place by 3 points. Dallas Scott is in second. Jared here updating the scores, making those final calculations.
Yeah, Jared, if you want to get me out of that, where am I currently? Oh, I jumped up to 73rd. Jared, you're doing a great job. Keep up the good work.
Edge 95, that's right, buddy. Yeah, you called the Samuel captain. That was a good call. First place in the public showdown has Mostert in the captain. 9-way tie. 10-way tie for first place in that contest. The winning build was Mostert in the captain spot, Kittle, Samuel, Johnson, Samuels, and Boswell. So
yeah, I see Rick Lewis saying Juju with 3.9. Just Rick, a little insight on me. If I get the play, I think Juju stinks all the time, so I would never play him anyways. So Big Ben gets it tonight. He was awful.
Jason Rossi is back tomorrow with Emerson. That should be fun. 6 o'clock.
Oh yeah.
Panthers at the Texans.
Rawr.
To start the late. Yeah. So, all right, buddy. Good time.
It was almost. You know what, Clash? I had too much fun here tonight, so now I'm going to go upstairs, settle in. Maybe pop on a little Madden After Dark with you and BK later. I'm not watching Coffin BK and their $1 million back and forths. The two rich boys, playing with their Scrooge McDuck money vaults and just throwing coins around. Ha 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 ha! Look at us with our money. That is not I. So I will. I'll be back though for you. But this was honestly, dude, it's always a pleasure to get together with you. I hope you have the most amazing rest of your evening. And DK Simpam, I'll catch you tomorrow.
Wow, that was fantastic. I'm back later on, guys, at 10 with Brandon Cristal, as Rossi mentioned, for Vikings Bills, maybe a Steph Diggs revenge sim, who knows. And coming up at 8, you'll get Koff and Brandon Cristal for Broncos and Seahawks. But in the meantime, we need to find out what else is going on at DraftKings and the DK Sportsbook with Terrell and Asak.
Yo, Rossi, I got to say, Brandon Cristal does remind me of Ebenezer Scrooge. I was trying to figure out who he reminds me of, and it's definitely Ebenezer Scrooge. So thank you for that. You threw out the Scrooge Duck Bank, and now I'm like, oh, Brandon Cristal, Ebenezer Scrooge, because he's also one of my new arch nemesises. But thanks, guys. See you back here later, Glash. And our next Madden Sim, it's coming up at 8. It's Broncos, Seahawks. They're taking over Simland. That game is a part of the Madden Stream 1K Flea Flicker contest. $5 entry. Well, it's going to get you a shot at a $150 top prize. In the free contest for that showdown has a $250 prize pool with $25 going to first. But before we get to that, there's some talk, let's talk real football, huh? So the offseason is upon us and is expected to have some serious QB movement happening around the league. We already saw Matt Stafford and Jared Goff. They traded places. Who else is on the move? Well, former NFL lineman Ross Tucker, he was joined by former GM Scott Pioli on his Monday podcast to discuss just that.
There's a lot going on. I mean, there's this quarterback carousel that we think will go on. There's cap issues. I've seen some of your clips on NFL Network where you do a great job. And let's just start, I guess, Scott. I know it seems like it was a year ago now, but the Jared Goff, Matthew Stafford trade, I guess what I find interesting about it is teams almost never like to have a lot of dead cap or take big dead cap hits. And here we are with the cap, depending on what people thought it was going to be this year in 21, right? Like between 210 and 220, it's instead going to be 180. Isn't it a kind of a weird, bizarre year, Scott, to be taking that much dead cap money on your cap when the cap's going down by 30 to 40 million bucks?
It really is. And Ross, I don't think that they wanted. I know that they didn't want to do it. Sometimes teams don't mind taking on the dead money. This year, teams don't have a choice because, again, what we've seen, it's been interesting. We've seen teams be able to act financially irresponsibly, quite honestly, from a football standpoint. It's one of those things, I'm going to digress here because I was raised in such a way in a household where we had a budget that was really tight and we paid attention to it. Part of what happened was that thought process and those behaviors, it was the way that I learned the salary cap as well. So when Bill and I did it, we were always thinking about the middle class and the greater good and not doing things where we would leverage ourselves in the future, depending upon how great America is and everything financially is always going to go up. There's going to be bad times. Now, I just use it as a backdrop as to this year. What's happened here consistently, every year except for one, there's been exponential growth in the salary cap. The one year that it didn't happen was the year of the lockout, as we know, Ross, and that changed things. So the way things are now, to have dead money is even more debilitating or potentially debilitating. And everyone obviously no one planned on the pandemic. But one thing about NFL life is the NFL is always planning that things are going to grow. So this year, it really is very odd.
Right. And it's interesting because, you said a word that jumped out to me where teams have been a little irresponsible. Yeah. They've always looked at it like, I think a lot of teams thought, well, once the gambling money comes in, once the new TV deals come in, we can sort of keep pushing things out. And then by 2022, 2023, we'll be okay. And then the pandemic hit and it goes down 30 million. And I'm curious on a lot of different levels. So there's the team part of it, but I was just reading a story about, what guys are free agents for this year. I feel bad for these guys. I mean, can you just talk a little bit, Scott, about how many cap casualties you'll think there will be? And there's a lot of guys that are free agents, and I almost wonder if teams decided, rather than trying to extend some of these guys, let's let them hit the market because the market's not going to be what they think it's going to be because of the cap this year.
Yeah, and a couple things on that. I want to go back to the irresponsible word in a minute, but to your point, what's going to happen, I think there will be a lot of players released because as we know this, Ross, it's just like the cap increases every year, the salaries increases. Very few players that have salaries that remain flat from year to year. Then there's the group of players who have exponential growth in their salaries, which they're going to be the ones in trouble. So I think it is going to be that way. And what will happen more than likely, it'll be the kind of year, my guess is, I don't know this, that there'll be a lot of one-year deals signed where younger veterans and veterans will say, you know what, the money's not out there right now. I'm going to risk it, and I'm going to do a one-year deal and hope to get paid in 2022. And that's my guess. I think that's what will happen. Now, again, there's risk when you sign a one-year deal. You're not going to get as much signing bonus. You're not going to get as much guaranteed money. And then there's the risk of injury or something else happening. So I think that will be one of the unintended consequences of what just happened here. But going back to the irresponsible part, it's funny. One of the things that I've noticed, it just wasn't the way that I was raised in managing a cap and managing finances, is there's people who are desperate about their jobs, right? There's people who have this thing, just like players, Ross, all the insecurities that players have, coaches have it, front office people have it. And in the back of their mind is, if I don't go out and spend that money now, I may not be here in a year or 2 years. I don't care what the cap is. I'll worry about that when I get to it. And how many teams have we watched over the years, Ross, who go out and do that kind of thing and don't make it? Tampa Bay did it this year, and they won. So, right, it's a gamble. It's kind of like going to the casino. You're going to go out there and you're going to put it out there. and you better hope that you win or win enough to keep your job. But I just don't. I'm not a big fan of the irresponsible spending, because once you do it, the chance to sustain success or sustain greatness, which, Ross, you were there in New England. You saw how we did things from a business model standpoint. We wanted to win as badly as anyone. We wanted to pay players as much as we could without being in something that wasn't sustainable.
So you mentioned Tampa, and I think that's a good jumping off point because they obviously bring in Brady. They win the Super Bowl. Do you think that is one of the reasons why people are projecting anywhere between 16 to 22 new starting quarterbacks around the NFL? I mean, we already have seen a couple. There will be more. Do you think, because I've heard people call it the Brady effect, where a lot of teams didn't try to get him last year, Scott. A lot of people say, nah. And then he goes to Tampa and wins the Super Bowl. And then also, I think a lot of teams say, well, you got to have somebody that's even gives you a chance against Mahomes or someone like that. Do you think that's part of the reason why everyone is seemingly predicting all kinds of quarterback movement over the next couple months?
Well, I think it's a combination of things, Ross. I think you're hitting on a point that what happens is that success or that behavior being rewarded with success, right? It's Pavlovian. People will do something because they've seen success and they know it works, so let's do that. But let's go back to what happened before that actually worked. There was that, I call it musical chairs of quarterback, not the carousel, because what happens is in musical chairs, everyone's fighting for a seat. All of a sudden, someone's going to get left out of this carousel. So to me, it's more like musical chairs. And I think it started last year. People didn't know how this was going to work out. And again, what's interesting is there's this other part of the football landscape that is making this happen too, right? And it goes back to coaches getting fired quickly and general managers now getting fired quickly. And people are more in the now. And they're thinking about, I don't care about building a long-lasting program. I care about getting at least one of those trophies because that gets me a shot at another contract and sustaining my ability to survive. And I think part of what's happening isn't just the Brady effect, is people have wondered if that would work, if they could do that. Because go back in the past, there's been teams, heck, Joe Namath was traded for, right? That's a long time ago. But this has happened before where teams, where Joe Montana, let's go back into the 90s, he was, I can't remember if that was a trade or free agency, but he changed teams. So people are trying to capture. People are uncomfortable. They don't know how much time they have. They're trying to capture lightning in a bottle to survive and get to the next contract. Just like it's a fascinating dynamic that I've watched for years. Again, Ross, I've done 27 years in this league, and I watch the behavior of everyone. People love to focus on the players, on the coach and front office side, say, oh, look how this player's acting. That's because of their ego. That's because of this. They just want money. But you know what? Most everybody in this industry behaves that way.
All right, it's time to tell you about our DraftKings Dream Stream play of the day. So this week, the PGA Tour heads to the Riviera Country Club in California for the Genesis Invitational, and we have a stacked field to choose from in our featured contest. The PGA Tour, 1.2 million floor shot for this week's tournament, boasts over 1 million in prizes with $300K going to first place. You can get in right now for just a $15 fee. And to give us a first look at DFS and sports betting strategies for this week's tournament, we got Pat Mayo with his breakdown.
What up, everyone? Pat Mayo here with your 2021 Genesis Invitational DraftKings quick preview. What you need to know before the pricing is released, before you end up making your picks, where to really hammer down on this week. You can find my article Monday afternoon up on DKNation.com and full episodes, including full research, where I bring you through my walkthrough and early leans into the stats over on the Mayo Media Network YouTube channel and the Pat Mayo Experience audio podcast. But what do you need to know? the things about Riviera that are in your mind. There's 121 players in the field this week. It is loaded. Some of the best names in the world, the strongest field of the year. This might be the strongest field we see, WGCs included, until the Players' Championship and then at Augusta. That's how good this field at Riviera is going to be this week. But the 121 players is a much smaller field than we've seen so far this year. 156 at Pebble, 156 at the Farmers, 132 at the Waste Management. But because this is an invitational and 121 players, that should theoretically mean that we see more people with a 6 of 6 lineup on DraftKings. So actually picking the winner is very important this week. It's always important, put it that way, but it's going to be harder to cash unless there's absolute flameouts from the top guys with a 5 of 6 this week, just because a higher percentage of players are going to make the cut. It's top 65 in ties after 36 holes. So when you have a smaller field, obviously the 6 of 6 percentage has a likelier chance of being higher just because more players in the field make the cut. It starts late in the morning Eastern time on Thursday, February 18th. Adam Scott is the defending champion. He won at minus 11 a year ago. The past winners before that, JB Holmes, Bubba Watson, Dustin Johnson, Bubba Watson, James Hahn, Bubba Watson, a lot of Bubba Watson on this list. And once we look at the very top of the field, curious to see where their DraftKings pricing actually lands. But you got Dustin, JT, John Rahm, Xander Schauffele, Rory McIlroy, Colin Morikawa, Patrick Cantlay, Bryson DeChambeau, Jordan Spieth, Brooks Koepka, Hideki Matsuyama, Tony Finau, Matthew Wolff, Daniel Hauser-Berger, Scott is back to defend his title, Victor Hovland. They're all there. Again, with Bubba, Kim, Kevin Na, Corey Connors, Lonto Griffin, Sergio. Matthew Fitzpatrick is making his first American start of the year. He won over in Europe to the end of the season championship last December in the Middle East. He's played 2 events on the European Tour so far this season. He's come T17 and missed a cut over in the Middle East. He is the 20th ranked player in the world, however, getting over here early before the rest of the European contingent joins him next week at the WGC in Florida as the Florida Swing kicks off, as the road to the Masters begins to come. Early stats you should be looking at for Riviera. Overall, Riviera, one of the longer courses, although it's hidden in the yardage book. You have a very short par 3, you have a very short par 5, and a 295-yard par 4. That's number 10. So number 1, number 10, and number 17, all very short holes. Overall, it's 7,322 yards as a par 71. It doesn't sound very long, but when you take those 3 holes and compare them to the average distance of holes of that length, that means everything else is super long. There are 6 par 4s between 450 and 500 yards. 5 of those 6 amongst the 6 hardest holes on the course. You got to get your guys to tread water on those holes this week and then try to make up on the, number 1 is the easiest par 5 on the PGA Tour. Got to make eagles, got to make birdies. You got to make sure you don't make a big number at number 10. You got to birdie number 17 coming down the stretch. You do that, tread water, all of a sudden you're in the mix. We got Shot Tracker this week. They're on POA greens. Very hard to putt with inside 5 feet, the hardest on the PGA Tour, the lowest percentage of made putts inside 5 feet. So just because your guy has 4 feet for par doesn't automatically mean he's in the hole at Riviera. So overall, for stats, when you're just putting together everything, after you see the odds, after you see the DraftKings pricing, strokes gained, ball striking, driving distance gained on the field, par 4s gained between 450 and 500 yards. And weirdly, these green complexes are so weird, strokes gained around the green. 55% of the field hits greens in regulation. That's well below tour average. So you're going to have to get it up and down. You cannot be bleeding away strokes. You have, especially on those par 4s, where they're longer approach shots coming in, you're probably going to need to get it up and down to save yourself par. If you're not saving par at Riviera, you're out of this event. The cut line has been over par for the past 8 years, so expect it with the top 65 in ties again this week to be over par once again. So you got to be able to scramble and grind out those pars, and these weird green complexes are really tricky. Like I said, there's a lot of missed putts inside 5 feet too, so blow-up potential is very high. Who can be steady Eddie this week? Who can tread the water? That is who's going to win at Riviera. You can find my quick picks up later on the DraftKings YouTube channel on Wednesday, or if you want full shows, once again, Mayo Media Network on YouTube, Pat Mayo Experience Podcast, and all the write-ups and information up on DKNation.com.
All right, so we'll have to wait a while for the NFL to return, but baseball is right around the corner as the MLB season. It's starting to ramp up with players reporting to spring training this week. And over on the DK Sportsbook, we have tons of futures available on the upcoming season. You can bet on everything from this year's World Series winner to who will lead the league in stolen bases. So you can check out those right now while you listen to Brendan Glasheen and Steve Buchanan. They're going to break down some of the league's leader bets available right now on the Sportsbook.
Pitchers and catchers report this week, and the DraftKings Sportsbook has a ton of ways to get in on the MLB action already. For help with that, we welcome in, well, some help, DraftKings Sportsbook contributor Steve Buchanan to talk some future bets. Steve, you can bet on who you think will lead the league in several categories: home runs, hits, stolen bases, strikeouts. Let's start with the homers. Everyone likes a good homer. Pete Alonso, Mike Trout, they're the favorites, plus 1,000. Do you want to put your money on one of them, or do you go further down the list?
You want to go further down the list. Like, I don't want to be like all chalky and take one of the top two guys. How about Jose Abreu at 30-1? Last season was the first season of his MLB career that he didn't go over 20 home runs. I'm not going to hold that against him. It was a very short season, but he was only one short at 19. But when you look at the rest of his career, when he's playing a full season, because he very rarely gets hurt, of those 6 seasons, he averages just under 30 home runs per year. So he is absolutely going to be in the mix. When you look at how long those odds are for Jose Abreu, why not get some value on your money there? I love taking him in that spot. The odds are way too long for how good he is with the home run ball. So I'm absolutely taking Jose Abreu in this spot.
We've got national shortstop Trey Turner. He's the favorite to lead baseball this year in hits at plus 1,100. Mookie Betts, DJ LeMahieu right after him at plus 1,200. Who do you like to take home this honor? Hits.
Yeah, I think DJ LeMahieu is the answer here. I mean, this dude just simply does not swing and miss. He only did so on 4.5% of the pitches he saw last season. Like, it's absolutely insane how good at making contact that he is. He's also one of the best fastball hitters in the league. And then, batting leadoff in the Yankees lineup, that doesn't really hurt either because of all the hitters that they have to face after that. LeMahieu is going to see a ton of pitches in that position in the lineup here. So 12-1, not the best odds you can get on the board, but realistically, this is probably the category that LeMahieu is going to take down.
And it's not hard to find Trey Turner again. He's right there at the top for most stolen bases. Royal shortstop Adalberto Mondesi is the heavy favorite at plus 110 here on the sports book. Would you bet anyone other than Mondesi here?
Well, I bet I probably could have read that question better than you did, so I'll take that bet. But I think Mondesi is probably, again, the answer here. He was the only player last year with at least 30 stolen base attempts. The Royals love to run the bases. Yeah, see, you know what? That's karma right there. But you know what? I'll take it like a man and just keep going. They love to run the bases here. He's caught 8 times last year, but did steal 24. The guy who's was second last year in attempts, Jonathan Villar, he's on a bench roll with the Mets there, and he's at 33-1. But we don't expect him to get a lot of playing time. But, if you want to be fancy and take a long shot, that probably would be the guy there. So I think Mondesi is the answer. If you want a dark horse, though, Dylan Moore at 40-1 is someone I also have an eye on here. He's played 151 games in the majors, combined for 23 steals, but this is somebody who, when he played a full season in the minor leagues, stole 37 bases, so he has the speed to do it. I think it's going to be Mondesi. The Royals are going to run, but moreover with the Mariners, I think it's someone to keep an eye on as well.
Finally, we have the strikeout king of Major League Baseball, Garrett Cole, second year with the Yankees. He's the favorite there, Steve, at plus 450. You got Jacob deGrom at plus 525. And last year's strikeout leader in the shortened season, Shane Bieber, at plus 650. Who do you like to lead the league in strikeouts?
Yeah, I mean, this is such a tough question because there's so many good options that you can take. And it's actually quite unfortunate that the AL West doesn't have better strikeout pitchers because that division was so strikeout prone last year. They had 3 teams in the top 10 in K percentage last year. I kind of have my eye on Tyler Glasnow. I've talked about him potentially being a Cy Young candidate as well at 25-1. But last year, he ranked 3rd in K percentage at 38.2%. He just has nasty stuff when he's healthy and he's on the mound. But he was hit pretty hard last year in that tough AL East. probably not going to be as tough this year. The Orioles are going to be a team to pick on. The Red Sox are probably going to be a team to pick on. And that's not a division that has a ton of strikeouts, but the upside that Glasnow brings, like I mentioned, third in the league last year in K percentage. At the odds that you're getting him at 25-1, I think it's a worthy long shot. But, Shane Bieber against that AL Central, which is going to struggle immensely, that's probably where I'm leaning for the bet that you're most likely going to be safe with.
He's Steve Buchanan covering all things baseball at DraftKings and the DK Sportsbook. Thank you.
Hey, thanks a lot. It was great.
All right, our 8 p.m. Madden Sim, it's on the way for you. But first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. We have plenty of NBA and NHL contests still available tonight, including our featured showdown between the 76ers and the Jazz. They're locking at 9 p.m. The 40K pull-up jumper contest. It pays $10K to first place for just a $10 entry. And on the ice, we have 2-game turbo slate locking at 8:30 p.m. Choose players from the Preds, Stars, and Jets Oilers games, a $10 entry. It's going to get you a shot at 4K in prizes with $1K going right to first. And don't forget to check out all of the other action over on the DK Sportsbook. Yeah, we got more. The NBA, NHL, college basketball, UFC, PGA, and more. And we'll have more great Dream Stream content. We got a lot of it for you after our Madden Sim. But right now, it's time for some football, baby. Here are Mr. Adam Kaufman and Brandon Cristal with the Broncos and the Seahawks.
Sarah Lynn, thank you so much. Everyone, welcome back to Monday. I say welcome back because I imagine most of you have been along for the ride here on this. Which is why this sim is called our free roll. The prime time, hey, it's a Broncos sim with BK free roll. He is Brandon Chris. I was back for the nooner. Feels like days ago, long time ago. How are you, bud?
I'm doing great. I am excited to call a Broncos game. I think I've only done it maybe 2 other times, if not only 1 other time. So I almost broke my own rule whenever the Seahawks play and was about to captain Cortland Sutton. And I know everyone's getting in their lineups in the last few seconds.
Sure.
I decided to captain Chris Carson, stay with my rule. Now he probably won't have the 2 touchdowns like he had the other night when we had him, but I'm going to stick with my Chris Carson.
Of the time, yeah, Russ. Just pay up for Russell Wilson, hope for the best because he oftentimes does not disappoint. But there were some appealing options in this one if you wanted a little bit more variety, and we can get into our lineups here in a matter of seconds. But obviously, in order to pay up for Russell for a little bit of value, now
Can I guess your lineup? Do you have KJ Hamler?
Please.
Do you have KJ Hamler in your lineup?
No, but I did consider it. The handler's gone off for me before. I did consider it, but I didn't do it.
Are you using the Chris Carson played well, so you're playing Hyde instead?
I've got Carlos Hyde, but I more often than not do, although I'm a little disappointed his salary is like double what it was in recent sims. He's really jumped up, but he's still a guy that typically is involved. So I have Hyde, I do have your guy Cortland Sutton, I have Jerry Jeudy, I have Greg Olsen, and I have the Seahawks DST. I don't play the DST. Seahawks are involved, I do, especially with, a fairly anemic Broncos off.
Sure. Now I went and did roster and a healthy Bradley Chubb.
Sure.
So I figure when real life Russell Wilson holds on to the ball, if video game Russell Wilson holds on to the ball a little too long, then we'll see if Vaughn or Chubb can get home. But maybe I'll end up regretting that because I did roster Russ as well as Carson as my captain. So a little contradictory, but we'll see. And then no Drew Lock for me. I ended up with Sutton, I think Melvin Gordon, and Noah Fant. So 4 Broncos if you count the defense, Carson and Wilson. I did borrow your always pay up for the quarterback. I always do whenever I have Baltimore now. And yesterday, Lamar Jackson got, I think, 53 points in the sim. It wasn't enough because the rest of my lineup was terrible. But
but the captain paid off.
Yeah, the captain absolutely paid off. So that and everybody had him. So it wasn't that great. But I just don't want to be the guy the time he goes for another 300 yards to not have it.
Yeah, and I wonder, we'll see, obviously, or we can take a look at it. Lineups obviously have long since locked. We can look at the ownership. So, yeah, no surprise. Russell Wilson is owned in about 92% of lineups, but captained at 31%, which, to your point just a second ago about Lamar Jackson, even if this dude does go off, as more often than not he does, you still need a lot of help from the rest of your lineup because a third of lineups have this guy.
Yeah, and so against your there's no advantage there when everyone has him.
Right. Virtual Century Link Field. Thank you for being with us. BK, AK, producer Mike. We got Drew, our technical director. Obviously.
I'm in 9th already.
Captain Wilson because Kaufman, and I'm jinxing Russ. Well, we'll see how it pays off. Hopefully it works out for the both of us. Giggle Pig says AKBK combo. But he's happy. You fool him one at a time. What I always say, Brandon.
Yeah, definitely have some people that don't like my storytelling on here, so we'll see if they give me a hard time. or Fantasy Hawk, who likes my
Like why you got us here, folks, as we are pushing toward 300. As a nice long run by Seahawks continue about 20 seconds into this.
They finally updated the roster and took Joel Heath out of the starting lineup. You see Mike Purcell in there at nose tackle. So at least. Oh no, there's Heath, 95, who played 0 snaps because he opted out and has never taken.
Wilson in the larger free roll. I'm a little surprised by this. Free roll we've got going on, about 88% owned, but higher in the captain spot at 35%. So a lot of people just employing that pay up for Russ philosophy. And look, this guy may rush for the bonus here today. He's already up to 23. We're not even a minute in.
No kidding. Played 2 games for the Broncos this year before hurting his bicep, and as soon as he's
It's just a damn cough, man. Says I went contrary.
rushing first downs is not going to define the entire game. Basketball, head-to-head competitions, and taking thousands of dollars of my money.
Not because, you having nothing to do with any sort of streak or anything like that. I just, like following the lineups. So for the first time in a while, I'm also doing a head-to-head with, or head-to-heads, plural, with a handful of people from the chat. I jumped into the Ross is such an idiot. This is relevant as Russell Wilson, another great. He's already almost at 50 yards rushing.
I know the Broncos may need to switch up. Virtual Vic Fangio needs to put a spy on Russ because this is not working.
The glitches going on right now. We'll get that corrected. Not to worry. We will. With Glash and IHOP in the chat, and they,
as you are wont to do.
Yeah, and they're any sort of, but he's sitting there. He's going, how does Koff always know when people are talking about him? By the way, does someone text Koff and say that, Rossi just said whatever, and and I turned it on to say, I put out the last minute. I turned it on to say, I put out the last minute NBA contest, and anyone want to? Somebody was talking about me.
If you want to get me into a contest sooner than I'm planning my week-long boycott, if you can put together a multiplayer a little bit.
Okay.
The NASCAR thing bothered me because I thought
one time in hockey where I felt.
I mean, I watched 2 hours of NASCAR pregame. I was pretty excited. I'm excited about the Michael Jordan race team.
That ball incomplete.
Justin Simmons.
So I didn't really see the sit down there with Jordan and obviously.
Well, they played it again during the weather delay at least once, if not twice.
But yeah, I mean, it's exciting, obviously.
It was weird that was the first time Bubba Wallace had met Michael Jordan, but there's a pandemic going on. Jordan's in Florida a lot more than So, and Jordan hangs out with Denny Hamlin a lot. They play a lot of golf together. I just think it's weird that he didn't meet Bubba Wallace until the day of the day. It's also only Bubba was with somebody big that he left, or I can't remember. But and I'd heard this
I didn't know.
So when Jordan started around NASCAR, and that his dad was always working on cars on their property, that he was born in Brooklyn or whatever, but he was raised in the country, and his dad, who's I believe retired military, was always working on cars. And so MJ said that NASCAR, he's been going family up for the day and watch the races. And so it's just it like the idea of it, and the driver they have is I believe Mexican, and Pitbull's obviously Puerto Rican, but he liked that tie-in with that race team. But Jordan, it's obviously basketball and baseball are in his blood, but clearly there's some NASCAR in his blood too, which is cool.
4th and 1, Seahawks going for it. Wilson, he's got it. Time, space.
Nope.
A long, incomplete throw was looking toward Metcalf, and, well, that didn't pay off. I'm a little surprised.
Broncos D bending but not breaking. Here comes Drew Lock.
The yard. So, Lounge Talk podcast saying, somebody blow on the cartridge, please. It's just a damn cough. Man says, can someone text Emerson, tell him to smack his router? There are a lot of different, albeit creative, comments going on in the chat with the issues that we're having right now. Obviously, if it were something that were an easy fix, folks, we would take care of it. I can promise you that. We're not doing it deliberately just to screw around with you. Drew Lock, big boy throw to start things off, and completes it from the 10 to the 37, a 53-yard pickup. Cortland Sutton.
It is amusing because people wanted to bag on Drew Lock, and deservedly. He was one of the worst rated quarterbacks in football. But his team would have been different if he had Cortland Sutton, had Von Miller, had Jarrell Casey, had A.J. Boyd for more than 7 games, had Bryce Callahan for more than 10 games. I understand teams get hurt, but when you lose your 3 Pro Bowlers and a 4th guy that has a Pro Bowl, and Phillip Lindsay, who has a Pro Bowl, was hurt all year. I'm not saying the Broncos were going to win the AFC West by any means, but they would have won a few more games, I think.
Important note, by the way, for anyone that's got NHL contests going on right now, as I do, by the way, the Nashville and Dallas game has just been canceled. So if you have any of those guys in your lineup, it is time to get them out and pivot in another direction. I don't have all the details in front of me. I'm going to assume that is a COVID tracing issue, obviously. 1st and 10 from the 16. $1:47 left here in the opening quarter, still scoreless.
I guess I should have figured out who Wallace raced for. I forgot. He was driving the 43 car, so that's obviously Richard Petty Racing. The King. Who I know you're familiar with from watching all the Cars movies with your boys.
There you go. That's absolutely true. It's a favorite in this household, all those. Although if we're being honest, the second one kind of stinks. But the first one.
I don't know. You didn't like the spy element, Michael Caine?
I love Michael Caine, but no,
that's a touchdown.
It didn't do much for me.
No, that should have been a touchdown. I was Noah Fant. How's he not catch that?
Complete pass. So Jared Game Off's telling me that actually it's the snowstorms in Dallas that caused the postponement. So there you go. Not
okay.
Or contact racing at all, which is better news. That's great.
So out of the blue, my new watch that I got at Christmas just started making noise. Like I didn't change the setting. Every time I've had an alert, my mom just called.
Do you pick up calls on your phone, or are you one of?
Almost never, unless I don't know where my phone is, and I will. And I'll say this because I had a Generation 1 phone, and my wife was nice enough to get me the Apple Series 6. It's the technology's come a long way in the last 6 years or whatever. They have to settle for a field goal here. Big sack. What a disappointment after such a couple big plays there to Sutton and Judy on this drive.
getting challenged to head-to-heads by people in the chat. Listen, guys, I can't promise I'm going to do them all, but if I see them and I'm feeling in the mood, by all means, you can send them over. It's DK-A Kaufman, and let's not go crazy. Obviously, BK and I joke about the $1,000 head-to-heads. That's not a real thing, though.
It's more like 500.
Field goal is good. 3-0 Denver to take us almost to the end of one.
I turned my watch back on silent mode. It really bothered me for the last few hours. What's weird is I definitely did not take it off silent mode ever.
So I feel I should tell you, because it's not going to last long. I'm sitting second right now behind our boy Fievel in this 162 entry free roll that we've got going on. And that's despite my captain Russ throwing the ball away on 4th and 1.
I'm in 16th. Maybe my run in the top 10 is gonna get going again.
I don't want to make you feel bad, by the way, but Drew here, our technical director, Drew had a rough go against me to start. I don't think he beat me the first, 13 times we played or something like that. But then he got on a little run against me. So you don't want to.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to beat me forever. I just needed to switch it up a little because
Drew says it was 7, 13.
Okay.
Come on now. I could look back at the history. I think it was 10, actually. I do think it was 10.
Well, look, you beat me in 10, our last 10 that we played, and 11 if you count the NASCAR, but we did do 5 basketball.
Russ,
fumble.
Oh, fumbled and.
Oh, the Seahawks somehow
Guys,
recover
anybody
it.
want it.
Look at that.
Anybody want that ball?
Both the Broncos defenders, including Justin Simmons, that were trying to scoop and score. Instead, they're giving Russ another chance to make a play.
Carter asking, Koff, how much money did Mattress Mac win on that Super Bowl bet? The article, I think ESPN had an article. The article I read, I believe it was a profit of $2.7 million.
Yeah, because there are odds on the
Correct.
on the bet.
Yeah. So
it's a good bet. I picked the Buccaneers, but didn't win any money.
End of one here, 3-0 Denver. Drew Lock, 2 out of 3, 70 yards. Of course, he had the 53-yarder to Cortland Sutton. Wilson, 1 for 4 and 8. That is it. Although he does have a bunch of rushing yards to his credit.
He got 60 rushing yards, yeah.
Yeah, 59 on the ground. He had that fumble. Carson just 3 for 1, so your captain there not doing anything to this point. Very early. Lindsey 1 for 4, Gordon 1 for 4. Look at the pass catchers. I can tell you Sutton is doing the best. 1 for 53, 1 for 17 for Judy, 1 for 8 for Olsen. That is it. Not a lot going on thus far.
So I was going to captain Sutton, like I told you, and break my own Chris Carson rule and say, oh, well, there's an exception when I play the Broncos. When the Broncos are playing, I'll use Cortland Sutton. And I don't think Chris Carson's going to score twice, although who knows? There's a lot of football left and a lot of scoring to be had, because if this game ends 3-0, we'll be disappointed.
Yeah, we don't need any of that.
We can start talking about TV shows.
All right, I'm pulling up my history with Drew for
Does it give you totals like wins and losses?
So but I can
or just give you each contest.
I can each contest, yeah. I can pull up the last 30-day total.
Okay.
And which is probably about when we started playing anyway.
It's worth noting I had a little stretch where I beat you a couple in a row.
Yeah.
It wasn't like you just destroyed me, although you've definitely won more than you've lost in winning 10 in a row.
So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in a row for me. And then Drew took the next 3.
Okay.
And I've taken the last 3.
Oh, well, so you're still way up.
Drew's going no way. Dude, it's right there.
He's reading it.
It's on the old web. Not making it up.
What's that under?
You can you go to my contests and then you hit history, and then you can change it to last 30 days. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to go back any farther than that. Then you just have to search the person. So I searched Drew as an opponent, and the rest is history. Second quarter underway. Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman. We got Mike. Glass is half full. Says Koff sent you an invite. All right, I'll check that out. Fantasy Hawk says Koff's trying to get number 1 on the leaderboard. I can't compete with all you guys, man. You got people out there that have won thousands. Thousands of dollars.
Yeah, that's always a fun conversation. We can do it again now because I haven't done it in probably 6 weeks. Is what's the most anyone's won, or what's the close?
Has only been around for, I don't know, however many months. Not certainly nearly as long as these Sims have been around. We only... Right there at the top, number 1 and 2, because they're very close in cash prizes. And then there's a significant drop-off. CEH has contests played only within this league.
But let me ask you, how many did
300 contests?
Ray played 50.
And you got Poppy Herb.
$0.
Has won 40, or he's played 4,500 contests.
Wow.
And has won a similar amount, a little bit less than CEH, same ballpark, still 6K plus. But I mean, yeah, like you're talking about people that have played thousands of contests. I mean, thousands of contests. I have played, because I can pull up. I've played, and this includes. I'm assuming this isn't just paid contests. This is all these free rolls that we do for all these Madden Sims. That's 2 every single day at least, and that's if I don't, hop into one that Clash.
How many?
227.
Okay. So I'm curious how many I've played. Out there putting odds on whether or not Tom Brady will apologize to that lady who's mad about him throwing the...
What was your reaction to that, by the way?
That it was lost. Someone would have jumped in. Everybody would have jumped in. I heard A.Q. Shipley on an interview with Doug.
I saw the headline. I didn't listen to her comments. I didn't listen to the video.
It's 2 nights of sleep.
But was she concerned about the trophy getting lost? Or
No,
was
that
she
it was
just upset
disrespectful.
about it being
No,
disrespectful? And NFL would have not
to get it, and who would have come up with it? Would there have been real divers? Would have been one of the many less than sober Bucks players or their friends and family that were with them on those boats? Foot or 2 deep before somebody was able to snag it.
So it didn't bug you. You didn't care.
Not at all. What about the video of Gronk using it as a baseball bat 2 years ago and denting it?
Yeah, well, I think to the same point, that wasn't probably cool in her eyes either. Now,
well, I don't know if she lost sleep on it. That's all I'm saying is, like, hey, don't take yourself so seriously. Your dad invented a cool trophy. Her dad's not Vince Lombardi. Like, he's a trophy maker.
Right.
I had no problem with it at all. I have more of a problem with her reaction. Like, get over yourself.
4th and 7 on the way. We'll see what the Seahawks decide to do this time around. Carlos Hyde on the pickup. Ball at the 9. Now, last time, of course, they were 4th and 1 right by the goal, and Russ threw an incomplete
They're kicking.
pass.
They're kicking. Here comes Myers. If they don't kick here, it's total disrespect for the Broncos defense. Maybe we'll never find out.
Now, my reaction to it was, I can see her point only in this regard. First, we'll get the kick here, even though there's no way he misses from this range. But just to show the proper respect that Jason Myers is entitled to, 3-3 game.
And so no one yells at us in the chat for not mentioning the big-time field goal. Though. We didn't. Did you say McManus's field goal when he made it?
I acknowledged it. Yeah, I don't know that I called McManus out by name, but I acknowledged the field goal. And yes, by the way, thank you, Mike. Stars Preds game postponed due to power outages in the area. So storm related, nothing to do with COVID.
So I don't know if you've noticed, there's a lot of snow and cold across the whole country.
Well, and
have you seen that?
I mean, I've seen some of the pictures in Texas, which is just
all these
insane.
there's all these rolling blackouts, and it's people that aren't used to having them.
The thing with the trophy. So I'm not going to say the throw bothered me. It didn't, because I just don't care enough. I wasn't amused by it either, like in that, like, oh my god, how cool is this? I just sort of saw it and like, all right, well, that happened, and then I moved on with my life. I didn't really have one reaction to it or another. As far as what this trophy creators, was it granddaughter, daughter,
I think,
so as far as her reaction to it, I get it only in this respect. And maybe it's just because it's a much different kind of trophy in size and stature and everything, and maybe it's respected in a different way. It's revered in a different way. But can you fathom somebody like throwing the Stanley Cup trophy to somebody else?
Yes. Have you heard those stories?
And there are a lot of
they end up in swimming pools on the side of the road.
There are plenty of unseemly things that have been done in or around the Stanley Cup trophy. I get it, but you certainly have never seen it chucked at a parade.
No, but it's also really heavy. I've held the Lombardi trophy. It's not very heavy.
Size and stature. That comes into play.
I think the Stanley Cup trophy weighs 20 or 30 pounds. The Lombardi trophy weighs like 8 pounds or something, or 10 pounds. The long column, whatever you want to call it, the platform that the ball sits on is hollow and super light. And then the football weighs like 5 pounds or something. It's a very light trophy, very easy to throw across a canal. I can tell you what it weighs.
If there is one thing that does bug me, though, about this whole thing.
Also, they give you 3 of them. Maybe not right away, but eventually you end up with at least 3, and you can order more replicas. So you have the first one that you get
of the Lombardi
at the game. Yeah. Usually, you might have a second one that is down at the stadium to events, because I talked to a number of Broncos marketing people. I got to hold it the night of the Super Bowl 50. Aspen Snowmass Festival, and the marketing guy that had it, he goes, yeah, this is our travel one that goes to every event, because you want to the new cool.
Yeah, like I remember there was
it weighs 7 pounds.
We did a trip for DK at this is a few years ago. We went to Dallas for a kickoff show that we were doing to the season, getting ready for the practice facility. You walk in, the first thing you see is this big display with all these Lombardi.
Exactly.
To the replica point.
Yeah, you go to Mike Shanahan's Steakhouse, and there's 2. The same 2 that are sitting in the Broncos facility. Is that a catch by Jerry Jeudy? He didn't catch that, did he? Well, they called timeout.
In first place, I see. Yeah, nearing the half. I mean, a long, long way to go, but currently up by about 2 points on Dante, if that's what I got right. Backtrack, throws it away, hits the crossbar, and maybe because it's just already Karen. I'm done with the Karen thing. Like,
sure.
I'm just tired of the Karen thing. I really like. You had LeBron courtside Karen the other day with the touchdown for Sutton from Locke.
That's Jerry Jeudy.
Job on you if you got them both stacked. Me, who does have Jeudy, I'll be. first, though, because I do not have lock.
I'm in 96 now. Watson. Arnold could be in the mix. I was told by some interested in Darnold, at least at the start of all this, because he and Drew Lock basically had the same kind of season. So we'll see if they get in the Sam Darnold sweepstakes. Jerry Judy's got 87 yards, by the way, so he's 13 away from the bonus. Runner Travis wants to know.
Doing our best. Is everybody's doing this, or do I need to fix mine? Because it's not buffering. It's like something else. Yeah. Can't hear. Maybe the audio's fine. We apologize. We appreciate you. Matthew says, y'all don't even care. Of course we care. Why do you think I'm acknowledging it, Matt? Wilson hit as he throws it. Able to complete the pass, though, and how 39 stepped out of bounds, third catch.
I'm going to say it weighs at least 20.
I was going to say 30.
Okay. And you might be right. Stanley Cup weight. 34 and a half.
Price is right.
In Canada. Forged in Canada. Asking why you don't like me. Man.
Travis, not runner Travis, another Travis. 10% of the time, cut them some slack. Brother Phil says, we know you're doing your best, Coffee. Someone suggests that we just pause it and fix it, and it's not that simple.
Do that.
You know,
yeah.
Unfortunately, it's not that simple. I raised that question to our production crew and was told wouldn't make any difference. So play on is what we're doing here, folks. Unfortunately, just kind of is what it is right now. Another field goal try here for Jason Myers. This one, 10 seconds left in the opening half. Kick is
flashes, TikToks.
It's a good call from Drew, our technical. If you're looking to fill time. Has he put out a new one yet today? Or is that happening right now?
I don't know.
During tonight's NBA action?
I don't know.
Oh, he teased one, Drew said.
I applaud his commitment to this. I'm not sure what motivated it, but good for him. I guess could help. Broncos going to ride that halftime lead. And that's a cool stadium in Seattle. They played a preseason game there 2 years ago, so I got to check it out. Pat Riot. This is bullcrap. I can't believe you would dare subject us to this free entertainment.
How dare you? You know, that's it. Here's what we're going to Tom, that undercover boss Tom that I've mentioned from time to time, who pops into these streams. I'm gonna put the high quality. I'm gonna make sure DK puts the high quality free streams that are crystal clear 100% of the time behind a
paywall.
Paywall. Yeah, and then these choppy ones you get for free. Paywall on the clear ones. Choppiness be free for everybody. People scare me. Says it's probably the countrywide ice storm, guys and gals. It'll be okay.
150 million people are being affected by these snowstorms.
plus the thousands watching these streams. Don't you
Right.
understand?
Right. That's a good point.
10 to
Well,
6.
I put them into the 150 million category. I
Matthew,
made one
smash
big
the
umbrella.
dislike. This is unwatchable.
Well, it's going to take you a while to catch up to all of our likes. That's all I'm saying.
Don't challenge them. They'll make you pay for that.
BK, talk some Cowboys. I'd like to hear your thoughts on them this offseason. I don't know.
You're gonna have to do better than that.
I know. I think
I
think
don't
they
know.
have to pay
question.
Dak. You have to pay Dak, and I get that. You hear the reporting from Ed Werder that there's not close on a long-term deal. I don't know how that deal hasn't already gotten done. I get Dak keeps betting on himself. I still want to see Dak go win meaningful games, and that's something he hasn't done. He's been really good, won a lot of games, but in meaningful games against playoff teams, the game against the Eagles 2 years ago, to go to the playoffs, doesn't win. I'm certainly not going to beat him up on that game his rookie year against the Packers in the playoffs. But in general, against good teams, Dak hasn't performed and gone out and won the game. Against bad teams, he has. And I guess you could make the case Seattle last year. Oh, and they lost that game, actually. It was a shootout, but they lost. They beat Atlanta on that crazy comeback. He put up huge yards. You have to bring him back. But I don't know why they paid Amari Cooper top dollar. He's the highest paid receiver in football, or at least was when he signed that deal. You got to get Tyron Smith healthy, Zach Martin healthy. You're still paying Zeke. He's one of the top 5 highest paid running backs. Defense, they're paying for a lot of guys. Can Jalen Smith really play, or is he just fight through injuries? Van Der Esch was banged up. Up front, they were obviously banged up. Their back end was terrible. They didn't understand Mike Nolan's defense. So we'll see. They're still the most talented team in that division, at least going into this year, unless they don't have Dak back, and then that's a different conversation.
But you don't, just to circle back, you don't see any scenario where he is not there, right? I mean, I don't. And
Not right now.
He's definitively going to get a long-term deal, versus the franchise tag.
I guess they could franchise him again, and then that'll
Right,
almost certainly mean he's gone, unless they paid him $50 million a year or something to keep him.
Right. Well, I mean, I wouldn't blame them for franchising him now versus committing to it. You don't know what he's going to look like coming off this injury. That's not to say I think all of a sudden the guy is done. He's never going to be himself again. But you could understand from a financial commitment standpoint on the part of Jerry Jones et al. There for the Cowboys of, saying, all right, are we going to give this guy $40 million, $40 million a year guaranteed right now, coming off this injury and not knowing versus just franchising him again one more time just to see, and if it costs us a little more in the long run, fine.
Yeah, I think they're fine franchising him. I think it's more just, can they keep him there? Will that aggravate him to the point where he then wants to test free agency no matter what? But if they go out and win, you're not going to do better than being the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. There's very few jobs that are better jobs. And he's got not only do they have resources, he's got weapons around him. Right? They draft CeeDee Lamb. They have Michael Gallup. They have Amari Cooper for 4 more years at $80 million more dollars. I like their tight ends. They obviously have Zeke. They've got a good O-line when they're healthy. Well, and it wasn't just Tyron Smith and Frederick. It was also Lyle Collins got hurt at the beginning of the year. And their center Travis Frederick retired. So I think even if they franchise him, it makes sense for the Cowboys, and Dak will get $35 to $40 million. It's the, hey, I want long-term security. If you can't figure out between the 30, right? Was this the first year he was franchised, or this would be the first?
Right.
Yeah. If you can't get by on $35 to $40 million, then I don't know. We got to plus that sleep number money.
Yeah, there is that.
Oh, Ronan Travis wanted to know what I said. I didn't say anything. I just said, bummed that you don't like. Actually, I'm not bummed. I'm more curious. I got plenty of people who don't like me. It's fine.
Navi Robel, NBA, says Randall's halfway to a 60 burger at halftime. Man, he was in one of my dummy lineups earlier in the day. And
yeah, I was definitely going to play him against you too. Darn it.
I took him out. I had him for a little while, and I took him out. I decided to stack the Houston-Washington game.
Is John Wall going nuts?
I hope so, because I've got him. Certainly in a great spot to go nuts with
the revenge game.
Well, not even that. Oladipo and Gordon are both out.
And is Russ playing tonight?
Russ is playing tonight.
So you got revenge on both sides.
Yeah.
Although Russ has already played against Houston once. DK Metcalf.
Good grab out to the 22. Tom says, I got Randall against you, Koff. Well, great. glad that's working out for me. Yeah, Wall's going nuts, we're told. Midway through the 30s, 22-8. Well, I wouldn't describe that as going nuts, but
I hate it when I get excited to play like Luka and you've got Luka in your lineup too.
Again, you have to impart certain strategies when it comes to head-to-heads, right? I mean, it's, you know, you're not thinking about the field, you're thinking about one other person's mentality. I will tell you, strategically speaking, like we did, you and more than people care about, I guess, but you and I did a contest last night for I think it was the 10 o'clock slate. And, you know, there were only, 2 or 3 games to pick from. There wasn't a lot going on. I was not originally going to have both Jokic and LeBron in my lineup. But then I thought to myself, well, he probably is. So I'm going to play them both, and I'll just try and beat them with lesser guys so those guys are a wash. So when I'm like, I know that if I'm playing against you, you're going to have Jokic. That's just automatic.
Well, I thought he'd have a better MVP showdown than he did a couple weeks ago on Thursday night. He did.
Yeah, Drew says always play Sabonis against Koff because it just cancels out. I do play Sabonis a lot. Had him in there originally tonight too, but he's another one that came out during. In fact, I had Sabonis and Randall in the same lineup. I really liked that lineup, but then all these guys started getting ruled out for Houston. I abandoned my whole strategy.
Brother Phil wants, or he throws this about the Cowboys and Jerry Jones. Keeping Zeke and Cooper and letting Byron Jones walk, typical Jerry. Freakishly talented corners like Jones are much harder to find than running backs and wide receivers. He's a moron. That's why I'm an X fan. Here's the thing about the way Jerry Jones operates, or the way the Cowboys operate, is I'm not saying Jerry's not involved in all this stuff, but Stephen Jones runs the day-to-day. He runs the football operation. He and Will McClay handle all the personnel. Jerry signs off on the biggest decisions. And yes, letting Byron Jones walk, I guess, and giving Cooper that money is a Jerry decision. But Stephen Jones, who's been in the football operations side since 1989, when his dad bought the team, and so, or 88, 89, whenever he bought it. If you or I were doing a job since 1989, we would also be really good at it.
You hope.
Or we just have really good's a relative term.
We'd have a lot of experience.
A lot of experience at it, which is what Stephen Jones has. You know, Stephen Jones was a college football player. He's not some guy that was in the oil business that just decided to get into personnel.
Right.
He's worked in personnel for 30 years now. And so he and Will McClay handle most of that. But Jerry does get involved in decisions that are, do you re-sign Jones? Because they could have let Cooper walk, built around Gallup. They didn't know they were going to draft CeeDee Lamb. But they went that route and let Byron Jones go to Miami, and he's part of the highest paid cornerback duo in football.
Could have used a Russ touchdown right there. Instead, he slid at 3 for some weird reason. And we actually have a leading lineup in our smaller, hey, it's a Broncos sim with BK, primetime free roll with 162 entries. A leading lineup for Slop. Up on me by about 6.5 points, has the Broncos DST in the captain spot with 12 points.
Runner Travis used to like me, he says, because of all the places that I tag along with my wife to snowboard and ski. But the more he listens to me, the less he likes me. Usually it's the other way around. I usually grow on people, but all right.
They warm up to you.
Yeah. But, okay. Can only do so much.
I can relate to some of that, Travis. Not as far as BK. I love BK, but like for me personally, I think I think people tend to like me less the more that they hear from me as well. So I get that. I think I make a solid first impression, and then I just wear off. I grind on people.
J Fat appreciates us talking Cowboys. Look, my fanship for the Cowboys kind of ebbs and flows. I cover the Broncos, and it's good when they do well. I'm not a Broncos fan, but again, I work for the Broncos flagship. At the same time, I get mad at the Cowboys at every turn, and then when the game's on, I'm still yelling at the TV like the fan that I've been my whole life. They're far more fascinating than the Broncos. There's nothing interesting about the Broncos right now other than what are they going to do at quarterback. And if they were to somehow get Deshaun Watson, then the Broncos become infinitely more interesting.
Drew wants to know if you ever worked in Dallas.
I haven't. I mean, at Nordstrom in college, but I never worked in radio.
Probably not what you have in mind.
No, I never worked in radio or any other kind of media. I wouldn't have minded it. I just never even really pursued jobs there. My first job out of school was in New York. And then after that closed the day before 9/11, the golf magazine, big sack there. The next job was in radio with Doug Gottlieb in Oklahoma City, and then in Kansas City, and then Sirius XM, and then I've been in Denver for the better part of almost 15 years now, minus a quick stint for 3 months at CBS in New York, where Koff and I met.
Correct. Relationships that shall last a lifetime.
Exactly.
Mark says, BK, you're a good fit here. Moving up my list, my dude.
No, good. So I'm moving up his list. That's the thing, is you can't please everybody. So you try to just do your best, right? And
well, and there are also I've joked about this before, but it's very true. And I'm not going to call what we're doing here, sports talk. It is sports talk a lot of the time, but not like sports talk radio in the traditional sense. This is more of a podcast, obviously, but the people that sort of the Howard Stern philosophy, he's the one that kind of got famous for it, maybe made it famous to where other people, were inspired or aspired to do it. But that polarizing mentality of you don't even want to be loved by everybody. You want
sure.
to, 50% loved and 50% hated. And most importantly, people just care what you have to say one way or the other.
There's that. It's when you, I guess, just tune us out or go watch NBA like Fantasy Hawk said he was doing. I think that had more to do with the screen, not us.
Yeah, I think that was a tech issue.
Do we know is everything better? I've seen less complaints. So
I'm told it's all good right now.
Okay,
yeah.
Great. Good. A healthy Denver team with Watson or KC, who are you taking? Well, tell me who's on that Denver team, because I think Bradley Chubb, who we just see on camera there making a play, I think Chubb will have to be a part of that package, but that means Von Miller's probably back. What's Kansas City's roster look like? But Sutton, Judy, Fant, if KJ Hamler can turn into a player, if Judy can hold on to the ball, they keep both those running backs. Their O-line's, I think, as good as KC's potentially. I think it'd be a fun game. It's hard to pick against Patrick Mahomes, and the Broncos, it won't be a rivalry again until they can win a game. But Watson gives them a much better chance right now than Drew Lock does to this point.
10-9 sim. Not a lot of offense here in this one. Less than 2 minutes to go, third quarter. Again, BK, AK, Drew, Mike, Jared, appreciate you being with us. Smash that like, folks. We're only about 25 away from 300. Can we get there? I know we can. Will we hit that
Here's
like?
something.
Subscribe as well. What's that?
This has popped up on SI's Twitter feed. Adrian Peterson said he wants to rush for 1,500 yards in his, he wants to rush for 1,500 yards and catch Emmitt Smith.
What, over the course of his final 3 years?
Yeah.
Because he's
Here's
not
the
going to
thing.
do that one season anymore. Those
Well, he
days
wants to rush. No, he wants to rush for 1,500 yards in a year, and he wants to catch Emmitt Smith, and he's at 14,820. Emmitt 18,355.
Please tell me where, and I'm not saying he won't do it career-wise, but as for right now, please tell me where Adrian Peterson is going to go, where he's going to be a bell cow #1 running back.
And those barely exist.
They barely exist in general, but
right.
He wouldn't be a guy that would be it somewhere.
Maybe because so I think we even talked about this. Tampa,
Yeah, he wants to go to Tampa, but
if they don't re-sign Fournette, I don't hate it.
They've never employed that philosophy.
No, it would still be Ronald Jones and whoever the third back is.
Even McCoy got some run. I mean, not a ton, but he was involved. I mean, yeah, it was mainly a two-man backfield, but no chance. And I wouldn't be the least bit surprised to be wound up in Tampa. I mean, he's pining for it. Brady likes him. Arians likes him.
You know where else he should go if he didn't go to Tampa?
Where's that?
Well, why not go to Green Bay? They're going to lose probably Aaron Jones and Jamal Williams, so you're opposite of A.J. Dillon. Now, he and A.J. Dillon are kind of similar in that they're bigger and bruisier, right? There's no real change of pace there. And maybe that's okay because it's like, oh, Dillon's been slamming into you. Now here's Adrian Peterson slamming into you. Edge 95 says, I want to rush for 1,500 yards also.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, we all have a lot we want to do.
Minute to go in the third. I'm back in front, by the way. First place with Madden Crazy, about 2 points behind me.
I'm only 148 spots behind you.
Watch out.
Chris Carson, I shouldn't have captained him. I should have broken my own rule. Watson definitely going to Sam Brand, says Nabi Roble. Here's the thing. Nothing is definite because, one, Watson gets to determine to some degree where he wants to go, but two, They have to make the best package. So who's in that Niners package? Because they're picking 12. Broncos picking 9. Carolina's 8. Miami's 3. And the Jets are 2. All of those picks will be a part of that trade. Are the Niners willing to put Nick Bosa in that trade? If they are, then they'll probably have a really good shot at landing him. Because 12 plus Nick Bosa and the other picks that'll come with it become really attractive. Probably more so than Bradley Chubb even.
Final seconds here of this third quarter. That's it.
I know this. Deshaun Watson and Kyle Shanahan's offense would be fun to watch.
Sure.
Throwing to Brandon
Great
Ayuk
places
and
coming for
Debo,
you, Goff.
George Kittle. That division would then have Russell Wilson, likely Hall of Famer, Matt Stafford, lots and lots of numbers, couple of Super Bowl appearances will get him in the Hall of Fame, and Kyler Murray, who's as electric as any quarterback in football when he's healthy.
Where do you believe he's going? Are we still thinking Jets?
No, I'm definitely not thinking Jets because I imagine the more that he's thought about it, he's like, well, when I get there, I'm going to have Denzel Mims to throw to, Mekhi Becton to protect my left side, which you need, and maybe Quinnen Williams on the other side unless Williams is part of the trade.
Is there a particular team that is, in your mind, ahead of the field in terms of acquiring him, or do you think the leader in the clubhouse right now is that he ultimately stays?
I think that to me makes the most sense because the idea that no matter what you're going to get back, you'll have a shot to hopefully get the next Deshaun Watson. When you have a 25-year-old Deshaun Watson, seems crazy. But if he's willing to dig in and he can really convey that to them, it would be in their best interest to trade him before the league year starts, which is a month from Wednesday, on the 17th, because you want to know your free agents no free agents will sign there unless you're just paying them ridiculous money, and they don't have the room to do that right now. So you're not going to sign any free agents for the first month, and then you have to wait for the draft. And if you don't trade them by the draft, then you're not going to know the draft picks you're getting.
Mm-hmm.
And the Niners at 12, next year, if the Niners still offer Nick Bosa, they might be picking 26th or 28th. Or if they offer Nick Bosa, I should say, after the draft, right? Then, so you want to be able to control who you draft this year if you decide you're going to get there. So it's a question of, do Nick Caserio and David Culley think they can convince Deshaun to stay and that they're going to change the culture? And I think as long as Jack Easterby's around, there's a chance that Deshaun's not going to believe those guys, or that even if they're honest in what they're saying, that they have enough power to keep Jack Easterby's meddling at bay.
So if you're the Jets, then you strike out on Watson. Are you keeping Darnold? Are you drafting another QB at number 2? Or is there a mystery guy, obviously, that would be available that we haven't even talked about? I mean, which option to you is the favorite anyway?
Well, I think it's a question of, let's take Trevor Lawrence off the board. Is Zach Wilson, Justin Fields, or Trey Lance better than Darnold? And I don't know how you can say that necessarily. A lot of that is going to be on Robert Saleh and their offensive coaches to say, we think we can get this out of Darnold. Let's keep these 5 first-round picks the next 3 years and get 5 studs. Like, let's knock this out of the park, Joe Douglas, and go draft at 2, or at 2 trade back, right? If there's somebody that really wants one of those quarterbacks, trade from 2 to 5 with whoever's picking 5 or 6, right? And I don't have the draft in front of me. I guess the Bengals are picking right in there. They don't need a quarterback. But somebody will jump up there probably to 2 and take the best player on the board. KJ Wright's having himself a game. Is that his second sack? No.
Madden Crazy's jumped in front by a little less than a point.
I'm holding firm at 149.
We've got I'm sitting 4th right now, between 1st and, let's call it 9th. 3 points.
Where do you think Watson where do you think what seems the most realistic? Now, where does he make the most sense?
Sure.
If you had to guess.
I'm starting to lean more toward that he's not going anywhere and that he's going to come back. And I don't think that's more him giving in and saying, okay, fine, I'll buy in. I think it's more that there's been so much turnover. There's been so much bad press. There have been so many bad decisions for the Texans just in the last 2.5 years alone. And this would just be an incredible one. That, you know, I don't know. I mean, a lot of the time it is posturing on the part of organizations to say, like, you know, he's our guy. We're not moving him. You know,
Yeah, they may just be driving the price up.
Yeah, no matter, they might be. I just, you know, I'm starting to think that they really are beyond reluctant to not trade him, and that they are really, you know, Nick Caserio, Easterby, you know, this group, they're digging their heels in right now. That's not to say things won't change. Obviously, I just think this is how I feel here on February 15th. But you know, at this moment, I'm starting to lean toward the Texans, where
Here's what would be interesting, and usually owners aren't going to respond well to this, but Cal McNair is a relatively new owner, and technically his mom owns the team, but he's obviously the person running it, is if Watson said, I'll come back, or I'll be back, and I'll be the quarterback of the Texans, and we'll figure this out, but Jack Easterby needs to go.
Yeah.
And he's like, get him out of the building, let Caserio run football. He comes from the Patriots. We know that a lot of people have wanted him to be the GM, and this is obviously coming from his agent, helping him realize who not Jack Easterby, who Nick Caserio is. And then saying, yeah, let's give David Culley a shot. The reason I laughed in the middle of your take was because both TK and runner Travis just bagging on the Broncos fairly. Von Miller's having himself an okay game.
On this fourth. Yeah. See what we get here from Russ and Company. Basically midfield, 48-yard line. It's a 10-7 game. Seattle has blown multiple opportunities in the red zone, and there you go, another good play by the DST for the Broncos there.
Alexander Johnson.
15.
Alexander Johnson is one of the 3 Broncos players that I expect to get a second-round tender, restricted free agent tender. Him, Philip Lindsay, and Tim Patrick. So they'll all be making about $3 million each.
Important NBA news. Jordan K says, breaking news, Yao Ming is not playing tonight. I repeat, do not start Yao Ming.
That is good advice.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I don't know that he'd be available to start. I don't think he's going to show up in your lobby there. But it's true. If you happen to be in a place where he's listed, don't you roster him. Don't do it.
Yao Ming is obviously the biggest human on the planet, but this is when I really knew how big Yao Ming was at an All-Star game one year. He's talking to Carmelo Anthony, and Carmelo's 6'8", 240 or whatever he is, 250. And so when you're around Carmelo, Carmelo's a huge man. And Carmelo's talking to Yao. They're talking we're at this hotel. Yao's 10 inches taller than Carmelo, and he's just looking down at him. He's got broad shoulders. It was wild because I remember seeing Sean Bradley. He's so skinny that it's like he doesn't seem as big as he is. But I mean, Yao's broad-shouldered and 7'6".
Is there a limit to in this like alternate reality, obviously, where you had some choice in the matter? Is there a limit to how tall you would want to be?
In what job?
I wouldn't want to be 7 feet tall.
Yeah, the world's not made for you if you're 7 feet tall.
Right.
I think probably about 6'3",
if I'm
6'4".
7 feet, I better be an NBA player.
Yeah, I think about 6'3", 6'4". Because I think if I was over 6 feet, I would have had a much better chance to play big-time college football as a corner. I'd have been Jason Sehorn.
There you go.
Or maybe I would have been a better point guard, more effective. Oh, there's a pic of Yao, Shaq, and Kevin Hart. Yeah, Yao makes Shaq look small. And trust me, having been around Shaq a couple times, Shaq is one of the biggest people on the planet.
Right.
And so when you're around him, it's just like...
He's a big dude.
Actually, I've got a good story. Maybe I'll save it for another time, but about when my wife met Shaq and Charles and Kenny at the All-Star game in Houston.
We're here. You've teased it.
Well, so as I mentioned, I left Colorado and was in New York working at CBS. She and I stayed together. Although, to spoil the happy ending, or the ending, it's, KJ Hamler, house call. No, we're still together. But so we stayed together while I'm in New York. I take this job, start of 2013. We go down to the All-Star Games Valentine's weekend, and I say, hey, we're going to go see some friends of mine. And don't really tell her what it is. And we're going to just say hi to Kenny and Chuck in the green room of their show. They're doing it at some sports bar. So we go see them. And so and maybe I even said Kenny or Chuck. I didn't mention Shaq. Shaq walks in with his suit pants on, tank top, carrying his size 22 dress shoes, alligator skin shoes, and like basically bumps into my then girlfriend, now wife. And he's like, "Oh, excuse me." And so, but she looks up and he's just, just the biggest person on the planet. And she's like, "Oh, holy crap, that's Shaq." And so what's funny is, as we were sitting there talking, and this is the first time that Chuck or Kenny had met her, Charles is giving her a hard time, saying, "Wait, you're still with Brandon, even though he's in New York and you're in Denver?" He's like, "Yeah." She goes, "If you break up with him right now, I'll go out on TV and make fun of it." Like on national TV, I'll go call Brandon out on TV. And we didn't, and he didn't, and then thankfully we not only stayed together. I literally got home Monday from Houston and called my old bosses in Denver. I was like, "I'm moving back home. I got to figure this out." And a month later, I moved home. Moved here, moved back to what was certainly my home. But yeah, Shaq in person. Did you see him when he was in Boston at all ever?
I wasn't really going out covering games much. I mean, I saw him in person maybe, and this doesn't include like watching him play, obviously.
Yeah, yeah.
Talking like locker room or that sort of thing. Once maybe, not with any sort of regularity because I wasn't on the beat or anything like that. But yeah, huge dude. I mean, professional athletes, well, I shouldn't say that because obviously, like, hockey players aren't typically Zdeno Charas. They are
Right, Chara would be the exception.
Typically giants, yeah. And Chara I've seen many times in person, but basketball players, football players to some degree, like those are big dudes. Drew says I shot a gig for PC's Midnight Madness where he DJ'd, largest human.
Oh, Shaq?
Turntables.
Shaq's DJing career is funny because he just started doing it like as a hobby because he thought it was silly, but realized that club DJs can get 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 grand, 50 grand. Like he's DJ'd Red Rocks at like a big EDM show here in Colorado, DJ Diesel. And he's like, yeah, it was funny because I was at a Final Four and he was talking about as he was getting into it. And he said that he's like, yeah, you're pretty much just playing the computer, which like real DJs would take so much offense to that. But
right.
He's like, yeah, I'm just laughing all the way to the bank, essentially.
Final couple minutes here of the fourth quarter, 13-9 Denver after that latest field goal. A lot of people have mentioned their heights, and generally we're in a 6'2" to 6'4" window.
Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to be over 6'4". It's sort of like if you're left-handed. The world's not really made for you if you're left-handed, unfortunately.
True.
Scissors, desks, most baseball gloves that you pick up randomly.
Right. Very true. Dorsett first catch is on the board.
You can kind of get around that. BK, there was a cool long-haired guy on my high school basketball team named Jesus. He couldn't miss. I don't think everybody thinks my stories are as charming as you do, Adam.
I love them. Jared and Game Up says I am both 6'4" and left-handed, and that dug deep, BK.
Well, but 6'4", I think he's probably okay. If he's 6'7", walk around left-handed, then it's. I think beyond 6'4", and you realize the world's not really made for you.
Frank White says 6'3" and will dunk all over you, Kaufman. I mean, yeah, I can't dunk. I can dunk I can dunk with ease on an 8-foot hoop.
Yeah, absolutely. Give me a tennis ball.
Give me a tennis ball, I could probably dunk on a 9-foot hoop.
Yeah, tennis ball on a 9-foot hoop back in the day, I could dunk. Not anymore.
Yeah, I mean,
George Murison was an alien, absolutely.
Huge.
Did he pass away? I don't want to.
He did, years ago.
All right. His basketball career is never the same because he got hurt in the movie, in like some sort of car accident. That movie he shot with Billy Crystal.
No kidding.
Yeah. Like he broke a vertebrae and was never the same.
Oh.
Robbie Noble says I'm a lefty. Look, I think it's cool if you can pitch, but beyond that, I think the world. I didn't design scissors or desks. I'm saying what I've heard other lefties say, that the world's not designed for a left-handed person. Guitars.
Robbie Noble. Southpaws rule. What
Sure.
this is, it's a right-handed man's world.
Ronald Travis says, give me a tennis ball, I can throw it at you. That's pretty good. Unless you have a racket to hit it back.
TK says, you guys are like listening to a laxative.
My dad's 6'7". He always had to fly first class, says Nabi Robo. That's tough, but when when you can afford it, good for you.
Hope TK's at least watching in the bathroom.
Congo Cap 6'3" with a wicked jump shot.
Final 30 seconds here. Let's see if Russ can maybe get a touchdown here. That'd be nice. Completes a pass, gets to the 4-yard line. What kind of chances do I have to win this thing? I'm sitting 10th right now, so I'm going to say
I'm
no.
up. I'm not up. I'm down to 159. This Chris Carson captain play was not great. Even if he scores here, I doubt I break the top 100.
Oh, yeah.
I guess if he catches a pass from Russ, I might have a chance.
I'm sinking now. I would need a Russ to Olsen touchdown or Hyde touchdown, even better, to even probably move into the top 10. Russ, end zone, completes it, touchdown, DK Metcalf. That's going to help our leader, Madden Crazy, who has both of those gentlemen in the flex in the Seahawks DST in the captain spot.
Steve Davis says, I'm 6'2", drive a 350Z. I live in California, so I can keep the top down. I did see where, I think it was Doug Gottlieb on Twitter, snapshot of the weather in Newport Beach where he lives. It was like 70, 71.
That sounds like something he would do.
Yes, we've not heard the SoCal folks complaining about the weather. But when California catches on fire, it's not as fun. So that doesn't happen again anytime soon.
So Seahawks take the lead here. 16-13, final 20 seconds. 59th passing touchdown for Russell Wilson.
Chris B, I'd love a lunch meat and famous BK Sim combo, please.
I think he likes your stories.
I'm happy to show a picture of my wife and Charles Barkley. He likes her more than me. It's a low bar.
Mark 2497 has moved in front by about 2 points.
Yeah, I was on with Glass the other day talking about Pitbull and showed a picture of Pitbull at the Final Four.
There you go. You and Pitbull together?
So it was this deal where he was part of the iHeart Music Awards and Kenny and Chuck. It was the day between the championship game and the Saturday semifinals, so Sunday. So Pitbull came up and we get introduced to him, and his name's Armando. This is literally one of my favorite stories of all time. And so I say to him, like, because Chuck and Kenny go up on the little set first before Pitbull is supposed to crash it. I go, hey man, I think it'd be funny if you didn't have a 305 phone number. And he goes, yeah, real effing funny. I'm Mr. 305. And I'm like, yeah, that's the joke. And like, he got so aggravated. Then he kind of calmed right back down. But like, his blood pressure definitely went up for a second. And I'm like, yeah, that's why it'd be funny if you had a 786 phone number or something, or 954 or whatever.
55-yarder as time expires for the tie. Can we get there, McManus? No.
Oh, plenty of leg.
No free football for the folks today here in the Primetime Sim.
Plenty of leg. Well, Lunch Meat Lamarca and I didn't know that was his nickname, but he and I are on 2 games Sunday night.
Look at you guys.
So a week from last night, it'll be awesome. Pitbull is trash. Just saying that from Frank White. Because I said before to Glash, I like that one Pitbull song that sounds like all the Pitbull songs.
Yeah, there's some repetition there. Wilson 290 fell short of the bonus. A touchdown passing. Lock 197. He had a score in this one as well.
Laughing at Drew. I think it's an E on that. It's Dale. But now Pitbull's a NASCAR owner.
Wilson 70 on the ground. He was your leading rusher by a mile. Gordon just 7 for 24. Fumble for Wilson. Carson 8 for 15. Not great for the captain.
Pebble Beach, not a fan of Drew Lock's performance or lack thereof.
Jordan L, by the way. Is this Jordan Lindenbaum? Did Lindenbaum drop his last name from the chat and he's just Jordan L now?
Well, look and see who's finished 43rd.
Yeah, I guess I could do that, huh?
See if it's the same screen name. Or a
Not
different Jordan L.
well, if
43rd System 1. So maybe there's more than one person in the world named Jordan that has L as their last, the first
you
initial of their
imagine?
last name.
I didn't think that was the
Possible.
thing. Lindenbaum wouldn't change his name. I just haven't seen him all day. I miss him.
Maybe his power's out.
Yeah, Jordan L says I didn't drop it, Cough. But we'll pick it up for you. So who is? Oh, Joker says. All right, Jordan says it is him. Well, it just says Jordan. You know what? I've already lost interest in this. Who's your Krusty Cough player of the game here in this one? It's got to be DK Metcalf, right?
Yeah, it's DK Metcalf. I wasn't smart enough to roster him, so now I'm mad at myself for a lot of reasons. I mean, I finished 158th. My reign in the top 10 was very short-lived. We'll see if I can bounce back the next sim, but it's definitely DK Metcalf. And then I think Noah Fant is probably the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award, right? He and Melvin Gordon were equally terrible, but I think Noah Fant was owned more.
Yeah, Noah Fant, 42% owned.
And cheaper.
1 for 14.
Right. So he's owned more and he's cheaper and he does nothing. Now he could have had a touchdown. He chose not to catch the ball that Drew Lock put right on him in the end zone, right on his hands. I guess it's Drew's fault for putting it in such a tough spot.
We'll blame our guy Tom earlier. That's anytime something goes wrong, we blame undercover boss Tom, who pops in from time to time. So I don't know. I guess maybe this is Lindenbaum. I don't know. If in fact he's 43rd though, that's not the JLS or whatever JSL username that I'm used to seeing. So I don't know.
Maybe this Jordan L is trying to.
I think this is a different Jordan L. I don't think this is
trying to
Lindenbaum.
pretend to be that Jordan L.
Yeah. Yeah.
TK wants to know why I'm orange. I don't know, man. The lighting in here's weird. It changes from time to time.
I want to know why my hat head is giving me this
Well, it's because you're wearing a hat
of apparent baldness right during the middle. That's what I want to know. It's really been bugging me the entire flipping sim. So the next one that we got coming up, you're going to be back with Brendan Glasheen for a little Vikings Bills action. So make sure people you jump in those lineups, get in the free roll. Obviously, we encourage that you do so always. Yeah, Robbie says that's not Lindenbaum. That's what I'm saying, Robbie. Thank you. So Jordan L. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Jordan says, oh, wait, this is the main showdown. I finished 43rd in not Coughs.
Oh.
You know what? It's time to move on.
Trying to change my lighting. I can't. Well, I'll have to deal with it.
Aggravated.
I'll be
all
orange
right.
forever.
BK sticking around for the next sim with Glash, and Glash will, I don't know, have something interesting to talk about probably.
We'll talk about TikTok probably for the whole 2 hours.
Yeah, get into the TikTok realm of things. I will be around for the first 2 sims of the day tomorrow, the Nooner and the Madden Matinee, Raiders Jets with Professor Z, Zach Thompson, and then Christian DeAndrea and I will be together for Dolphins Packers. So close to home for him, obviously, there in Wisconsin, including virtual Green Bay. So that'll be a good time. I want to thank producer Mike, Drew, our technical director. We had Jaron Gay Mops. He is sticking around along with the rest of the crew. And so is Tara Lynn Asak, whether she likes it or not. So I will see all of you tomorrow for the first 2 sims of the day. BK will be coming on back with Glash in just roughly 40 minutes, maybe 45 if they're late and lazy. Stick around either way because there's plenty of great content coming your way before that. Pleasure, buddy.
Likewise. See ya.
DL, take it away.
All right, late and lazy. That sounds like Kaufman tonight. All right, well, we still have one more Madden Sim. It's in the books for you. Madden After Dark coming up at 10 p.m. Eastern. Glash is making his way back. Will he be in costume? Will he not? We'll see. And Brandon's making his way back for the call of the Vikings and the Bills. So that showdown is featured in our Madden Stream 3K Flea Flicker contest. A $5 entry. Well, that's going to get you a shot at $1,000 top prize in the free contest for that showdown. Has a $250 prize pool with $25 going right to first. Before the last game, though, we checked in with the Ross Tucker Football Podcast as he and Scott Pioli, well, they discuss some potential capsules in this upcoming offseason. Let's check back in with Ross and Scott. They're going to discuss some of the latest NFL news, including a pretty surprising roster move over the weekend.
All right, Ross, let's start today with the J.J. Watt news. Clearly an end of an era in Houston, the Texans releasing him at his request after 10 years.
Right. Now, there's a lot of things that need to be said here. So, first of all, his salary for this year is $17.5 million. I think reasonable minds can disagree whether any team would have really traded anything of value to pay J.J. Watt $17.5 million. I think it's probably unlikely. However, there are things the Texans could have done, right? Like the Texans could have restructured his deal and given him a, $10 million signing bonus and then trade him so that the team that took him on, it wasn't blah, blah, blah. They also could have waited until the last day. They did neither of those. So I will give the Texans credit for that. They didn't try to finagle a way to get a late round pick. They didn't wait until the last second and continue to try to get something in return. Supposedly they had gotten a couple of offers. I don't know if I believe that, but whatever. The point is they did the right thing. Because even if you say they couldn't get anything back for him, Ross, they still did it right away. They still did it now, giving him plenty of time before free agency starts to have all kinds of teams calling him. I still think he would end up in Pittsburgh with his brothers. That's such a unique thing. Or maybe Green Bay with the Packers and going back where he's from. Green Bay is also not real far from Chicago, where I guess his wife plays professional soccer. So he's certainly going to have a bunch of opportunities, that's for sure.
Tux Takes.
Some other news today includes Tom Brady set to have knee surgery. The Raiders are going to release Tyrell Williams to save over $10 million. And the Pouncey twins, Mike and Marquise, retiring together after 11 seasons in the NFL.
So the Brady news is interesting just because I don't know anybody really knew about his knee. And there's all the talk about Mahomes' toe. And here you have Brady has to get knee surgery himself. Makes it even sort of more impressive what he was able to do again. And then the Raiders releasing Tyrell Williams, kind of what Scott Pioli and I were talking about. It's going to happen a lot over the next couple weeks. Teams are going to have to cut a lot of these veterans that are they're not playing well enough to make the money that they're making, period. They're just not. And a lot of these guys, I think it's going to be a buyer's market for teams. I think you're going to be able to get some good players on some inexpensive one-year deals, which is why I think a lot of these teams are letting this people go ahead and go to free agency because I think they realize the market's not going to be what they think it's going to be, and we can get a lot of these guys back on one-year deals. Or, they can do a multi-year deal and just have more of the money in years 2 and 3, I think. They'll try to get creative in that regard. As for the Pouncey twins, that's pretty cool, man. I mean, that's pretty cool that they retire together. I think, if memory serves, one of them, I want to say Marquise left Florida early, a year earlier than Mike. And Marquise might have played 11 and maybe Mike played 10. I think one of them was still at Florida when the other one turned pro. I don't know that they came into the NFL at the same time. They came into the world at the same time. I don't know if they came into the NFL at the same time. That's a pretty cool story as well.
Futures available on the sportsbook right now for the upcoming season, and two guys who are always looking to gain that edge on the sportsbook are Steve and Julian of the Unreasonable Odds podcast. In their latest episode, they talked about the Bucks' chances of repeating next season, and they're looking ahead at their 2021 schedule. Let's check it out.
It's a very unique outcome that obviously we overlooked some certain things. We overlooked, Tampa was 7-5 and then won 8 in a row, 4 regular season, 4 postseason. Tampa's defense was so much improved down the stretch, even with Jameis Winston last season. It was just those turnovers on the wrong side of the field leading to all the points. If we studied it a little more with the key offensive line injuries, we could have maybe seen why Tampa wasn't, as big of an underdog as people thought.
And then over on the DraftKings Sportsbook, they do have futures bets already up that you can take a look at. Super Bowl winner, Chiefs are favored once again, plus 550. Packers right behind them at plus 900. Tampa Bay also at the same there at plus 900, followed by the Ravens at 12-1. Don't really want to get too far into this already. I feel like the Buccaneers are in that spot, tied for second, just because they have some free agent things that they have to work out. Chris Godwin is a potential free agent. Supposedly Bruce Arians said that he's not going anywhere, but he can say that, but the cap space says something different. So that might be something to watch. Ravens at plus 1,200, decent value, I feel like, but the Bills are also at 12-1 there. Probably side with the Bills on that one if I'm looking in that range, but not surprised to see the Chiefs at plus 550. Player futures are up. Regular season MVP. Obviously, I'm not really looking into that one yet. The next thing that is coming up that's relevant, probably not a bet you want to make. First overall pick in the NFL draft, Trevor Lawrence, 50-1, minus 50, minus 5,000 on that one. Obviously,
1 to 50.
Yeah, exactly. Justin Fields, want to get some value there, 14-1. Why not? But those are up on the DraftKings Sportsbook if you want to take a look.
There's nothing up that I'm betting yet. I mean, I'm going to eventually bet Super Bowl stuff, not quite yet. Yeah. I'm waiting for win totals. I'm excited for win totals. Let me just speak. I haven't done any real research here yet, but let me just speak to Tampa. Tampa was 8.5 last year, moved to 9.5 with the Brady news. If Tampa's they went 11-5. If Tampa's 10.5 this year, maybe they're 11.5. I'm betting the over. This team's going to go like 14-2. I'm not even kidding. Like you said, they have Brady's coming back. Gronk's going to come back. They're going to have pretty much the same team, except with free agent space to bring in better players that are now going to be attracted there after seeing that postseason run. And then you remember, let's look at who they play. Like, do they have the AFC East? I know Tampa's in New England next year. Tampa comes to Foxborough. That's, going to be a thrashing. The NFC division they have is the NFC East. So they're going to be playing those garbage bag teams. And then Tampa, here's the key part. New Orleans won the division. Tampa didn't. So Tampa's playing the second place schedule, not the first place schedule. So they don't play division winners like Seattle or Green Bay. They play all the second place teams. And then Drew Brees is, it sounds like, going to retire. Saints stink. Falcons stink. Panthers stink. The Bucs are going 14-2 next year. No joke.
Yeah, they are playing the AFC East. They have matchups at home against the Bills and the Dolphins, on the road against the Patriots and the Jets. So we have that to look forward to in the upcoming season.
I mean, it looks like they have the Bills at the Rams and hosting the Bills are the two toughest games that they'll play next year.
The Rams with Matt Stafford, by the way.
Sure, great.
So.
All right, people, what's up? Listen up. It's time to tell you about our DraftKings Dream Stream play of the day. This week, the PGA Tour is heading to the Riviera Country Club in California for the Genesis Invitational, and we have a stacked field to choose from in our featured contest. The PGA Tour 1.2 million four-shot for this week's tournament. It's boasting over 1 million in prizes with $300K going to first place. You can get in right now for just a $15 entry fee. So Pat Mayo and Jeff Feinberg, they sat down on Pat's show today and discussed some of their favorite plays in the stacked field this week.
Riviera CC, par 71, 7,322 yards, Poa Greens, much like Torrey Pines and South, and much like Pebble Beach Golf Links, a high percentage of missed putts inside 5 feet at Riviera. These Poa Greens, pretty tricky, and these green complexes in general, pretty tricky. So strokes gained, ball striking with an emphasis on approach, driving distance gains, par 4s gained 450 to 500, and strokes gained around the green are the key stats that I'm looking at. You go to fantasynational.com/mayo for that discount. You plug them in. You see the players that spit out. I have a bit more than that. You can check that out on Sunday's show when I did my walkthrough. I'm going to tinker with the model just a little bit. But around the green really does matter here for treading water. There's a lot of bogeys you can make on these holes. And it's not like the typical around the green players are good around the green players necessarily here. There is baked in experience that comes with Riviera. It's a historic course. It's kind of wonky. You have to know the green complexes because we've seen bad putters and historical bad chippers be really good at both at this course consistently over the years. I'm looking at you, Bubba Watson. He just kind of has this part figured out. So the past winner, Scott won last year at -11. I believe you hit that.
No, I didn't.
You didn't? A lot of people. I didn't hit it, but
no. But
I had
was the
Rory.
start of a run where
you went,
people in the community got real hot, and people
then
even
COVID came.
Had this one. I didn't like Scott last year. It was literally his first event.
Yeah,
he had done some stuff with the Australian PGA around Christmas, but he had not played. And I kind of made the jokes, as we always do, that he's got that James Bond feel. If there's one player in the world that could drop out of the sky and just win a golf tournament without playing much, to me, it is Adam Scott. I didn't bet him last year. It probably was like 35-40 to 1, though.
I think it was 33 or 40, depending on where you got it. But Scott -11, JB on that like weird weather
outdid JT
and Rory and a whole bunch of people.
Yeah.
-14. They played 36 holes on Sunday. Bubba -12, Dustin -17, Bubba -16, Han -6, Bubba Watson -15. The comp course to this, we've seen a lot of every left-hander who's ever won the Masters has won multiple times at Riviera in their careers. Bubba's won 3, Phil's won 2, Weir's won 2 at this course. So it's set up for lefties and guys that just hit draws off the tee. Also, the other crossover would be Quail Hollow.
Okay. The Bubba win, the 18 win, that was the All-Star weekend.
Oh, yeah, and we didn't bet him.
Where he said he will leave if there's any delays with weather because he was in the celebrity
basketball game.
All-Star weekend, which was, I guess, was in L.A. He goes on to win. That was annoying,
but we hit him 2 other times that year, so that was okay.
Match play and Travelers. He outdueled on Sunday
Finau and Cantlay. Who you had, I think.
Who I had, and who I might have again.
Oh, boy. Okay. Let's get into the odds then, because I have a very strong lean this week. So rarely do. Very top of the board, Dustin Johnson, 5.5 to 1. Not going to bet him. I think that's an unbettable number in this field. If he was 4 to 1 last week against those scrubs, I get that he's good at this course, but he's won it once in 12 years. And it's going to be 5.5 to 1 when Rahm is 12 to 1, Rory's 13, JT is 14, Xander is 16, Bryson is 17, Cantlay is 18. So that's your 20 to 1 range.
I have a decision I need to make.
But either way, like, what's up with this number with Dustin? Who's going to bet that?
People are betting it, I guess.
Are they?
They must be. They must be.
The way I describe it,
I agree to your initial point that 4 to 1 last week with Cantlay as the second best player
makes sense.
is value compared to this field, this course. Although we don't get bad players winning here, and we do get bad players winning at Pebble, so maybe because it really is a finite list that it does make more sense.
It doesn't make sense because here's why. If Dustin plays to 93% of his capabilities and Rahm plays to 97% of his capabilities, Rahm is going to win.
I don't disagree.
And Rahm is over double the odds.
Yeah,
like,
that gap
crazy.
is too big. That gap is way too big. I totally agree.
Just this field is so much stronger, and it just seems there's so many good players here.
Okay.
That once we get down to even, I would say almost everyone from 80 to 1 and below kind of has a shot this. Not everyone, but
I don't go that.
There are players down there that
I don't go
that are mispriced, it seems, only because this field is so strong.
Yeah, there's some savvy world players there that I could be interested in, but other than that, no.
But I've made my bet. I bet Bryson at 18 to 1. I smash it.
Okay, so for me, it's Bryson or Cantlay, and you're probably laughing that that's even a conversation.
No, listen, Cantlay's coming off a good week. He makes some more putts. He wins. He has experience at this course. But give me Bryson. He's played this event 3 times. He's gotten progressively better every single year. And what's held him back at this course over the years? Putting. He putts great on POA. He's one of the better putters of these top-end players, just consistently. And we know he has his spike weeks. Hopefully it doesn't go back the other way. But we know he's going to be up there in driving. And I think he's just going to take the same approach to this course as he did to the U.S. Open. Because it's not like, yes, there's Kikuya Rough, and you're going to hear it 8,000 times on the broadcast, but it's not long at the same time either. I think he's just going to go bombs away, and this course is still long enough where he's not hitting his wedges in, which tends to be his biggest problem. He's going to hit it from like 150, and he's going to be fine. Just make some putts. You're good to go.
It's Cantley's last 5 starts: first, 17th, 13th, second, third. I'm gonna bet one of them. I'm gonna smash it too.
I bet Bryson, so that's me. He's also going to be my one and done this week. You are in our 3-man one and done. You're bad.
Yeah, I picked Varner last week. I haven't made the cut. I pick winners while missing cuts in one and done. Don't worry about it.
There's a guy in the race for the Mayo Cup one and done. He has 3 winners in 2 seconds. That's insane.
I have made a pick every week in the Mayo one and done. I guarantee you there's 3,000 people. Without a doubt, I am outside of 2,750.
I think there's 3,300 people.
So
you're outside the top 3,000 is what you're saying.
I am flirting with 3,000th right now while making a pick every week. I suck so bad at that thing. I'm wrapping my head around this Cantley Bryson thing. I don't know. I went to bed thinking it'd be Cantley, then I saw the Bryson numbers. I was like, maybe I just gotta ceiling this Bryson sucker.
Look, this is all a number play for me. Listen, I objectively like Bryson at this course. I think he's going to play really well. I think it fits him really well. But if you told me that Rory was 18 and Bryson was 12, I would bet Rory.
All right, people, it's that time of the night. Madden After Dark. It's coming up. But first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. There's still time to get in some NBA and NHL contests still tonight, including our 3-game night slate in the NBA. It's locking in a couple minutes. The NBA 250K fadeaway, it's paying out $50K to first place for just a $15 entry. And then over on the ice, we got a 2-game late slate, as well as a showdown for the Ducks and Sharks at 10:30 p.m. Both of those slates, they're featuring contests with 1K top prizes. Don't forget to check out all the action too over on the DK Sportsbook. We got you covered. NBA, NHL, college basketball, UFC, PGA, and so much more. And okay, well, I gotta go now. It's that time for Madden After Dark. That's gonna do it for me tonight. I will catch you for Wild Weather Wednesday. I'm going to leave you in the hands with Disco Glash and Brandon Cristal for Madden After Dark. Enjoy.
Carolyn, thank you very much. Here we go, Mr. Cristal. Brendan. Time to party, baby. Steph Diggs back playing the Vikings, but in Buffalo, so he's not back in Minnesota, but you get my drift. I like Steph Diggs tonight, but I'm going to captain Josh Allen because I think everyone else is going to captain Cook. So I'm like, you know what? So I'm going to go with this guy.
I played the revenge angle. I captained Stephon Diggs. Figured he's going to want to show off in front of his former team, show out. So I do have both Allen and Cook in my lineup, which means the rest of my lineup is a bit of a Hail Mary. But I figured Diggs might find the end zone once, if not twice. That's what I'm banking on.
All right, dude. Cool. I like it. Sounds good. Lineups are locking any moment. Actually, they might have just locked.
They did.
All right.
They did.
What do you know? So I've got Allen in the captain, as I mentioned. I rostered Diggs, rostered Dalvin Cook, got Kyle Rudolph in there. Beasley and Zach Moss is my punt play.
Yeah, I looked at Zach Moss, and I understand that's the nature of these punt plays. I actually came close to playing Thielen and going that direction to sneak Thielen in, but I think I ended up going with like Rudolph and Beasley. I need to double check here. No, that's the wrong one. Here we go. What's my team? I'm in 168th place right now. It won't let me see my team yet. Soon enough. But that feels like I know I captained Diggs. I know I got Cook. I know that I have Josh Allen. Didn't trust Kirk Cousins. Never trust Kirk Cousins.
I don't disagree with you. I kind of feel the same way. So, yeah, I'm excited to see what we see out of Steph Diggs. I hope he really elevates his play tonight and brings it.
Okay, Diggs, Cook, Allen, Rudolph, Beasley, Vikings D.
Ooh.
And the Vikings D will pick up a sack here and there. You're right. Linval Joseph is on this game. Unlike real life where he wasn't. Did he get hurt or he opt out? I feel like he got hurt.
I'm not sure.
Do some research.
But we know Dalvin Cook is very dominant in these simulations.
And the Bills' run D is suspect.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Bills, looking at them defensively, they've got good guys in the secondary. Tre'Davious White, Micah Hyde. But no one super notable stopping the run. Ed Oliver is a good player for them, 81 overall, defensive tackle.
Wait, Linval Joseph's on this game, right? I feel like we've played this game, or I've seen the Vikes and Linval Joseph is there. Am I wrong? Because the internet says he's on the Chargers.
Well, you know, things have changed.
No, but that's since last March.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I feel like he's on this game. Maybe I'm making that up.
All right, well, hey, you know what? Maybe we'll find him as the sim unfolds.
I bet they hand it off to Cook.
Hey, speak of the devil, Dalvin Cook, 32% in the captain spot, 83.5% in the flex.
Oh, a little play action. Throw it to Rudolph. Nope, Cook.
Wow.
Sorry.
2 yards for all that.
Tajay Sharp?
Irv Smith.
No, Irv Smith.
David says, I'm digging it tonight in the captain spot. Love that. Allen, Beasley, Smith, Cook, and the red-nosed reindeer Rudolph. Okay. Very good. Cousins backpedaling, and down he goes.
Ed Oliver with the sack.
There's that man.
Former
81
first-round
overall.
pick.
He's like their best guy on defense.
Former first round pick.
up front.
No, Edmonds is their best player on defense. Right? In real life he is.
I'm just going off the top 10 players we have as of the update.
Edmonds isn't rated higher than Ed Oliver? That doesn't sound right. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that doesn't sound right.
Yeah. Back him up to the 16. 3rd and forever. Come on, Kirk. You got to put all your muscle into it. Okay. Well. Jeff Duke. What's going on, buddy? Noah. It's the first drive of the sim, Noah. Like, just give it. Let the sim breathe, Noah. You need to breathe with the sim. Okay? I'm pulling for you, Noah. But, the amount of times you use the question mark exclamation point in the chat, we're going to have to start cutting you off, man.
Yeah, Tre'Davious White, he's not rated higher than Ed Oliver?
No, he is. I'm talking about dudes up front.
Oh, okay.
Dudes up front, yeah. White's a 91, Hyde's an 88.
What's Edmonds?
I don't see him here in the top 10.
That doesn't make any sense. He's gone to 3 or 4 Pro Bowls in his first 3 or 4 years.
When did they get him?
They drafted him in the first round in 2017.
Buffalo Bills top 10 players. I'll look it up right now on the Madden website because now you got me curious. They'll run the football with Singletary.
I bet he's like a 95.
Well, we'll look at ownerships in the meantime. Josh Allen, 81% flexed, 20% in the captain spot. High ownership for him. High ownership for Dalvin Cook. There's Steph Diggs, 59.6 in the flex, 14.8 in the captain spot. Allen throwing a bullet. Unfortunately, the player was out of bounds. Incomplete.
I'm in 20th place right now.
Yeah, Giggle Pigs just looked it up. Edmonds is an 80 overall, criminally underrated. So in that case, he just misses the top 10 players.
I get that, but it just doesn't make any sense. I'm going to email my guy, Dustin, at Madden. 2 Pro Bowls, 19 and 20. So he's on the Pro Bowl the last 2 years. He is 2018 draft. Lights falling, banging around, making noise.
Oh, look at you. Multiple ring lights.
Mostly because neither of them work great. Let's see, this is...
Chef Duke put Singletary in the captain spot. 4th and 5. We should get another punt. We will.
Jermaine Edmonds is one of 3 of the Edmonds brothers in the NFL. And their dad, Farrell Edmonds, played for a decade in the league, mostly with the Dolphins. But he and his other brother, who's on the Steelers, were both first-round picks that year. No surprise Tremaine was. But, he was 19 when he came into the league, as Drew points out, one of our producers, that, he was 19. He's like 20. He's 22 now. Born in 98. He'll be 23 in May. And he's just finished his 3rd NFL season because he was young and, graduated high school early. Like, started school early and graduated high school as a very young high school senior.
Yeah. Hey, Dalvin Cook, there's that man. 1 carry, 2 yards. First play of the 2nd drive on offense for Minnesota. Nobi Roble. I've got Jimmy Butler going tonight against Kaufman. I've got Butler and the second half of Donovan Mitchell against James Harden for Koff. And Koff is currently beating me by 48. So there's a chance, I suppose.
I took a night off from playing golf. He beat me in 10 straight NBA sim or NBA head-to-heads. 5 in one night where we played five different contests on Friday.
Wait, you lost all 5?
I lost all 5, a couple by a point or two, a couple by more than that. Then I lost a NASCAR race yesterday in Daytona. So he tried to send me a contest. I said, pass, taking a little break.
I
told him
laughed at him when he said he wanted to do NASCAR. I'm like,
I told him if he could get a multiplayer contest with a few of us going, with Rossi and you and maybe Emerson, then I'd be back in. Otherwise, I'm taking some time off. And I'd beaten him a couple times.
Edmonds, there's your guy on the tackle. Now it's 2nd and 1.
The guy, my buddy Dustin, who's Madden ratings adjuster at Equipment Guru on Twitter, I said, how is he rated an 80? He's maybe the best middle linebacker in the AFC. He said, what? He's athletic, but that good? And I said, yes. So he went to the Pro Bowl the last 2 years.
You sure told him.
And has 355 tackles. And has 355 tackles in 3 years.
Just enough there out of Dalvin Cook for a first down. We're midway through the first. 3rd drive on offense overall. 2nd for the Vikings. Buzz Killington, what's going on? Good to see you. Fantasy Hawk, how are you? Fernando says, what up, Sim fam? Can you boy get a shout out before my lights go out again for the 20th time? Power outages that
everywhere.
Delayed and actually caused the cancellation of a hockey game.
I know, Big D.
Crazy. No, I got a cousin in Dallas, and she's like blown away by. She's like, I should have gotten she has a baby son. I should have gotten my son a sled for Christmas. I'm like, I don't think you
It
should
doesn't
feel that
snow
bad.
very often. Trust me. Somebody grew up there, as I told Rossi the other day. It doesn't snow often. It certainly doesn't do this almost ever. You might get an ice storm here and there every few years. But there's plenty of people that'll tell you climate change is real, and I'd be inclined to agree with them.
Sure. Yeah.
150 million Americans are affected by this right now.
We've got producer Michael with us. Andrew, our technical director. Jared, updating scores. Cousins just loves to just throw in this little flat spot. It's comfortable for him. Hey, Noah, it's Irv Smith again, Noah. Brace yourself. Tater Hater says if hockey players were really that tough, they'd play in the dark. That's good. So what's going on? How is your sim at 8? You know, any developing thoughts? What's on your mind?
No, some people were annoyed by my storytelling and are getting sick of me. But in general, it was Broncos sim where not a lot happened for the Broncos or the Seahawks, actually. Broncos were leading most of the game, lost, I want to say 16-13. I went with my always captain, Chris Carson, in a Seahawks sim, and that backfired. But nobody really did anything. And, yeah, Koff and I, we talked about would Deshaun Watson end up actually being traded. Talked about Sam Darnold and should the Jets trade him.
Yeah.
I'm inclined to think they shouldn't, but maybe they really love one of these quarterbacks.
I certainly hope that we don't get all of this hype about this quarterback movement and then imagine it just doesn't happen. You know, like it kind of feels that way. Like all these rumors and guys moving around, and then all of a sudden, you know, front offices cave. All right, we'll take care of you. Or, you know what? I'm probably better off staying here. I don't know. Just like,
well, what I said to Koff was, if he really wants to show the kind of influence he has, and Houston doesn't want to trade him, and nice cut.
Oh, Dalvin Cook, that was juicy. Nice play. 92 speed for Cook. Man, change of direction rating, 95. That was pretty. Continue. Sorry.
No, is that I want to see him. I want to see him go in, or it'd be interesting to see if he went in to Cal McNair and said, if you fire Jack Easterby, I'll stay. I'm not saying he's going to say that. He may not care. He may be ready to move on. Or the fact that Cal McNair allowed Jack Easterby to have the influence that he's had. But if he said that, it would be interesting to see, does Cal McNair trust a franchise quarterback or a guy that has worked for him for a couple of years, that has alienated lots and lots of people?
Okay. I feel that. We'll see. All right, there you go, Noah. You've got Cook. Dustin Stevens, I know. Awful news about Vincent Jackson.
Yeah, Colorado kid. The couple interactions I had with him, he was always very nice. Played his college ball at Northern Colorado, grew up in Colorado Springs. Obviously a great player with the Chargers and a good player with Tampa.
Of course, this is like way down the list of important things about his life, but he was a fun fantasy player. I mean,
yeah.
just to relate to what we're doing here, I mean, that dude was... He was always... He is... I feel like Keenan Allen, in terms of like fantasy value, late round pick. You kind of forget about him because he played for a bad team.
How late are you taking Keenan Allen in your fantasy draft? Not that late.
Yeah, no, I mean...
He's gone to 3 Pro Bowls the last 4 years.
I understand that. Allen was coming off an injury. I just thought of the first guy that came to mind. All right, I thought Keenan Allen. All right.
Okay.
Like I'm saying, like that mid to not late, but like early-ish mid rounds. Oh, Vincent Jackson. Ooh, Keenan Allen.
Okay.
You know, like one of those things. I mean, maybe
There were a couple of years where I think Vincent Jackson was a real wide receiver 1 and drafted accordingly.
Perhaps, yeah. I don't remember. It's been that long.
Let's go back and double
that's
check.
the first kind of name that comes to mind for me in terms of like, oh wow, I'm up next. I'm 5 picks away, and there's Vincent Jackson on the board. So yeah, it's terrible.
So my guy from Madden ratings team, Dustin, says that Tremaine Edmonds, even though he's fast, has a lot of missed tackles, even though he has 355 tackles in his first 3 years. Jordan L wants to know how Jackson died. They haven't released the cause of death. So there's a mystery there.
Nice catch by Diggs out to the 46. That is how the first quarter closes. Todd Rod in the chat on Twitch says, let's go Allen and Diggs.
I'm in 24th place thanks to that Dalvin Cook touchdown.
Where am I? I'm in 143rd out of 168 because Josh Allen has 6 rushing yards. 6.
What was the percentage that Cook was owned in the flex? Like 70 or something percent?
In our free roll, he's 91% in the flex. In the big public contest, 83.5 in the flex.
Wow.
Yep. So Dalvin 6 carries, 46 yards and a touchdown. Singletary 3 for 15. Josh Allen scrambles once for 6. Allen has just 5 passing yards. 7 for the first.
Yeah, he has the 1 to 7. 1 for 7 to Diggs. I bet that they both do more than that. That's not where their stat line ends tonight.
Sharp has 2 for 26 to lead all receivers. Diggs and Thielen each have a catch.
I'm in 11th now. Great. Could use a top 10 finish. I've been struggling a bit. I think I finished 168th last game.
Jared updating the scores. If I remember correctly, when Steph Diggs left Minnesota when he was traded,
right,
he didn't have any beef with Thielen, right? It was more of a Cousins problem.
Yeah, I think it was a Cousins problem, and he was just kind of over Minnesota.
Yeah. But even he admitted in an interview a few weeks ago during Radio Row week, I know we talked about it, but like virtual Radio Row, he even admitted like, oh, I'm going to Buffalo? Like, this isn't what I had in mind, like getting out of Minnesota in terms of a warmer climate. Sure, a contender, or, you know, a contender trying to make the next step in Buffalo.
I mean, this is a kid though that grew up in Gaithersburg, Maryland. You know, so it's not like I get every one of these young superstar type players or, you know, perennial Pro Bowl type players could see the appeal of bright lights, big city, you know, on one of the coasts. But I imagine, so you go from Minnesota to Buffalo, you've got a better team with a quarterback you like more. You have an all-time kind of year, and Gaithersburg's just a little bit outside of D.C., and he played at University of Maryland. His brother, of course, played at Alabama and now for the Cowboys. But then there was a pandemic going on, so you weren't going to do much anyway, unless you were in Florida or Texas, and if they caught you doing something, you got busted, right?
Yeah.
Or you go to a strip club like Dwayne Haskins and you get cut. Now there was a lot more going on than just that, but when you're in Buffalo and you realize how much the fans love the team and what it means to that part of the world, and you also realize that during football season it's 5 months. And then you can get to wherever you want to get to. And in the off season, you probably spent last off season somewhere warm, so you weren't there even in the spring going through OTAs and minicamp.
Mm-hmm.
But I think too many times players get caught up in where they're living during the season when, yeah, there's a lot of downtime, but most of your downtime's in the off season. And the way that they set up most of your OTAs, you're in town Monday through Wednesday or Tuesday through Thursday. Then you've got a 4-day weekend almost every weekend. And you can get to wherever you want to get to. Florida, California, Vegas, New York, you name it, you can get there. So I don't know. I got to double check his contract situation. But I imagine he ends up signing a nice big deal to become the top paid receiver and stay in Buffalo.
Yeah, you're right. That stuff does get overblown. That's a fair point.
I think in the NBA it matters a little more. It shouldn't, but it does. To free agents.
Fantasy Hawk shouting out DraftKings for updating the layout on the website.
And Fantasy Hawk is back. We had some lag issues and some buffering at the start of the last sim. We're going to blame the polar vortex. But Fantasy Hawk was checking out to go watch some NBA, so glad that he's back.
Yeah, guys, we'll talk NBA. We'll talk Steph Diggs going to the Vikings, or rather going to the Bills from the Vikings, and just how that all shook out.
Okay, apologies. Diggs signed a 5-year, $72 million deal either in 2019 or in 2020, so he's in year 2. There's a potential out next year. No, all the guaranteed money's been paid. But they've got him for 14 last year, 14-8, 12-2, 13, and 12-1. So he may negotiate just for a better deal, and they may pay him when you lead the NFL in receptions and you're such a big part of what they do.
Right, the bond he's formed with Josh Allen as well.
But that's the thing, too, is that they're going to have to pay Josh Allen here pretty soon.
Yeah. Looking for John Brown there. Allen now 2 for 5. Second down and 10. We have paid contests for these Madden Sims, if it ever interests you. 5K Monday Night Special. Solo leader Wisdom 1 with Dalvin Cook in at running back. 86.5% owned in that contest. First place wins $1,000. 481 entries. Love to see that. If it interests you, we have the free rolls. Also, our fun little DK SimFam Friends League contest. Jeff, formerly of Ops. Anyone else just watched The Bachelor? Might just have been me.
Some people did.
I did
highly
not.
rated.
Nobi Roble, Glash and Rave Lights just don't go together. He's such a nerd. Yeah, I'm a nerd.
You think it's Nobi or Nobby, since it's the opposite of Robbie Noble?
Yeah, there's 2 different people.
But no, would you think that it's Nobby Roble, not Nobi? Like
Nobi,
Robbie?
Nobby.
The same sound?
Yeah, I guess Nobby. That's probably right. That's why they call me Phonics. Escape Tank, Glash working the register at Hot Topic. All right, this is an easy money field goal for Tyler Bass. 32-yard attempt to put Buffalo on the board. Smash the like button, hit the subscribe button. Got about 450 watching Madden After Dark over on YouTube. Twitch fam holding down the fort. About 50 watching. DK Sim fam. First time playing Fortnite. Mamba Vision. Winter Bold. Fooligan. Fooligan, man, does not like the Morris twins.
Morris twins, huh? Couple Jayhawks that have been nice NBA players, right?
Yeah, I think Marcus has played pretty well. I mean, what's the other one's name?
Marcus and Markeith.
Markeith is like buried at the end of the Lakers bench.
Right now, yeah. But
Which
they
could
did re-sign
change
him.
with the AD news.
Yeah, they did re-sign him. Did the MRI results actually come out yet?
They did. Woj came out. He's going to be out till like March 10th.
Okay, so 3 weeks.
2 to 3 weeks for AD.
Yeah, that's not terrible, but could be good for Markeith.
A
Good for Kyle.
lot of news and reporting for Woj today.
Good for Kyle Kuzma owners in year-long leagues.
Mm-hmm. AD to be reevaluated in 2 to 3 weeks.
Oh, reevaluate doesn't mean he's back.
Suffered a calf strain, which is what we all thought.
Yeah,
last night.
well, it's better than Achilles. I hate the idea that Anthony Davis is soft, and a calf strain is no joke. But it just feels like he'll never really be on the level of certainly LeBron, Giannis, your perennial MVP candidates, because he just misses games. He did it more in New Orleans. I feel like in LA he's had to be tougher because he knows LeBron doesn't miss games. So he fights through stuff.
But that's kind of like what LeBron was hoping he didn't have to do when he went to LA. Like,
Yeah.
let me get a star in here that doesn't take. Isn't it funny, like how he wanted Kawhi? Imagine if it was Kawhi who needs.
Oh, right, every other night
game.
off.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have been great. No, and that's the thing is that LeBron's usage rate's probably a little too high, and he knows that. But then he gets into the game, and it's like, unless you're going to take off full games and weeks, it's once you're playing a game, is 31 minutes versus 36 minutes going to change the way LeBron feels the next day?
Right. True. In the public free showdown, Super Sam 954 in first, both defenses in the flex. And in our free roll, the solo leader is Mike Drummer. Cook and the captain, no surprise there. There he is again, 55 yards and a touchdown. 2nd and 6 coming up.
Feels like
a
Cook 100-yard day feels inevitable.
James says you should pronounce bass like bass with those disco lights.
I had a 14-year-old that thought bass was bass, and I had to explain to him the other day. He's like, he talked about how his dad got some speakers.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, and it has a bass subwoofer, and I go, that's bass. I said, no, it's confusing because it is written like bass. So, but like a string bass, an electric bass guitar.
Cello, you got a bass.
The song, it's all about that bass.
All
Like,
about
no.
that bass. About that bass. No trouble.
But this is what I get from this is if and when you have kids and they become teenagers, they say stuff like this. Well, I say, see, you learned something. And he goes, I could just learn everything on YouTube. I'm like, yeah, but that'll take a lot longer than me just telling you that in 30 seconds.
I still say stuff like that, and I'm 28, so.
I get it.
RP says, oh yeah, can't wait for summer and those hot feet using those bowling shoes. Going to be a smell-worthy summer.
Yeah, you're 28. You're 14 years older than my stepson and 15 years younger than me. Well, my birthday's next month, so then you'll be 15 years younger than me.
Dad?
Well, like Antoine Winfield Sr., I'm watching the video of him jumping into his kid's arms after the Super Bowl, and I was doing the math. I'm like, Antoine Winfield definitely played, when I was in my 20s and into my 30s. And sure enough, he's 43. So had I had a kid when I was 21, 22, like Antoine Winfield Sr., I could have a kid in the NFL right now. Or the same age as NFL players. Well, and especially these NBA kids that keep coming in at 18, 19 every year.
DK Simfam on Twitch says, imagine fading Dalvin Cook or not even captaining him.
If I didn't captain him, that's why I'm sitting in 20th place now. Oh, back to 19th. Exciting.
Chef Duke says, keep feeding him. 3rd and 16. I would hope they... Okay, you're going to run the ball. Okay, I stand corrected. Wow.
Hey, you go with what works. Gary Kubiak knows what he's doing. As will his son, Clint Kubiak, that's now the new OC there, call a game as well as his dad does.
Damon says, you guys are too funny. Thanks, Damon.
Sure. Can't get enough
Sure.
of that.
Bad Boys of Pop. I love how your sweater matches your disco lights. I'm actually wearing the same thing I wore last night on Madden After Dark. This tie-dye sweatshirt does kind of work with the lights.
Yeah, absolutely. Producer Michael says Cook may hit the bonus in the half. I was going to say that before that last carry. I'm like, who knows? And I looked, I'm like, a minute and a half. So I didn't say it. But now he's closing in on it, right? He's got to have 70 yards, 75 yards.
Easy. Yeah, he's definitely
87
like 80,
yards.
87, yeah.
Yeah, so 13-yard run here. They've got 2 timeouts left.
Hey, Noah. Rudolph caught the ball, Noah. Yay. Yay, Noah.
That's good. I got Rudolph.
I do too. So we're all on the same team there, Noah. 2nd and 3. Cousins, don't mess this up. Less than a minute to go in the second quarter. All right. Nice pass. Nice ball.
There's Tajay Sharp.
Freak of nature can't wait to see the lights at halftime. Death pause. Little Deucey voice.
Dad, is it basketball or baseball?
Can dad be the buzzword? I don't know about that. They're in the red zone here. Cousins.
Oh, Rudolph catch the ball.
Wide open.
Tough one hits you right in the hand. Same thing happened to Noah Fant last game in the end zone. Just didn't catch it.
Someone in the chat says Gary Kubiak went to my church.
Cool. Houston, I would assume.
Ryan needs a Lee Smith touchdown. Going to have to wait a bit. That's a first down for the Vikings. Sharp again to the 6.
Is that Shannon Sharp or Sterling Sharp?
Skip, skip, skip.
Shannon Sharp making pretty good case for his brother to be a Hall of Famer, saying that when he retired, no one had had a better first 7 years of their career than Sterling, maybe other than Jerry Rice. God, he's missing Thielen wide open. A lot of work, too.
Touchdown. They shove him right in there. Justin Jefferson.
Man, could have played him.
He's always a good pick. I should have thought of him.
Because his average is so low. But here's what I predict. That Justin Jefferson comes back to the pack a little bit next year, and all those rookie receivers that were taken ahead of him, the CeeDee Lamb, the 2 Alabama kids with Judy and Ruggs, that it's more jumbled in year 2, where it's not so clear-cut that Jefferson is definitely the best receiver of that group, and Ayuk as well. 5 first-round wide receivers. I think that they all are similar next year.
Brother Phil's skin crawl. It sounds like the ghost of a malevolent, vengeful, dead, murdered child coming through a medium. Wow, that is really deep.
Sorry.
14-3 Vikings. Right.
Stephon Diggs is going to have to step his revenge game up.
Fantasy Hawk, Justin Jefferson, let's go. Jordan L.
Congo Cab has Jefferson. Good for you, Congo Cab.
Jordan L. put him in the captain spot.
We've determined that Jordan L. isn't Jordan Lindenbaum.
2 different guys. Here's Lindenbaum.
Maybe the power's out.
Could be. We had a fumble at 6 o'clock, Brandon. We had a fumble on the kickoff return, which was recovered by the kicking team.
And did they score?
And they scored a touchdown.
You don't see that very often. Every now and then on a onside kick attempt, you might get it.
Yeah. And we didn't miss it. I actually delivered play-by-play of the call, not no dice.
Well, there you go. So when I was filling out the lineup, I saw Andre Roberts had 6 points last game. I assume that he returned a kick for a touchdown because he had no catches and no rushing yards.
That's got to be it.
I don't think I've seen a kick return for a touchdown in any games that I've called.
We had a lot of them in Madden 20.
Jordan L says, BK, I could see Lamb getting close. Ayuk's nice. You don't have a rookie season like that on accident. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that he doesn't take maybe he does take an even bigger step, but I just think it'll be closer between those other first rounders and Jefferson, because this year it wasn't close. I mean, we could pull up all their numbers, but he had to have twice as many just about everything except yards. I mean, Jerry Jeudy had 850 yards. But now I'm kind of curious. Let's see. We'll start. Well, I know what Ruggs' numbers are because I just talked to him Super Bowl week. Ruggs had 42 catches, 3 touchdowns, and like 400 yards. Jeudy had 50 catches, 850 yards, and 3 touchdowns.
Come on, Buffalo, use that time.
74.
My God. Rob Rand, good call. That's right. We called back-to-back kickoff returns in a sim for touchdowns.
No,
It
I
was
wasn't
pretty
there for
epic. Yeah.
I wasn't there for that. I didn't realize he 1,000. Scored 5 times. His numbers are going to be silly.
It's going to be the most frustrating thing what we just saw right there. Like, why are you putting Bass in his position to kick that? He's
All right.
not making it.
Ayuk 60.
Unbelievable. Like, why even kick that?
Jefferson 88, 1,400 yards. 1,400 yards and 7 TDs. So I don't think he goes from 1,400 yards to 1,800 yards. I bet you we see him closer to 1,200 and all those guys around 1,000 to 1,200. But we'll see. Oh, Pittman too. Pittman's in that class too.
Pittman was pretty solid in like a fantasy football
Especially down the
waiver wire
stretch.
pickup. Yeah.
Kid that is definitely not built like his dad. Not as stark a contrast as, say, Jackie Slater and Matthew Slater. But Michael Pittman was here his final year in the pros as like a 39-year-old, 38-year-old running back. He's built like a bodybuilder, you know, and he was 5'10", 5'11". His neck was as big as his shoulder pads. His kid's neck is as long as his whole torso.
All right. So Dalvin Cook's at 87 rushing yards and a touchdown.
45-03, one score for Pittman. I thought he would have scored more.
Neither quarterback had over 70 passing yards, so that's not good.
Good thing I
Tajay
didn't-
Sharp, leading receiver, 4 for 47.
Good thing I didn't captain one of those quarterbacks. I'd feel like a dummy if I did.
You talking to me?
Maybe anyone that captained one of those quarterbacks. Oh, did you? Oh, you captained Josh Allen? What?
Yeah, Captain Josh Allen. Didn't
Could've been
play.
worse. You could have
Kirk
captained
Cousins.
Yeah. Well, no, I guess that's not worse because
The Claw 28 asking who has scored for Minnesota. Justin Jefferson and Dalvin Cook.
and not in that order.
And not in that order. Reverse order. Latest to earliest. Nick Thomas says, Glash, my senior year baseball season starts tomorrow. How'd you do your senior year? Any tips for my senior year? I mean, do you want the on-the-air answer or the off-the-air answer?
Oh, Claypool too. Yeah, I forgot. Claypool had a nice rookie year, but not his numbers weren't insane. He did score a lot.
Nick, be a good teammate. Stand up for the younger guys in the clubhouse. Be the better man.
Yeah, a lot
And-
of clubhouses. And do we think he's in high school or college?
What did I say? Clubhouse?
You just, I mean, baseball clubhouse, but
Yeah.
they mostly have those in the majors.
I had a clubhouse.
They're mostly locker rooms.
Yeah, it's a clubhouse.
Okay. I didn't. Yeah. So Claypool, geez, 9 touchdowns, 62, 873, 9 touchdowns.
The freak of nature. Glash's bedroom looks like my middle school dance. That's good. Oh, man.
You know, I expected to
boy.
have a big rookie year that just was hurt so much was Denzel Mims, and the Jets were terrible.
Glash is half full. What? Chris P. What's up, buddy? How you doing, Chris? Looking at the leaderboard right now. Wisdom 1.
Icy hot, the freshman. Let's get some good hazing going. Pandemic or not.
Oh, God. Be careful. You don't want to really open that can of worms, but you,
You do
kind of
not.
already did.
You do not.
Two-way tie first place in the public showdown. And right now, Mackins 20 leading our free roll. Dalvin Cook in the captain spot. You've got to be up here, I would think. Josh
I'm in
Allen.
60th,
Okay, maybe not. Dalvin Cook, Josh Allen.
but I feel like I'm in
Yard.
striking distance if Allen can hit Diggs here for a touchdown.
Right. Sharp, Rudolph, Jefferson, and the Vikings D in the flex as well. All right,
Lee
our first
Smith.
sighting of Lee Smith.
Marcus
Nick,
Morris
have a good
has-
season. Have a good
Marcus
year,
Morris has 25 BK points in the first. It's pretty solid. So the Morris twins junior year at Kansas, that was their final year when we lost to Virginia Commonwealth. We
Yeah.
should have gone to the Final Four. They played a game in Boulder. And the Morris twins, as they walk out of the locker room, and you know how college basketball post game is, it's pretty low key. So, you know, there's a couple of reporters from Kansas City or Lawrence, me and like two other people, because it's KU basketball in the middle of the week in Boulder. But the PR guy has been with these guys for 3 years. And as whichever twin comes out, he says, "Which one are you?" Because they are so identical. Not only do they have matching tattoos, they also always wear the same clothes. So like that day, they were both wearing Philadelphia Phillies red Phillies hats because they're both Philly guys. So he literally has to say, "Which one are you?" And he either said, you know, Keith or Marcus. He goes, "Okay," you know, and pointed him to the direction of the little herd of reporters. But I was like, 3 years in, the PR guy is with him every day, still doesn't know which one's which. Which made me think, because Marcus was better, that had he ever gotten in foul trouble, could they ever switch jerseys at halftime?
Oh my God! Now that you said it, didn't they do something like that? Didn't they?
Not in a game.
No, like
Not that we know of.
I thought there was a story. It's gonna bug me now. There's a story out there where they were gonna attempt it with the Suns.
Maybe. Were they both
They
on the
share a
Suns
bank
together?
account. That's what it is. They share a
Oh.
bank account. Do you know that?
I didn't.
Yeah, they share a bank account. That's not a joke. That's what it is. So it's not like, but they could. I mean, if they go to the banker, "Hey, I'm Markeith. Hi, I'm Marcus."
Well, let's look at career earnings, because Marcus has made more.
Yeah, Marcus got a juicy contract with the Clippers, 4 for 64.
This dude.
What do we got? Balls at the 50. Got a flag against the Bills. Allen's going to throw it to Singletary, complete, and now they're in Vikings territory.
Marcus Morris Sr. is on a 4-year, $64 million deal.
Yep.
But to this point, so he's making 14, 15, 16, 17. To this point, Marcus has made $57 million. At the end of his contract, he'll have made 90. So let's check out his brother Keith. Markeith. What's weird is they're the same size, basically. Like they're truly identical. So how is one significantly better than the other? Like they have the exact DNA, just about. I guess because basketball is a skill game, so there's that. So Markeith, in his career, has to this point earned $47 million, but he's in the final. He's on a 1-year deal with the Lakers for $2 million. So where this will get sticky, because they're only about $10 million different to this point. But over the next 4 years, if Markeith keeps signing these $2 million deals and Marcus is making 15, 16, 17,
yeah,
and somebody's going to be like, "Hey, man, here, let's just cut this in half now, and you can open up your own Wells Fargo account. It'll be fine." But they both have the FOE, family over everything tattoo. Their mom, Angel, used to live in Lawrence even after they went pro.
Back to Singletary. We saw TJ Yeldon get a carry. Then it was Zach Moss. Ngakwe brings him down. We're at the 29. 2nd and 12. Buffalo is in field goal range, but down 11.
Would like to see a touchdown to Stephon Diggs, because now I'm in 77th. I'm heading in the wrong direction.
Evans points out mentality when talking about the difference between the two guys.
Well, yes, and just the ability to make shots, right? Like, that's not genetic. How high you can jump, how fast you can run, there's an element of genetics to that. But physically shooting, like Steph Curry and Seth Curry, same parents. Their dad was a heck of a shooter.
Yep.
Seth is a really good shooter. He's one of the probably 100 best shooters on the planet, maybe top 50. but his brother is the best shooter on the planet and maybe the best shooter in the history of basketball.
Sure.
Like
Fernando says
look at Peyton and Eli.
Yeah. Oh, down he goes.
But now, then you look at the Pouncey twins. They're twins. Marquise came out a year early and was just a little better.
The McCourty twins in New England, they're pretty
sure. But
similar.
Devin's a little better. Now Devin's played safety his whole career and Jason's played corner. But most people tell you Devin's a little better.
Yeah, that's true.
They are hard to recognize. I've gotten to know those guys a little bit through different events over the years. I always have to ask which one's which.
All right, come on, Bass. And this is the same one he attempted at the, what are we doing?
Oh, he's at the leg. Nope, short.
No, he doesn't. They did the same thing at the end of the half.
Don McDermott has faith in Bass.
Well, keep fishing. You're not finding any bass.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Come on, man. Unreal. Tom's microwave even put in the chat. Missed field goal. Yep. Well, there you go. You nailed it. You got the call right. Fernando says buzzword should be disco.
I always maintain it needs to be 2 syllables. That's pretty good.
All right. Tajay Sharp, 5 for 65.
Could also be Dalvin.
Brother Phil, my God, Markieff Morris is not a very good player. You could even say marginal type. Been a starter for desperate teams. Sharp, another one. Is that the bonus?
Really wish I would have played him now. 82 on
Not
6
even close.
catches.
Yeah.
Oh, that's close.
Close-ish. Yeah, that's fair.
No, Jared Kilgore tells us Devin McCourty was a corner and made the Pro Bowl as a rookie. Okay. But he's mostly been a safety, and he got paid. He's one of the highest paid safeties in the league.
Yeah.
Jason has just been a guy who's always on a roster.
Dougie30 says my did a jersey switch during a hockey game one time. Probably easier with a helmet in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah, or if you're identical. Like, there would be no way. Let's say Marcus Morris is playing Marcus and Markieff. Now, Markieff has to be on board. But Marcus Morris picks up 3 fouls in the first half, and Markieff has 0 fouls. You switch jerseys at halftime, and if Markieff all of a sudden goes nuts, it's not going to be that surprising. Because you're like, well, he's the same size, and it's like he hasn't scored in double figures. Because it wasn't like Marcus was averaging 30 and Markieff was averaging 4. It's like Marcus was averaging like 17 and Markieff was averaging like 10. Well, although Marcus Morris's numbers retired, maybe he was averaging more than 17. I don't know.
Awesome. And a good advertising opportunity.
Yeah, Shaquille and Shaquem Griffin are almost the same, although. And honestly, I think I mentioned this the other day when I saw those guys in Orlando at the Pro Bowl. They look identical except for Shaquille's missing a hand. Like, you could not tell the difference. They've got the same colors in their hair, same tattoos. It's braided the exact same way. They were wearing basically the same clothes. The Lopez twins, you look at that, like Brooke is noticeably better than Robin and has been, and learned how to shoot threes.
Brad comments that Sharp is a beast in Simland. Yeah, he's a good wideout too. Him and Devin Funchess in the same division. Good wideout. Too.
Funchess has helped me a couple times as a captain. Cook just hit the bonus, by the way. No surprise there.
There we go. So Dalvin Cook, we'll check in on the stats.
By my math, he's 101 yards.
In the public free showdown, Jared is going to update the scores right now, but at the moment, the Cook bonus is reflected in the latest scores. Eeny Meeny is in the first place spot right now. Show low. And Mackin's 20 still in first. in our free roll. Cousins 13 of 16, 103 and a touchdown. Josh
Allen
Allen.
bagging on Cousins, by the way.
Yeah, but
he's not throwing for 300 yards.
It's better than Josh Allen.
Right. Who, if you captain him, you got to feel like an idiot.
Oh, yeah. Dalvin Cook, 14 for 101. Had a touchdown. Singletary, 52 yards rushing. Allen, 22 yards. Moss has 16. And then TJ Yeldon, 1 for 1.
Would not have played Yeldon. Fantasy Hawk, when we were talking about the Lopez twins, he said Brooke worked on his game. Yeah, Brooke was a better player, and then he decided he wanted to shoot threes here in the last couple of years. Robin, in theory, could have done the same thing, and I guess just hasn't.
Steph Diggs, 3 for 32. Was hoping for better.
That revenge is going to have to get going here in the fourth because hadn't started yet.
And Sharp has been by far the best receiver. And everyone, there's like a bunch of guys with 1 catch. So, Burt Macklin, what's up, bud? How are you? Thanks for being here.
Jalen Smith and Rod Smith. I don't think they're twins. And Rod's maybe out of football again, or I don't know. Is he with the Raiders? Jalen is obviously the Cowboys' starting middle linebacker and maybe overpaid in some people's opinion. Harrison twins sucked. Yeah, those guys out of Kentucky. Did they ever, either of them ever play in the pros? Thielen. God, I missed that.
Come on.
When they go back and watch film, Thielen is going to light Cousins up because it's at least twice he's missed him on touchdown throws. Although the other one, Jefferson caught. Producer Drew says both were drafted. Andrew was the better one. Definitely both out of the league. Yeah, no kidding. They're both out of the league.
All right, a field goal.
Yay.
Herb Dog says you need some background music.
Yeah, some disco music or some EDM.
Lucci Rivera, you were a better commentator until you started taking an NBA advice from Kenny.
Well, is that what messed you up? Is that who you get all your advice for your TikTok videos?
No. No, actually. He's not my source. RP says these two guys, it's like a sideways mullet. You got a party on one side and all business on the other. 17-3, 2-touchdown game. And it's Buffalo ball. Can the Bills do something? Something. Freak of nature. Yeah, we need Smash Lanta to bump the sandstorm for us. We do need a buzzword, so nominations, we'll take them. Hey, there's Diggs. Nice catch.
He's going to hit the bonus in this fourth quarter. Watch.
That's a fair point, Smash Lanta. How do you know it's not already bumping? I mean, if you all want to bump it in your homes, if you don't have power, pull it up on Spotify and just bump.
How you going to do that if you don't have power?
What's that?
Hope your cell phone has power, I guess.
Yeah, or just play it on your phone or whatever. I don't know. If you have battery, hopefully.
Odds are if you don't have power, you don't have internet.
This is true. Lucci Rivera, I literally only commented that so you would read it because negativity gets all the play in here. Haha. Funny that Brandon directed it towards you. Though.
On what? I missed it.
About the NBA thing.
Oh.
Creature from the Glass Lagoon says, I have the power.
Yeah, I'm out on NBA fantasy for a little bit. Need a break. Sick of paying for Kaufman's kids' college tuition.
Freak of nature, you desperately need a fog machine and confetti.
Ooh, fog machine would be big.
That'd be kind of sick.
Think Sarah'd go for it?
Yeah. She bought this light. This is not even mine.
Is that for Christmas decorations?
I have no idea. No, she got it in the from Amazon like a week ago. I'm like, what is this for? She's like, I don't know. I wanted it. I'm like,
okay.
Sarah. Sarah, what's the reason behind the light? I thought it would be fun. That's a direct quote.
All right.
All right.
Rick Lewis wants to know if Koff and I are really betting 1,000 every time. Yeah, I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true. So I'm in a bad mood and I'm not playing it.
So in that case, you've lost 10 grand.
Yeah, but because I'd won, it's like we're going back and forth pretty much. It's been a rough couple days.
Back to the ground as we're 90 seconds into the fourth.
No, Cook may lose his bonus if he keeps that up.
Glash is half full. Glash, I'm beating Koff so far. Hopefully it holds up. Nice, man. I'm down 26. I've still got Butler and Donovan Mitchell. He has Harden. So I don't think I don't think it's happening. He stacked Houston, Washington. Just
That's what he said. He said he went all Houston. All about that game.
Yep, and Beal. I did something similar, but not entirely. Obviously, with Butler and I played Sabonis too. Butler, Sabonis, and Mitchell, and then every other player was from that matchup. So, what you gonna do? DeMarcus Cousins not great tonight. Silly Sally says this is the worst I've seen Josh Allen play. Besides the game he had 3 fumbles. He did fumble quite a bit in the in Madden 20, but of course he's grown as a player. Kirk Cousins. Oh,
Good D. That should have been a pick 6.
Dustin Stevens. I'm with you, Brandon. Having a bad month too. Strength and honor.
I'm just taking a break. I figure that'll be the best way to regroup. I know I can turn it around quickly. Last week I had a stretch where I beat him 3 or 4 games in a row, but it didn't last. And again, we played 5 in one night.
That's pretty. That would give me a headache.
It was a lot. And he kept texting me, "Hey, half hour. These are locking every half hour." And I think I was doing Sims too. I was like, "I got it, dude. It's fine."
He's just itching to take people's money. It's really great.
He said he
It's
just likes
fun.
having lots of lineups. I'm like, you can just make a million lineups against people you don't know too. You can be in every contest. Well, I guess you can't, but
He should be. I think he should do more head-to-heads with the DK Sim fam.
Sure.
In the
Go for
Sim
it.
League.
Go for
To
it.
really rule, but you know, we're vulnerable, so I don't blame him.
Well,
Really
like I
well
said, I want to get in on multiplayer because if I lose to you or Rossi or Emerson, we're all in it, or Drew or anyone else. Like, great, but it also gives us a chance to win a lot more money. Maybe not as much as Koff and I are playing for, but if we're all in for $10 and somebody gets 50,
Allen, oh my God. 7 of 16, 80 yards passing. RP says we are all going to totally, I don't know if I'm reading that. No, we're just going to skip that one. Relly Rel says Allen is playing like he hasn't washed under his arms in months. What? Oh, yeah, smelly. Yeah. Hey, nice
first
play
down.
there,
Here
though.
we go. Big touchdown pass to Diggs coming up right here.
Could use it. We could use it. All right, we need a buzzword. Anything in mind?
Well, you like disco? I threw out Dalvin, Markeith.
Disco. We'll go with disco.
Every time I hear disco, I just think about the You Don't Mess with the Zohan movie.
Disco is the buzzword. I've been doing a Marv Albert voice. Jimmy B wants Marv Albert.
There's Diggs. That's what I'm talking about. Puts Allen over 100 yards with that catch.
And Buffalo is up over 200 total yards.
Hey, a Diggs touchdown here. This could get in. Well, a Buffalo touchdown, but I'd like it to be a Diggs touchdown.
Got a 3-way tie, first place in the public free showdown. Midwest Heather.
Does she have
climbed into first in our free roll. Dalvin Cook captained, Diggs, Singletary, Sharp, Jefferson, and Bailey. Wisdom remains in first in the 5K Monday Night Special.
Oh, that
Allen?
should have been picked. What a terrible throw.
Wow.
I think they knew that he was going to Diggs as well. Yeah, see, there's Linval Joseph, 99. I think that's Joseph.
Joe Mallet says, buzzword is so irritating.
Or 98, I mean.
You're irritating. It's only a minute of your life, a minute you'll never forget. And you'll get over it, I promise. It's only a minute. And you can hit mute if you want. 2nd and 10, Allen, first down and more to the 30. Oh, he's
fumble.
galloping. All right, buzzword time. Disco. In 3, 2, 1. Disco. 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 Disco party. Disco. 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 Disco party. Disco. 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 Josh Allen first down. Disco. 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 It's a disco party. Disco. 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 All right. Very good.
Come on, Diggs, touchdown.
Come on,
Nope,
Allen.
that's Lee
All
Smith
right,
again.
That's Lee Smith. Wow. Chat, so invested in the buzzword tonight. Love it. Dustin Stevens, LOL Glash. You try hard. I appreciate that. Fantasy Hog. That's not what I said, but that's pretty funny. Okay. 2nd and inches. Come on, Josh. Oh, Singletary. Get in. Touchdown.
None of us had
Devin
Singletary. I know I didn't.
There you go. Neil is in the chat. Is it updated or not? What are you talking about? Neil, shed light on what you are talking about.
I'm in 69th.
Oh, Neil says, seems you guys updated Madden without informing us. Not the case, Neil, but you want to go to Madden Streams info page, which is in Google, Madden Streams info page. It will take you to DK Nation. You'll find all the up-to-date stuff we have, and the latest update was in December of 2020. Superstar traits, X factors, depth charts, ratings, power back, third down back, slot receiver. You'll find all that information there. All right. Glasheen's toothbrush. What's up? DeQuan Williams needed Diggs. Sorry, buddy.
Freaking Nature says, Tommy Freeze Pops checking IDs outside of your bedroom door.
Yeah, I mean, he does run the back of the club. Fantasy Hawk says Mitchell is ruining my plans. I know I have Donovan Mitchell too. Come on, Donovan Mitchell. Not
See
great.
if this Buffalo D can get the ball back. Shotgun on 1st and 10, inside handoff.
Attaboy.
Well, I saw it. Apparently, Leslie Frazier didn't tell his defense to pick up 6 yards. 7. I think you got to go run blitz here. You got any basketball games this week? Has the schedule caught back up yet?
No, actually, nothing this weekend. So
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Are you excited about Chris Hogan's foray into lacrosse?
I am. There was a pretty cool video that came out. He's putting in the work, man. Like he is. I know those height videos can be.
Wouldn't you figure he's probably faster than a lot of the guys in that league?
How old is Chris Hogan?
I don't know, 33 maybe, something like that. But I remember, and I know he's not as fast as say Ocho Cinco, but I remember during the NFL lockout when Ocho Cinco went and worked out with the Kansas City soccer team. Like, man, this guy's really fast.
Yeah, I think it's I think he's. I'm not sure how good he's going to be. He hasn't played lacrosse.
32.
He hasn't played in a long time.
Well, I imagine some of those skills don't leave you. And again, if you can get open with Stephon Gilmore covering you, you can probably figure out a way to body up a kid that was playing at Dartmouth last fall.
That's a good point.
Spring or whatever.
That's fair.
Let's see. Let's see what he ran his 40 in. He ran a 4.5 40, dude. I'm not saying he's the fastest guy in the league because Ocho Cinco's in the 4.3s, but he'll be faster than a lot of these kids that are a lot younger now. Uh-oh. 3rd and 7. It's going to get interesting. Do they trust Cousins to be able to pick up the first down with his arm?
Clash Sheen's toothbrush. I think it's imperative for me to be here just so you can be reminded to use me 2 times a day. I'm lonely, Glash.
Fantasy Hawk has 330 points in his NBA lineup. Hope he's winning some money. Nope, they didn't trust him, so now the Bills get the ball back without a minute left.
Wow.
No timeouts. Going to have to go about 80 yards. But with Stephon Diggs, you can do it. Oh, that's Tremaine Edmonds with that tackle.
I don't know. I don't know if they can pull this off.
I wouldn't bet on it, but stranger things have happened. Get a little free football in virtual Buffalo.
Just addressing Neil in the chat. Neil, we understand a lot of folks are curious about updates to our depth charts and roster updates through the 2020 season. But right now, no news to report. Hopefully, we can deliver news about an update very soon, but nothing at the moment. So that's all I can tell you. That's all I know. That's all I can tell you. But I understand the question. Here's Josh Allen. Less than a minute to go. There's Diggs. Bam! Gain of 20.
Plenty of time. Got to get up to the line of scrimmage. Are you spiking it or are you running a play? Quit dancing there, Diggs, and get to the line. They're going to run out of time.
Phil says, since all this snowy weather, my wife has been just looking through the window nonstop. If it keeps it up, I might have to let her in before this sim is over. Life choices suck. Allen, there's the throw power.
No, too much.
He was
Stop
open,
the clock,
though.
though. Stop the clock.
Man. Josh Allen's throw power is 99.
It's pretty good.
Very
Who else
good.
has throw power 99? Mahomes. Is that
Ooh.
it? Yes, 2 of them?
That's it. Yep.
It's about right.
2nd and 10 from the 40. Allen. Oh,
Don't love that.
they got time for one more play. One more.
They may get out of bounds here, but probably not. Gonna let it rip? Well, they may not even get a play off the way this is going. I'd throw it to Diggs in the end zone here, but they're not even gonna get a snap.
Tick, 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 tick,
What is
tick,
going on?
tick, tick,
Okay.
tick, tick. Come on. Take the snap.
That'd be
Take the
awesome if
snap.
it-
All right,
if
this
the
is it.
time ran out. What?
Oh my God.
Okay.
You get the garbage points, but
It's not gonna be enough for me to jump to first place or for us to get some free football. Some free football.
tried, man. Tried to will the Bills to some success.
Do we think that because Hogan had played for every team in the AFC East, he's like, I'm done. I can't play for any more AFC East teams. So let me check out some lax.
Maybe. He doesn't want to play for the Jets. That was terrible, Josh Allen. 13 of 24, 170.
Well,
No
here's the
tie.
question. Can he play in this league in the spring and then come back to the NFL in the fall? Why can't he? When's the league start? It's like 18s.
June.
Oh.
Yeah, June.
If the Jets want him back, especially if they have Deshaun or a young QB, who knows?
Kirk Cousins, 13 of 18, 103. 2 touchdowns for Cousins. Right? Is it 2? Justin Jefferson.
That was it. Cook ran
That was
the
it.
other
1. Pardon me. Cook hit the bonus. 115. Touchdown. Singletary, 56 yards. Touchdown. Josh Allen, 6-4, 67.
Singletary might have a shot at player of the game when we look at his ownership numbers.
Diggs hit the bonus on that last play.
I told you you would. That's why I captained him, and that's why it got me all the way up to 79th.
Midwest Heather is in the chat. How'd you do, Midwest Heather? Oh, finished in. Oh, nice. Let's go. Midwest Heather finished tied for first in the public free showdown.
Nice. And first in ours, too?
It's 12,609 entries right there.
Pretty good. I finished
work.
50th in ours. I went way up.
Midwest Heather won our free roll. Nice job. Okay, so we need a player of the game.
Singletary was only capped in 2.9% and only owned 19.4.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one because it's not like Cook had a normal night.
Was Singletary Midwest Heather's lineup? Let's see.
Yeah, I would think
He
so.
was indeed. Yeah.
Yep.
See, I think that's your difference because she captained Dalvin Cook like so many other people did. 28% of people in our contest. So yeah, I think it's Singletary as the player of the game. Cook, you expected that from. Diggs hit the bonus. You expected that.
Yep. It's good stuff. Tony Pagano, another big classic win. Thank you, DK. There you go. Sharp was good too, but I think we give it to Singletary. Sharp's also set a high bar in these sims. How about the Not My Kid award?
I think it's got to be Cole Beasley with the goose egg, right?
Oh, yes. Great point.
He was only captain 1.8% in ours, but owned by a quarter of the teams.
Yeah, and I played him. Yeah, he did nothing.
You played him. I played him.
Rudolph had 1 catch. Terrible. All right.
Yep.
Cool.
That easy.
That'll work.
Cole Beasley. He stinks. Well, today he did. He was second team All-Pro this year, so that's pretty good year.
Yeah, he was good in real life for sure. Josh Allen honestly could just take the award too. They can all share it.
Yeah.
Him and Beasley can share
They
it.
can share it together.
Yeah. All right, guys. So here's the deal. We've got 6 more sims coming your way.
All day, every
tomorrow.
day.
Every day. Every day. 6 sims, 7 days a week. It is the NFL offseason. So thank you all for joining us. See you guys in the chat saying goodnight. Appreciate you. Here's the rundown for tomorrow. Commentator teams, matchups, and then we will get out of here. So Tuesday, February 16th. You start the day at noon. Raiders at the Jets with Adam Kaufman and ZT, the Madden scientist, Zach Thompson, who does all the write-ups for the late slates over on DK Nation. He's breaking these down. So again, when you search Madden Stream's info page, getting the up-to-date depth charts, all the latest superstar traits, X factors, which were updated in December. Those have not changed, but when you're ever looking to see who to play, Zach does a write-up. It's great stuff. At 2 Eastern, you get the Dolphins at the Packers, Kaufman and Christian. Then at 4, Christian is joined by Emerson for Chargers Browns. At 6 o'clock, Emerson and Rossi for Panthers at Texans. And then to wrap up the night, I'll be with Tommy Freeze Pops, Tom Carroll. We will have Chiefs at Jags at 8, and then Bucks at Giants for Madden After Dark.
I'm not back till Saturday.
Are we on together Saturday? All right, Saturday
I don't
night.
know. Saturday night,
Cool.
yeah. You and me got 2, and then I'm with Lamarca Sunday night for 2.
All right, there we go. Very nice. All right, buddy. We'll have a good rest of the week.
You too. I look forward to seeing your TikTok videos.
Thanks. Yeah, latest video coming out tomorrow morning,
Can't wait.
or like late tonight.
Oh, I might be up depending on when you put it out.
All right, man. Cool. So, all right, everybody. Have a great night. Thank you to producer Michael, Andrew, technical director, Jared from the Game Ops team, to Brandon Cristal's dog who just walked behind him, and for Brandon Cristal, Brendan Glasheen,
back in Simland here on the Dream Stream, 6 Sims all week long. We'll see you tomorrow.